forms of Kabbalistic study. Primarily, for our purposes, earlier Kabbalistic studies were primarily theoretical in nature, meaning there was a lot of contemplation of the nature of the soul, the structure of the universe, the process of creation, a lot of things which were much more theory than anything else. In the Lurianic period, however, there was a lot more emphasis placed on what is known as theurgic Kabbalah, which means Kabbalah that is designed to affect change in the universe. As opposed to earlier thought, which emphasized just understanding the structure of the universe, this was about altering the structure of the universe. So through various prayers, through various kavanot or intentions during mitzvot, all kinds of things like that, where people were under the Ari's Kabbalah much more involved in actually shaping the world in which they lived. And of course, one of the biggest questions that Jews had on their mind was, when will Mashiach come? When will the Messiah come? And one of the taboo subjects, which persists, by the way, right up into the 20th and even the 21st century, were groups of individuals who attempted through Lurianic Kabbalah to urge God to send the Messiah immediately. So a lot of people were doing this kind of Kabbalistic thinking, and it was fairly new and widespread in the Jewish world in the 17th century. This is the element, the intellectual milieu in which Shabbatai Tzvi began to explore his Jewish identity as a young man. In particular, besides these kavanot, these ways of unifying the Godhead, so to speak, there was this idea of tikkun, of repair. We have the term very popular today, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, which is sometimes understood as a call to social action. In the Kabbalistic sense of the 17th century, a tikkun meant some kind of fundamental repair to a rift in the universe. Something was wrong with the universe, and the tikkunim of the Jews who practiced this Kabbalah would bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the Spanish expulsion, which we discussed last term, which was such a huge shift in the Weltanschauung of Jews who had understood Spain to be the ultimate, in many ways, the ultimate golden age of the Jews in the post-biblical era, and to see that crushed in just a matter of months, and the persecutions that followed in Spain and in Portugal, and the suffering of the Jews who had to wander to Turkey and points elsewhere, the idea of affecting tikkun was much more profound than it ever had been, perhaps since the destruction of the Second Temple. So these are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists are feeling like through their studies they can actually alter the shape of history, and they took it very seriously. Yeah, any questions about the intellectual?
In reference to almost every Jewish branch with the history, to the Rabbiner we have now in the same order, the same way, like the same Lubavitch and Mashiach, and that's the same way.
I'm not going. I don't.
I know that there is not that we are not.
We have at least 15 lectures before we get up to the 20th century and 21st century. There are.
But we have to escape.
What do you mean today? I mean, we need Mashiach. It takes so much Jewish tourists. So many people are inverting, and it would be shine sight, as they say.
Yes.
So that's the spot circle and its influence. There's also a very important social and political element to the development of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity, and he himself was personally motivated by hearing about the pogroms of 1648-49. In fact, one of his most profound mental breakdowns was specifically related to the day that he heard about the events of what is known in Hebrew literature as the Gzerat Tachbatat. Tachbatat is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. Give you this in brief. We will, God willing, in another year return to this and understand it in much more profound detail, but our task for today is to understand Shabbatai Tzvi. For approximately 400 years, Jews have been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania. Russia itself, Russia proper, was actually closed off to Jews from the year 1479, but Jews were very heavily populated in the borderlands to the west of the Russian Empire. And in those areas, they were principally active as middlemen between the peasants and the landlords. There was an ethnic divide between those three groups, and in many ways there was a profoundly triangular conflict between the Polish landlords, who often lived in the cities in the north, the Ukrainian peasants, who lived in these large tracts of lands called latifundia, and their Jewish leaseholders, where the Poles would hire the Jews as a community as a whole, would be given the task of collecting a whole slew of taxes from the Ukrainian peasants. These taxes would include, of course, a tax on produce, grain being the principal output of the breadbasket of Europe, but it would also be a tax on tolls if you wanted to cross a bridge, if you wanted to go fishing, if you wanted to go hunting, if you wanted to pick apples, you name it. And there's even some evidence that Jews even collected taxes for the use of the village church, meaning that if you wanted to have your child baptized, you would have to go through the humiliation of paying the Jew to get the key to open up the church. Very, very limited instances of this, but even one instance of that, the news of it spreads like wildfire, and it's very well known in Ukrainian literature and is in fact a profound element in their folk culture, the idea of the oppressive Jew who would prevent Christians from engaging in their religious activities. At any rate, the way the economic structure of Ukraine was so situated, the Polish landlord could increase the levies on the Ukrainian peasants, but the Jews were given the task of actually collecting it. So the Ukrainian peasants were upset with the economic oppression of the Poles, who, by the way, were a different faith. The Ukrainians were Orthodox, the Poles were Catholics, and they saw the Jews as the leading edge of the hammer that the Poles held. So there was a terrible uprising in the year 1648-49, led by a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky. You may have seen his name in the literature spelled with a CH, it's a Polish spelling, Chmielnicki, but it's pronounced Khmelnytsky. And he led a band of disaffected Ukrainian Cossacks in a violent uprising against the Polish landlords. That attack on the Polish landlords was directed principally at the the leaseholders, because they were living nearby. Meaning the Ukrainian anger was principally with the Poles, but the Poles are far away, the Jews are right here. And so there are absolutely horrific pogroms. The true scope of the disaster is a matter of some debate among historians. The certainly exaggerated claims put the number of Jewish dead at 250,000, which is rather absurd because there are less than 100,000 Jews living in most of those areas at the time. But it would not be out of range to say perhaps as many as 50,000 were killed, which is a tremendous amount of dead for a pre-modern uprising of this nature. The specific nature of the attacks were unusually cruel. I won't repeat some of the examples of cruelty in Shul, but suffice it to say that if you read some of the martyrologies of the period, you'll be shocked. And even we, living after the Holocaust, can't read these kind of descriptions of violence with equanimity. So there was a huge displacement of this massive Jewish center in the middle of the 17th century, tremendous amount of poverty, tremendous amount of dislocation, so many widows, so many orphans, and this was kind of like following up on the Spanish expulsion. It was the next worst tragedy. And the Jews were intellectually saying to themselves, what will be next? Isn't it already time for Mashiach? It's absolutely intolerable that we are living through this period. So with the intellectual foundations of the thought of the Tzvat circle, and with the political and social ramifications of the Gzerat Tashbatat, then we can turn specifically to the life of Shabbatai Tzvi. Let me pause and ask if there are any questions to this point. Steve, no questions? No? Okay. It's good, right? Yeah, thank you. All right. So you can see what kind of person Stephen is, because when it comes to davening, he sits right up here. He's right up front of the Kaddish platform. And when it comes to like sitting with the crowd, sits in the back, All right. Who was Shabbatai Tzvi? He was an Ashkenazi who was born in Izmir, also known as Smyrna, which is in Asia Minor. He was either actually born on Tisha B'Av of 1626, Or it could be that that date was fabricated by his followers because there is a midrash that says the Messiah would be born on the 9th of Av. That it would be, that's the, of course, the horrible fast day that commemorates the various tragedies that befell the Jewish people. And of course, he should be born on the day that corresponds with the midrash. One of the difficulties of understanding the details of Shabbatai Tzvi's life is that a lot of his life story was written by his followers specifically with an eye to conforming to the various midrashim that assert that he is Mashiach. Nevertheless, in a pre-modern period, printing is now available, and it will actually play a dramatic role in Shabbatai Tzvi's revelation as Mashiach. This material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the 17th century, and they are scooping up these books, and they're really digesting them. His father dealt in poultry. He sold chickens, and he was a struggling businessman, but his brothers, there were three sons in the Tzvi family, Eliyahu and Yosef, actually ended up becoming very successful merchants. They ended up following their brother Shabbatai into in his movement, and as we shall see how that develops later. But he came from a fairly humble background that was upwardly mobile. These are Ashkenazim living in Asia Minor, and he was the scholar of the family. He was the baby of the family, and even his detractors are very happy to admit that Shabbatai Tzvi was quite a learned young man. Apparently, at the age of 15, he had run out of teachers. There was no one in Smyrna who could educate him, and so he studied on his own. And at the age of 18, a very precocious age, he was ordained as a chacham, which is the regional equivalent of what we could call a rabbi. He did, however, have a very profound ascetic sense. He was a loner. He, like Muhammad, ironically, he liked to go for long walks in the wilderness. He liked to be by himself. There's one dramatic episode where he went for a swim by himself and nearly drowned, and his rescue from that incident helped propel him into a sense of grandeur that he, in fact, might be Mashiach. He had a deep attachment to his mother, but otherwise he had very few friends as an adolescent. His reputation as a scholar, he was, by the way, also reputed by, again, his detractors and his admirers alike to be an exceptionally good-looking man, and he had an extremely fine singing voice. When he was in his up phases, and we'll talk about those momentarily, he was wont to sing publicly, and his voice was extremely pleasing to everyone. So the fact that he was good-looking and that he had a good voice actually did make a big difference with regards how people dealt with his other eccentricities. His reputation as a young scholar prompted two early marriages. Both of them failed. In both cases, he was married for several months, and his young wives complained to their fathers that the marriage had not been consummated. And this was twice. Later, we'll talk about his more long-term wife, Sarah. He was ultimately married 4 times. 5 times if you include the time he remarried his third wife. But this is an ongoing issue. This particular picture here, I don't know what to make of these pictures. A lot of them are pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi. As I mentioned earlier, he is regarded as one of the most well-documented Jews of the 17th century. But occasionally you have under here captions that almost always say, Le vrai portrait de Shabbatai Tzvi, right? The French people, is it? Oh, thank you. I'm glad. Now, I have to be careful about pronouncing it because if someone here knows French, I'll know if I pronounce it wrong. Roi des Juifs, né à la ville de Smyrna en Asie âgé de 40 ans. He was born in the city of Smyrna, and this is the picture drawn of him when he was 40 years old. And it says it's a vrai portrait, it's a true portrait. It's the way he's supposed to look like. Several of the other ones that look very different also say it's a true portrait. That's why I gave it. So he had these 2 early marriages, and he seemed to have a difficulty with intimacy on a personal level and even in a marital level, and this took him through his life. The most profound psychological aspect of Shabbatai Tzvi's life is that he seems to have been again, I'm a lay person, I don't know anything about psychology, but he seems to have been a manic depressive. He would go through periods of tremendous elation and euphoria that could last several weeks at a time, and then he would, fall into the pit of despair. Or as my eldest daughter, when she was about 10 years old, once said, "I'm in the depths of despair." She won't like it if she said, "Hi, Rabbi." She's watching it from college now. She's very smart. She's in the honors program, things like that. But she was in the desert. So he would go through these periods of like tremendous euphoria, happiness, and he would be expansive and he would be dramatic. And other times he would be catatonic. He would refuse to speak. He would remain shut in a room. No one could talk to him at all. So he went through clearly, maybe a bipolar kind of existence. He called the periods of euphoria illuminations because he felt he was receiving some kind of revelation and that he was like directly connected to God. And the opposite, when he was in melancholy, he called that Hester Punning, which is a theological term meaning the hiding of the face, the hiding of God's face. Like he felt he was in the shadow of God. He was no longer receiving the direct light from him. During his periods of melancholy, he would repeatedly be tempted to do what he called ma'asim zarim, strange actions. And believe me, they are very strange, and they're going to get even stranger. But I will describe some of them for you as we go through the story of his life. He was especially, we don't know exactly what his relationship with women was, but there are several examples where he seems to have been, it definitely involves something to do with his relationship to women. As we see, he was conflicted with these things with his own wife. Camera's on, okay? Right, hard on the wrist, right? I'll stay in my place for a while. He was also fascinated with the tetragrammaton, which is the Greek term for the four-letter name of God, the Shem HaMeforash, the name that Jews do not pronounce. For background, for those who may not be so familiar with the way we do these things, for example, we pronounce God's name when we pray, and we recite blessings and so on. But the name that we actually say today, it is only a placeholder for the way it's spelled in the prayer books. The placeholder simply means our Lord. And it's a euphemism for the name which we are not allowed to pronounce. The name that we are not allowed to pronounce was only recited on Yom Kippur in the temple during the time that it was standing, and since then it's been totally off limits. We only pronounce, the word that I'm sure you're familiar with. He was fascinated with the Tetragrammaton, and he would walk around Smyrna pronouncing the name of God. And he did all kinds of strange things like this. He would occasionally call himself Mashiach, Messiah, even in his early years, but people basically tolerated him. He was regarded as some kind of eccentric, to put it mildly. Others considered him a bit of a harmless lunatic. He was just, the village fool. It's true that he was very learned, but obviously he couldn't pull his life together properly, so people basically tolerated him. Again, he was good looking. He was a great chazan. People really enjoyed that. Was geschmack, and they figured, what's the left? This is our Shabbatai. Every town has someone like this, so this is our Shabbatai Tzvi. This is, by the way, another very portrait of Shabbatai Tzvi, another example of it. Any questions so far? I've been talking a lot. Nobody likes to ask the first question? Anybody have the second question? I'm amazed that that joke always works. Okay, so, and there came a point where even in Smyrna, he was no longer welcome because he was simply too disruptive in the services. His disruptions would come to a peak later in Egypt, as we shall discuss. And with his periods of euphoria increasing and the oscillation between the positive and the negative increased so much that eventually the rabbis in Smyrna got together and they asked him to please leave. He began a period of wandering. Oh, by the way, the kinds of things he was claiming was that he could fly. And that when people would say, okay, sure, so show me, how do you fly? He says, you're not worthy. I can't show you because you have to be at a certain level. He claimed regularly to have various visions of God. And ultimately they said, it's time for you to go. So by the 1650s, again, he's in his early 20s now, a single man. His first teacher and the other rabbis of town got together and unanimously voted that it was time for him to leave. He began a period of significant wandering. Here is Smyrna here, and this, where's my mouse? Oops. I can't find my mouse. Smyrna is over here, and this, the resolution isn't very good, but basically he makes his way through Asia Minor for a while, wanders around. He eventually is going to make his way down to Egypt, and this is where he'll begin his fame in Cairo, and he'll cross over into Gaza and Jerusalem, make another trip back to Cairo, and then ultimately he will go through Jerusalem up to Aleppo, Damascus, and then all the way back to Smyrna, and eventually he's going to die here in exile in a part of the Balkans, as we shall see shortly. That period of wandering sent him from town to town, and he hit the heights. He saw all of the great Jewish cities of the time. In 1658, he had been living in Saloniki, which is a very important Greek Jewish center, when he publicly held a marriage ceremony between himself and the Torah. He got a chuppah and a Sefer Torah, and he referred to himself as Chatan Torah, a term that he would occasionally use when he was signing letters to his followers. He liked to call himself Chatan Torah, Mashiach Hashem, the Messiah of Hashem, and occasionally even God. He would even sign his letters God. There's a joke that I'm not going to put on here for sure, but you can ask me later. He was asked to leave from Salonika, so then he made it to Constantinople, Istanbul at the time, which was also a very large Jewish center. And he was feeling a little bit guilty there, so he decided he would use the urge of Kabbalah to rid himself of his periods of melancholy. There are a few examples of this where he did have what the psychologists call insight. He realized that he was mentally disturbed, and he tried to take some action. However, he went to really the worst psychologist you can imagine. We'll see in a few minutes who that person was. He was banished from Constantinople because he celebrated publicly the 3 pilgrimage festivals in 1 week. Of course, they're spread out over the year: Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot. We'll probably save on groceries to do them all in 1 week, but he decided to, and that was obviously antinomian. He also banished the festival of the 10th of Teves. He said, we no longer need the 10th of Teves. Now that I am here, we're entering the Messianic period, and therefore there's no more fasting on the 10th of Teves. That was a little bit more popular. But he was asked to leave Constantinople as well, and he made his way to Jerusalem. In Jerusalem, he did fairly well. He kept to himself, and he didn't, do any strange kind of demonstrations of his messianic identity and so on. And the rabbis there tolerated him. And in this context, I think it's fascinating to point out that, if you want to have certain types of mental illnesses, Orthodox Judaism is definitely the best religion for you. And I mean it actually seriously. For example, obsessive compulsive disorder. You think it's funny, but I'm serious. There's a book that's written by 2 psychiatrists in Jerusalem, Greenberg and Woodstone, published by Yale, in which they say that one of the problems with the mentally ill in the Orthodox community is that their problems go undiagnosed so long. Because when a person, let's say, for example, is very, very careful about the mitzvah of netilat yadayim, washing your hands, and everyone else says, oh, look how frumpy he is. He washes his hands 18 times. The rest of us do it maybe 2 or 3 times. 18, what a frumpy guy. So ironically, a person like this gets praised for their OCD behavior, and that just pushes them even further into that direction. Furthermore, as we saw last week with Rabbi Caro, it's also Shabtai Tzvi, if someone, we do believe in the power of prophecy. We do believe that under certain circumstances, God does speak directly to people, perhaps through dreams, things like that. So if a person walks around saying, I had a nevuah katana, I had a small prophecy, I felt like God was speaking, we say, oh, wow, you must be a very spiritually elevated person. In reality, the person is, a few dimes short of $1. But the fact is that in Orthodox Judaism, this kind of behavior may actually be not recognized for what it is until it's too late. And this is exactly the kind of thing that happened in Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi. His erratic behavior, his extreme seclusion, his meditative silences, these were looked on as acts of piety, when in fact they were acts of lunacy. So what happens is, in Jerusalem in 1662, he got his first real job. The elders of Jerusalem needed to carry an important message to Egypt. Shabtai Tzvi had just come from Egypt, and so they entrusted him with this task of carrying an important message to Egypt, and he carried out the task beautifully. I mean, it was not such a difficult thing, but he had the appearance and he had the mannerisms, and he knew the way. So he carried this back to Egypt, and he was briefly a hero for legitimate reasons. Luckily for him, he met the head of the Egyptian Jewish community, who was very much taken with him, and ultimately became one of his prime supporters, both morally and financially, which would have a signal impact on him later in life as he publicly proclaimed his messianic identity. He needed funds to keep his movement going, and it was the head of the Egyptian Jewish community who, in fact, supported him. It was at this time that he met his bashert, someone who was just as unbalanced as he was, a woman named Sarah, who had an uncertain checkered past. There was a lot of rumors about her libertine behavior, that apparently, although she claimed to have been saving herself for her husband, there is significant evidence that she saved herself for several husbands. But she was undoubtedly someone who had suffered greatly. She was an orphan of the pogroms of 1648-49, and she had been taken in by some of her family and was living in Amsterdam. But she also was slightly eccentric, and she had long from her childhood claimed that she was going to be the bride of Mashiach. And of course, how perfect it was when she found out that there's a guy in Cairo who claims to be Mashiach. So she packed up and she brought the whole show down to Egypt to meet Shabtai Tzvi. Shabtai Tzvi was just delighted to meet her, especially when he heard about her background, primarily because there is a midrashic allusion to the wife of Hosea. Actually, it's not a midrashic allusion, it's explicit in Tanakh that the prophet Hosea married a woman of ill repute, and of course, one of the most powerful haftorahs that we read discusses Hosea's tribulations marrying a woman of this nature, and how he could not bear to send her away. So too, God cannot send us away, even though we may betray Him. That's Hosea. So he ended up marrying Sarah. By the way, this is not their chuppah. I just sort of like the picture. So, and he went into a period of relative stability that lasted for approximately a year, with few illuminations and with no melancholy. It seems that Sarah was taka shit up for him, and that was very nice. However, there is some significant doubt that he consummated the marriage with Sarah either. And this was revealed in a bit of absolutely bizarre theater several years later, when in the context of his proclamation of Mashiach, he divorced Sarah and then remarried her. And then the next morning, Sarah proudly displayed the tokens of her virginity. And that was, as if to say that all these years they had been married. Oh my God, it's right. It just gets weird. Should I cut that part out of the video? But all these years they've been married and nothing doing, and then all of a sudden they get remarried. So it was a kind of political theater, but it certainly worked, and his followers were taken in by.
The way that I debate that if you do it, but when it comes to me, which they do, tap on the way synagogue that talk to me about Nazareth. And I really want to get into it. I do my best to avoid it and see it. And get rid of I can't die. So,
What's going on?
you want to like what's going on? In approximately 2 hours, um, I got a podcast interview, and it's a good question. It's a crypto podcast interview, and I'm a company called, and also I'm really excited because there's this streamer up in pretty big band named Ari, O-U-R-I, it's a kid streamer, and he streams a lot. I mean, when I say a lot, like 16 hours a day, a lot of days, that's a lot. And I sent him a message because I did a shout and it worked exactly the way that I wanted to. He saw it and he said, dude, I did not know you were like a streamer. Please come on my show whenever you can. And so I told him I'm going to get this to become and then it's done awesome. But yeah, he wanted me to be on a segment. So I got that, which is nice. What else is good? We were approaching an all-time high. Oh shit. Hang on, I made a mistake. Apologies. I invited both of you. I invited both of you and guys. Let's wait 30 seconds. So, what else happened? I showed students Discord family, and when I woke this morning, I woke to be banned, and I was pissed because, like, here's my thing, dude. If you don't want me in your place, that's fine. Ban me, I'll never be there. Okay? But if you do want me there, don't let me back in. Don't ban me and let me back in and then fuck around. Don't do that. There's an old saying, shit, rip it off the top. What do you want? So, I show speed. I stream my life. I'm the number one streamer in the history of history. And so, that's documented. Like, you do this little function and it shows me at the top. So, anyway. Well, they kicked me out. And I contacted that one moderator who I know his name. Shout out to Tootsie. And I'm like, dude, Tootsie. I was pissed. I'm like, dude, what is going on? You told me that no one would fuck with me anymore, and people are fucking with me and they're kicking me out. I'm like, stop this. You want me in there, that's cool. But you gotta let me stream. You can't fuck with me. Why? Because every little, every time somebody fucks with me, okay. But I've got 12 different Discords on it, and that can happen in any of the 12 Discords. So I only want to be in Discords that I don't have to fuck with the camera. If I have to keep touching the fucking shit, I don't want to be there. I made a bot so I didn't have to do that. Anyway, he got back to me like they didn't kick you out, they didn't ban you, they just I took you out, you can stream. So I started streaming, then somebody kicked me. And I went to him, I'm like, dude, please check the record. I don't know how to do this anymore. I understand what it's like to be a moderator because I've done it. And it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, so I'm going to give him some leeway when it comes to this. And so he came back and said, the guy's still defending on how fucking it. And they have it. They've let me stream it. That's cool. That's just speed. I've also lied in, you know who Kai Cenat is? Dude, I sent you a notification. You know who Kai Cenat is? Dude. Okay. Okay, what's his name? Okay, I'm not here. He's doing this thing in the United States. Sorry? Right. Two.
Why is this so slow?
You're okay. You're okay.
It's
Once he gets in that area, you're good. You're good. I focus on that left side.
yeah. Yeah.
But this is efficient. It was like, you know, so I'm not making it. That's not
What happened, Johnson?
just as efficient. You got off on the left. Right. That's it. Now this is an interesting that would be bad. But it doesn't really hurt me because it just means you have to back up. Perfect. Do that thing where your health knocks out the other thing. Oh wow, is that great? Look, I'm blocked out. Oh man, that's really bad. Now's your chance. Now's your fucking chance, bro. You're right about that. And I still don't have a shot at it. Man, good win. Good win on your part. Good win. Good win. Good win. I know you did that other one. Pretty good. I got it. Yeah. No, I don't think I'm That's all you want to do. But even if we're strong, I'll take that. But still don't get a chance. I could make this. Big, big. I do. I think it's because a lot of times I have to go first, and then first, I don't know. That's a good thing. Oh, was that a good move to get around? Right, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Just like that. Okay, so what? That's fine. Oh, that's horseshit. That wasn't a trick shot. That was just a normal shot. Now, this is really hard. Wow. I don't think either one of us fits right. This is the one that's made of stuff.
Why?
Oh, you can't put this in a glass. You make this work. And you put it perfectly. Really? That kind of seems accurate. That's unfortunate. Oh, I'll go into the glass. That's a good shot. Even though my first shot was glass, that is a primo second shot. Oh, boy. That's not good. Ooh, that was good. Yep. That's what the rest is. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. That's your YouTube playing game right now. How's your day going? Sounds like it. Okay, sounds right. Pretty close. How's your day? Oh, dude, I have 11. This is perfect time. Why not? I stream out like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I have more. I have more. I have more data. Yeah, absolutely. I have more data on the internet than any person over this 3 years, 24/7, 365. Yep, you're live on 33 different platforms, including YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. You're live on Instagram. You're live on Rumble. You're live on Bilibili. You're live on YouNow. You're live. Well, I'm live in Ian Ross's Discord right now, Kai Sinat's Discord. I'm live in iShow Speed's Discord, and quite a few other Discords. So if you include those people, we're at like probably 75 people right now. Well, watch live alongside me. So essentially, we were just playing a game. And now that we're done with that, I'm going to watch history, Judaism lectures so people learn. We talk about things on the stream that aren't normally discussed, things like wonderful anti-gravity and antimatter. We talk about life extension technology. We talk about mind uploading technology. We get into life extension technology with things like excellent human growth hormone. We talk about stem cells. We talk about things like ambrosia therapy. Welcome to that. Excellent.
Tremendous. Now, here's the turning point for Shabtai Tzvi, if it wasn't enough already. On his way back from Egypt, he passes through Gaza, and he meets the person who would change his life forever, Nathan of Gaza. Oh, look what it says over here. Three portraits, Nathan Levi de Gaza. Right? And it has also in German up here. So that's apparently Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza was also a learned individual who was somewhat of a mystic. He claimed later to have prophesied that Shabbatai Tzvi would be coming to visit him and was in fact the Mashiach. Of course, we don't hear about those things until later, but when they met, the reason for their meeting was ironically because Shabbatai Tzvi went to Nathan of Gaza for advice on how to avoid the effects of his bipolar personality. I talk about going to the wrong person, because Nathan of Gaza saw Shabbatai Tzvi and said, "This is amazing. You know, you are Mashiach, or maybe cynically, I believe you could be Mashiach and we can make a lot of money out of this. Who knows?" But he encouraged him in his messianic pretensions, and he created all kinds of theatrical venues for him to demonstrate still further. On the eve of Shavuot, the night of the anniversary of the giving of the Torah in our tradition, in an all-night learning study session, Nathan of Gaza fell into a deep trance and began speaking in tongues. And in the context of his trance, he revealed to the onlookers that in fact Shabbat Tzvi was the Mashiach, and this was the first prominent and public demonstration of his identity as such. Then shortly thereafter, after he came to, he says, "Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. You won't believe it, but for years now I have been studying this book that I discovered called The Vision of Reb Avraham HaChassid, and it's this book about who Mashiach will be like, and it was written in the year 1200, but as I read this book, I see it's identical to the life of Shabtai Tzvi. All the details in the book correspond to his details. Of course, Nathan of Gaza actually wrote the visions of Reb Avraham, but he portrayed it to a gullible and you know, a desperate audience of Jews that this in fact would be Mashiach. So, you know, it just got crazier at that point. You know, at this point, Shabtai Tzvi just lets go totally. He's being encouraged by Nathan of Gaza that he is Mashiach. So the first thing he does, he turns to his best friends and he makes them kings of major countries. He says, you know, do business there. You're the king of Turkey and you're the king of France. Everybody's happy. They get these big tracts of land. He names people the head of various tribes. You're the head of Shevet Levi, the Shevet Yehuda. And he's like going around just handing out these honorariums left and right. And he's basically doing this unopposed by any major rabbis. This is happening principally in Gaza and later in Jerusalem. The elders of Jerusalem were not pleased with this, and they denounced his antinomia and his strange behavior, but they did not take any more profound action. Because at the back of their minds, perhaps, they're thinking, you know what? It is time for Mashiach. We really could have Mashiach. Let's see what happens with this guy. I mean, but nevertheless, they did in fact denounce him and distance themselves from him. Here's where it crosses the line to the rest of the world. There were several emissaries from various countries who were in Jerusalem, later in Turkey, who heard about these things, and they carried these things back to England, France, Turkey, elsewhere, and began publishing very, very popular accounts of the rise of the Jewish Messiah, principally in English, French, and German, and we have these contemporary accounts by Christians of it. They were especially nervous about one rumor, and these rumors just build one upon another, that the 10 lost tribes were coming out of hiding to begin the Messianic War, the Armageddon. According to this thought, the 10 lost tribes, of course, that we haven't seen since the year 722, before the Common Era, they have been in hiding. They have been living, according to some accounts, in the deep recesses of a cave called the Red Mountain, somewhere in Asia Minor. And they've been training there, you know, for hundreds of years. And now that the Jewish Messiah has come, they're all being released from the mountains. This is perhaps influenced by the invasion of the Tatars or the Mongols. And they are going to overrun all of Europe, and they're going to make it one big Jewish kingdom. There's one of the many woodcuts that depicts, is a Christian woodcut, showing Shabtai Tzvi with his bands of armies in the background. It's a very fanciful thing. You never had anything like this kind of following, at least not in the military sense. And a lot of people are fascinated and nervous at the same time. So Shabtai Tzvi becomes immediately a world celebrity for his craziness. And during this time, he just goes wild with the antinomian behavior. Antinomian is a term referring to, and nomos in Greek means law. So antinomian means counter halakhic, behaving in ways that is not appreciated by the Torah. So for example, I already mentioned he eradicated the 10th of Teves. He also eradicated the fast of the 17th of Tammuz, which is much better, actually. This is in the summertime. It's a lot longer fast. In one synagogue, he was criticized publicly in one particular synagogue, and he wasn't there at the time. So when he heard about it, it was on the Shabbat. He ran over to that synagogue with several of his followers and wanted to enter to rebut their claims. They locked the doors on him. So he got an axe and he started chopping at the door. Of course, a complete violation of the laws of Shabbat. And so when they see that he's trying to chop down the door, he's a crazy man, they let him in so he wouldn't destroy the door. He came in and he took over the service. He proclaimed himself rabbi. He called all of the local dignitaries that were in that existing shul various unkosher animals, or the anatomy of various unkosher animals. And then he completely redid the Torah service, in which he disdained the actual Torah scroll, said to put it back in the ark, and he picked up a printed chumash. These were relatively new at the time. They'd only been printed for about 100 years. And he said that this is our new Torah. Interesting kind of thought that, moving forward with technology, today it would be something like the rabbi pulling out an iPad and saying, we are going to now read the Torah from this. He ignored the Kohanim and the Leviim, and he called up women to the Torah. Again, very antinomian. The egalitarian nature of it is fascinating. And they read the Torah that Shabbat from the Chumash itself. And then, just to top it off, after the Torah reading was done, he sung a Castilian love poem, like a popular song. It would be the equivalent of the rabbi singing a song by Madonna or something. And he said that this song possesses great secrets, and it should be incorporated into the liturgy. Amazingly, people went with it. People felt that he must really be, what he says he is. And in fact, at that point, he asked that everyone should call him Amira, which is an acronym for the phrase Adonenu Malkeno Yaron Hodo. Our master and king, may his glory be elevated. So among Sabbateans, that's the code name for Shabtai Tzvi is Amira. It reminds me, I can tell you a little sweet thing about my second daughter. She's let's put this on pause for a second here. So, okay. So, now, sadly, a lot of Jews were taken in by this charade, and Jews from all over Europe, Ashkenazic Jews, Sephardic Jews, everywhere there were Jewish communities, there were followers of Shabtai Tzvi. Many literally sold all of their possessions, converted into some liquid assets in order to be able to make the trek to Jerusalem, because they anticipated that, in fact, this would be the onset of the Messianic era. This is another Christian woodcut showing, probably fanciful, but it's not too much of an exaggeration, trains of Jews making their way to Jerusalem in order to anticipate the onset of the end of time on the Messiah. We don't have a good sense of exactly how many Jews did this. It is a debate between Gershom Scholem, the principal scholar of this period, and several of his opponents. But to say it was in the tens of thousands would certainly not be an exaggeration. There were many, many Jews who were deeply, deeply moved by this, and they bought into it completely, sold all their possessions, and so on. So at this point, Shabtai Tzvi is just riding a huge wave of popularity. He says, okay, now it's time to do it. He took himself to Constantinople to meet with the Sultan of Turkey and say, all right, now it's time for me to take over Jerusalem. He met first with the Grand Vizier, who's shown here. His name was Ahmed something or other. I'm sorry, I've forgotten it. And he seems to have been quite a statesman. And Shabtai Tzvi is really quite fortunate because he was dealt with some delicacy. He was met at sea. There were some storms that kept him from arriving, and many of his followers felt the fact that he eventually arrived was in itself a miracle. But there were some storms that kept him from sea, and then the vizier sent ships out to meet him, and they promptly arrested him, and they brought him back to Constantinople in chains. He was imprisoned, but the prison experience was really not so bad. He was eventually given a private chef, and a private secretary, and he was allowed to receive visitors. So he was not exactly in a deep dungeon. He was, in fact, treated as something of an eccentricity, and while the Sultan thought about what he was going to do with him. While he spent several weeks in this constrained state, his popularity grew still further, and he was still infamous for doing antinomian things, such as, for example, when Passover came, he sacrificed a paschal lamb, just like they would in the temple times, because he wanted to demonstrate that, in fact, the Messianic period had begun. His correspondence at this time displays that he's completely out of the closet on this. He's referring to himself as Mashiach, Chatan Torah, even God. He would sign his letters to God. Not too many people can actually do that with a straight face, but he was clearly just waiting for the moment to meet with the Sultan. The Sultan, several weeks later, eventually arranged to meet with him. The Sultan actually didn't dignify him with a face-to-face meeting. He viewed it from a balcony while Shabtai Tzvi was interrogated. And the Sultan had very little patience for him. In 1666, he said, okay, listen, this is ridiculous. You're here, that's very nice. I tell you what, how about you convert to Islam or I cut off your head, as I mentioned earlier. And Shabtai Tzvi did in fact convert. The tone of his conversion is debated among scholars. His followers tend to portray it as a very grudging and sort of a disappointed course of events for Shabtai Tzvi. His opponents indicate that it was very opportunistic and simply a way of launching himself further in his career. In fact, the Sultan did have other motivation. He felt that converting a very prominent Jew like this, probably the most prominent Jew in the world at the time, would draw more converts into Islam. And so not only did he allow him to convert, but he actually gave him a royal stipend of 150 gold coins every month. So he was paid to be Muslim by the Sultan. Sarah converted with him, and approximately 200 families followed him into apostasy. Nathan of Gaza, who was not there at the time, although he did visit Shabtai Tzvi several times later, felt that his conversion was a great mystery, but ultimately they worked out a new theology where Shabtai Tzvi's conversion to Islam was part of the gathering of the sparks, meaning he had to go to every religion and he had to go and collect up all of the holiness from all religions, and then eventually it would be the Messianic period. And of course, if he converted to Islam, then he has to also deal with Christianity as well. So in fact, at one point, Shabtai Tzvi sent Nathan of Gaza to Rome to meet with the perhaps to convert to Christianity there, but nothing came of that in the end. What ends up happening is that Shabtai Tzvi kind of fades into obscurity after this. He's living at this point as a Muslim for almost 10 years, but he seems to be some kind of crypto Jew as well. He's still practicing some Jewish rituals, and he has a circle of approximately 2 shuls worth of people who are staying, 200 families who are staying with him. And they are also, officially Muslim, but still practicing essential Jewish rituals. I mentioned earlier the divorce of Sarah and the remarriage, and we really don't know exactly what was going on in that little community, but the Grand Vizier felt that there was a lot of crazy things going on, and Shabtai Tzvi as a Muslim was no longer an asset, so he expelled him from the capital city of Constantinople to a tiny village in Albania, where he would live to the end of his life. His grave is still there. Fascinatingly, his followers continued to practice a form of Sabbathean Muslim Judaism. They were called the Dinmeh, and they persisted right up until the 20th century. They played a very profound role. These are the descendants of Shabtai Tzvi's original followers who converted to Islam. They played a very important role in the Young Turk Rebellion at the beginning of the 20th century, but then they were largely endogamous, meaning they married within each other's families for several hundred years. But by the 1960s, look, here's another great portrait of Shabtai Tzvi. He doesn't actually say that. It does call him King of the Jews, 1666. At any rate, by the 1960s, there were only a handful of dinner left in Turkey, although several ethnographers have tried to study their unique way of life. Yes, question? Good. It's interesting. Excellent. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. The British certainly were. They did have an exaggerated sense of how important the Jews would be to World War I. And part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration was they would hope that, all of these German Jews who were fighting as German patriots would then throw down their weapons and refuse to fight for Germany and Austria. It didn't turn out that way because Jews tend to be patriotic wherever they are, and they didn't pay attention to the Balfour Declaration. But it's interesting to see the connection to the din man. I never made that connection. That's good. They were very prominent among them. So let's look at the legacy and the complete tonight. Interestingly, 6 weeks before his death, Shabtai Tzvi wrote to some of his followers and asked them if they would send him a regular Jewish machzor that he could use in Albania. Apparently, very few machzorim in Albania. And then he received it, and then shortly afterwards, on Yom Kippur, another auspicious day, he passes away at 1676 at the age of 49. By the time he passed away, he had already made his major impact on the Jewish world. It was a largely deleterious impact in so many ways. The Jews were still further deflated. Now it's 200 years after the Spanish expulsion and 50-odd years after the horrible pogroms of 1648-49. And many scholars have tied these successive disappointments to other movements that would arise in Eastern Europe and elsewhere. Nevertheless, the intellectual impact of his Kabbalistic studies are only now being discovered by scholars, and there's a lot of fascinating connections that I myself was shocked to read about in recent scholarship. For example, the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi on the Ramchal, on Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. Many other scholars of the 18th century were persecuted because of their supposed or real connections to Sabbatean Kabbalah. But we can't take away from him that he was quite a Talmud Chacham. He was quite a brilliant scholar of Jewish sources, and he left behind many teachings that were studied for another 200 years by more mainstream Jews. Nevertheless, his name goes down in history as one of disgrace, and perhaps we should pity him for his obvious mental instability. But nevertheless, it's a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Have an excellent night.
That the video that I recorded earlier on Torah did not work out. The Moshe Cordovero video. It worked great for about 5 minutes, and then the audio died, so we're going to have to record it again, and I'll post it this way. I thought it was a really great lecture. I enjoyed it myself so much, and so I'm kind of sad that we have to redo it, but who knows, maybe repeating again will make it better. I'm not going to have an audience for this lecture, as you see, so I'm just sitting at the dining room table right now. Behind me, you'll see a painting that was done by a friend of mine, friend of ours who was a Yugoslavian artist. And it's actually a picture of birch trees in a snowbank by a canal, by a little stream. I'll just sort of video of that. My children who grew up here in Florida for a long time couldn't figure out what it meant. They thought it was a massive picture of hair follicles. It's a picture of hair follicles. That's not what it is, but still it makes me happy to kind of have it in the background while I give this lecture. Anyways, we're going to talk today about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and I'm going to use my computer, see if I can get a partial screen here. There we go, so that way you can see the actual PowerPoint here. The figure that we're going to be speaking about tonight is one of the refugees, possibly third generation refugee from the Spanish expulsion. You can see in the slide here, there's the mouse. This mouse. Okay, so the Spanish and then following Portuguese expulsion began here. The Jews were expelled in 1492. Many of them went to Portugal, where they were given respite for about 5 years, and then from there, many of them went up to Northern Europe, where they had a much more liberal environment. Spanish Jews, of course, crossing the Pyrenees and going out there as well. And still a larger number made it to North Africa, throughout the Mediterranean basin, to Italy, and finally to Turkey as well. And in our case, going to Israel, to the holy city of Sfat. That's what we're going to focus on. When we look at the author's dates, his name, of course, is Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. The dates are 1522 to 1570. The dates are significant for two reasons. First of all, if the expulsion was in 1492, let's say Portuguese expulsion 1497, this is roughly 30 years later. That means that he is most likely the child or the grandchild of the expellees. And in many ways, the dramatic nature of the Spanish expulsion and the huge rift that represented for so many Jews of the period, in many ways he was like a child of Holocaust survivors. There's definitely a lot of parallels between the experience of the first and second generations after the Holocaust to the experience of Jews who had undergone such a dramatic change in their lifestyle. Obviously not with the same loss of life as we have in the bloody 20th century, but at the same time with the demographic upheaval and displacement, the end of an era that the 15th century represented. Secondly, you note that his life was rather short. This is something that is quite common among Kabbalists. For various reasons, many of them die at a very young age, and many point to the danger of studying this mystical information with Bala as a reason for their short lives. I'm not qualified to address that, but nevertheless, the Ramak's life is part of that. Today, I will be basing much of my material, both my own research, because I'm working on a book on this topic as well, and also I'm relying quite heavily on the work of Dr. Zohar Rabbi, who is a fascinating scholar who's written, without doubt, the definitive biography of the Ramak. The title is Decoding the Dogma Within the Enigma, the Life, Works, Mystical Piety, and Systematic Thought of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, a.k.a. Cordovero, Safed, Israel, 1522 to 1570. That in itself is half a dissertation. But the book is great. There's a tremendous amount of information, and I'm really grateful to have this as a resource for today's topic. I highly recommend it. Now, the name Cordovero that is typically used is of Spanish derivation, although the Ramak himself preferred the spelling Cordoero, which is Portuguese spelling. He also was associated with the Portuguese community in Sfat, which leads Dr. Raviv to conclude, and I certainly think his analysis is perceptive and accurate, that the Ramak was most likely of Portuguese derivation. Why do we associate him with a Spanish name from Cordova, or Cordova, I think it's supposed to be pronounced? That's because when it comes to surnames, typically one only gets a surname when one leaves a place and lives somewhere else. So, for example, I live here in Florida, but no one here would call me, let's say, Henry Florida. It would be a strange surname because everyone here is from Florida, so you wouldn't be able to tell anyone apart. But since I come from Canada, people could easily call me Henry Canada as a surname, let's say. And if I pass that surname on to my children and grandchildren and so on, they would be called whatever, Shlomi Canada, because they originally had roots in Canada, even though now they live in Florida. So probably what happened to the Cordovero family is they had roots in Spain, in Cordova, and then they probably moved to Portugal probably sometime before the expulsion in 1497, most likely not with the expulsion of 1492. And then from Portugal, they made their way to Israel. We know very little about his parents. We know remarkably little about his wife as well. We know a tiny bit about his son Gedalia because his son was the literary executor of his works and brought them to press later on. The Ramak is one of the most important figures in the history of Islam. Oh, by the way, look at that. That's my son. Alexander in the background. I should probably not have done that. Let's see if I can find a better background picture. Or maybe I'll just put this down here. Okay. Well, I'll let you have a look at it because you might be curious by now. What does he have on the screensaver there? So there, that's things I've got to do. What is that, right? This is a picture from many years ago. This is my son, Alexander. He's kind of, joking off with the camera. It's Ilana, and she's holding baby Boaz. Here's Rafaela, Lisa, baby Arya with California. But this was Niagara Falls. And they're all having sick for some reason that day, so they're kind of in a funny mood. So that's probably way too much for conversation, but should think about these things. This is why we do these things with audiences, right? It's always better. Okay, just going to block that Alexander so he's not quite so distracted. I'm going to make this here. Different size here. Well, that's good. Okay, Alexander. There we go. Good. Focus on what we're doing here. Right. So he's a prominent member of the Tzfat Circle, which was a phenomenal and exceptional explosion of Jewish talent in the 16th century. It included some of the most amazing figures in modern Jewish history, early modern Jewish history, including Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, who was in fact the teacher of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, the noted Kabbalist known as the Ari Zal, meaning the Holy Lion of blessed memory, for his Kabbalistic work, who was the student of the Ramak. In fact, he left Egypt specifically to come to learn at the feet of the Ramak, and then he went on, specifically through his own student, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who also studied at the Ramak, to go on and publish a tremendous amount of work in Kabbalah, very creative and fascinating material. To give you a sense of how important this very brief effervescence of Jewish thought was, I'll tell you a little bit about this fascinating little footnote in Jewish history called the Smicha renewal, which occurred under Rabbi Yaakov Be'erav in the 16th century. Basically, Smicha refers to the ordination of rabbis, and the word Smicha comes from somek, which means to lean upon, and it comes from the idea that Moshe Rabbeinu, he passed on his authority to his student Joshua, by laying on the hands onto his head. And Joshua then gave the smicha to his students, and I hope actually, we're recording this on the screen now. He gave that smicha to his students, and they to their students, and so on and so forth. However, sometime during the period of the destruction of most likely the Second Temple, the smicha chain was broken. And after that, with the demographic upheaval and Jews moving all over the place, and the political chaos and so on, it was simply lost. And so the title rabbi, although that was retained, no longer reflected the legitimate chain from Moses all the way forward as a person-to-person handing off of authority. There is, however, some discussion in the rabbinic literature of how to restart that ordination if there is a quorum of the greatest Jewish minds all gathered together and in agreement on how this should be done. This apparently happened in 1538 when a Rabbi Yaakov Be'erav gathered together Rabbi Yosef Karo and others in Tzfat and said, listen, it's time. Let's do it again. Let us renew the smicha. He received agreement, and so they gave him smicha, and then he turned around and gave them smicha. And amazingly, the smicha movement was started again. It was not without controversy, like everything in Jewish history. And after a period of time, it became moribund, and we no longer have this continuous chain of smicha widely publicized and so on. But nevertheless, it gives you a sense of just how brilliant the rabbis were in Tzfat at that time to have the audacity to consider a rather dramatic move like this. One other small footnote, Dr. Rabbi points out, and I think it is probably quite true, that although it is widely reported that the Ramak, or Moshe Cordovero, was himself given smicha at the same time, this is probably not true. He was only 16 years old at the time, and there's very little supporting evidence to indicate he was among that close circle. And in fact, it only appears in 19th century accounts of the smicha ordination renewal. So it's probably something that was added much later. That is not to undermine in any way the Ramak's authority and prestige in Tzfat in the 16th century. In reality, he often sat on the Beit Din of Rav Moshe Karo himself, and that's pretty impressive to have a seat on the Beit Din run by the Code of Jewish Laws author. And he was widely regarded as a halakhic authority, although he himself, as his particular style of Jewish work, he tended to prefer to be more of a lone Kabbalist working with smaller groups of people and so on. Nevertheless, you get a sense of how special the Tzfat moment was in Jewish history. There's very important reasons for this effervescence of Jewish history, of Jewish creativity in Tzfat at the time. Let's refer to a couple of aspects of this. It's so weird doing this without an audience. The only person I see in front of me is myself. It's strange. And although I enjoy talking stuff, it's not the same as talking to lots of other people. Anyways, Tzfat is not mentioned anywhere in biblical literature. It's not a famous town whatsoever. How is it that all of a sudden in the 16th century it had this explosion? So there are several key reasons. The first one is, of course, money. Tzfat became a place of very brief but very powerful economic development, largely through the Ottoman tax policies of the time. Jerusalem, it was recently conquered by the Ottomans, and they wished to foster development, so they gave a lot of significant tax breaks to people who were living there, Jews, Arabs, and others. Jerusalem was in a period of decline, and suddenly, because of the attraction of new settlement and new industry, there was a significant amount of disposable income. And with that disposable income, you suddenly have the possibility for scholarship and the development of culture. This is something that many undergraduates don't necessarily grasp, that you can only have high levels of culture concentrated in a region when you have the sufficient economic resources to support it. There has to be enough people who are making enough money, who are contributing to centers of intellectual activity like universities, yeshivot, things like that, in order for that to flourish. If everyone is overwhelmed with their daily chores, with work, working in farms in particular, there's simply no leisure time and no resources to allow for creative activity. So Tzfat allowed that brief moment of communal activity to flourish. Furthermore, Tzfat was a very important place of spiritual tourism at the time. It's a very beautiful place located 800 meters above sea level, overlooking the Galilee, and it is the home to many graves of tzaddikim, of righteous individuals. And so there's a certain amount of spiritual tourism that was always attracted to Tzfat. And you put this together with the economic incentive, with the dispersal of the Spanish and Portuguese exiles, and suddenly you have a recipe for success. There are a few significant downsides to living in Tzfat. First of all, it was a place where they had frequent plagues. And that was definitely very difficult. And in fact, that's what the Ramak himself succumbed to a plague. And also, it's a place with frequent earthquakes as well. So once you toss away the plagues and the earthquakes, look at this. I can see emails popping. That's probably not such a good thing. But oh well. What are you going to do with this kind of stuff? Hopefully on Wednesday we'll have this microphone working fine. It seems to be working okay right now, and we won't have this issue again. Plagues, earthquakes also. Okay, back to our lecture. Here we are. What do we know about the Ramak's family? As I mentioned earlier, not terribly much. We know, however, a lot about his teacher and his brother-in-law. At the age of 20, he began to study Kabbalah under Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, who is most known for being the author of the Lechad Dodi hymn that is said on Friday night. A noted Kabbalist, he was devoted to him for the entirety of his brief life, so much so that he joined Rabbi Alkabetz as a family member because he married his sister. So Rabbi Moshe Cordevero's brother-in-law was also his principal teacher in Kabbalah. We don't know we don't have a lot of information about the Ramak's family. We know that one of his sons, Gedalia, was 8 years old at the time that Ramak passed away. And later, Gedalia, as I mentioned earlier, took the manuscripts that the Ramak had left to his mother and found an appropriate publisher for them in none other than the Maharabbi Kano, very important Italian rabbi, which of course led to their widespread dissemination and publication. With Rabbi Alkabetz, one of the most fascinating things that the Ramak would engage in was the so-called gerushin, which means literally divorces. And what this referred to was a form of self-imposed exiles, brief trips where they would simply leave the spot, either together or later the Ramak would do this alone, and they would just wander the countryside around Sfat, and kind of like using a dowsing rod, they didn't actually use a dowsing rod, but it was similar in kind of the feel to it. They would simply wander around until they felt the sanctity of a place, and they would identify those places off with the graves of various tzaddikim. When they were at these various holy places, they would engage in all kinds of spiritual activities, a long recitation of psalms, some strange kind of like meditative exercises that are really quite fascinating. And all of these are recorded in a book he authored titled Sefer Gerushin, a very unusual kind of personal spiritual journal that catalogs his experience as he goes through the countryside doing these things. The concept of the Gerushin was they were trying to imitate the experience of the Shekhinah, of the divine presence, which in the rabbinic tradition is also, as it were, exiled when the Jews were exiled from Jerusalem. So they were like imitating the pain that Shekhinah feels at its exile from its chosen home. The fascinating book onto its own right, but not the one that we're going to concentrate on today. We should think a little bit about, what was the Ramak's primary contribution to Jewish literature or thought. So the most significant way in which the Ramak contributed to Jewish thought was in his systemization of Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, which comes from the verb lekabel, to receive in Hebrew, is basically the name used to describe the Jewish mystical tradition. There are mystical passages that go all the way back to the very deepest roots of Jewish tradition. Passages in the Bible, for example, where, for example, Abraham has a mystical vision of the future, and the Bris Bein Basar, and a few other places like that. There's a tremendous amount of material in the Mishnah, in the Talmud, and much of the extra Talmudic literature throughout the centuries. And sometimes this is referred to as Chokhmat HaEmet, the wisdom of truth, or something which is nistar, something which is hidden. But until you get to the 16th century with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, there is no systemization of this information. Even the voluminous Zohar, which first appears in the 13th century, although many attribute it to a much earlier period of authorship, the Zohar itself is scattered in terms of its information dispensation. That's kind of a weird oath that my bill from FDL shows up with the data I have to pay FDL. I shouldn't do this on the home computer. It's just too weird to see these emails pop up. I should probably turn that. But at any rate, the Zohar is basically, it follows the order of the Bible with some fascinating but bizarre and very difficult passages. It doesn't kind of like start at the beginning of saying, like, for example, what is Kabbalah? How does it work? All these kinds of things. This is really what the Ramak did. He took all of this literature, he wrote a magisterial commentary on much of it, including the Zohar, and then he systematized it in a very important work called the Pardes Rimmonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, in which he said, okay, let's describe what Kabbalah is from the beginning to the end. This was an incredibly popular service, and so much so that there were two abbreviated works of that Pardes Rimmonim that appeared, one of which that the Ramak himself authored under the name Or Ne'arav, the Pleasant Light, translated into English, by the way, by Dr. Ira Robinson. And it was suddenly like Kabbalah made sense to a much larger audience. And this really energized the study of Kabbalah and pushed it forward tremendously. And one can see why the Yitzhak Luria, the Arizal, would want to come to Tzfat specifically to study Kabbalah under a very rigorous, disciplined mind like that of the Ramak. Just looking briefly at, what is the principal idea in the Ramak's edition of the Kabbalah, the most significant thing, and this is going to be relevant to our discussion of the Tomer Devorah momentarily, is the concept of the Sfirot. The Sfirot are the emanations of the Godhead into the universe. Basically, Judaism, like any monotheistic religion, has a philosophical conundrum. How does an infinite being, i.e. God, communicate with a finite universe? If something is infinite, there could be no boundaries to it, and yet we perceive quite clearly that the world is a finite place with edges and borders and things. Something stops here and continues there and so on. How does that work? So, in Devorah Kabbalah, also emphasized in Lurianic Kabbalah, by the way, by way of caveat, I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I come from a traditional Lithuanian background. I've never studied Kabbalah systematically. I've just dipped into it in approved textbooks like the Nefesh HaChaim and so on, or in thoroughly unapproved English materials, which I don't know how reliable they are. So don't take anything that I say here seriously. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But in my humble opinion, what I think is going on is that God, as it were, shrunk himself through a process called tzimtzum, or contraction, and then released into the vacuum created by his absence 10 successive emanations of his essence, which then created the physical world that we live in. This is my to-do list popping up. This is so how does that work? Think of it like this. The traditional metaphor that's used in much of the Kabbalistic literature is that if you imagine God is like a vat of boiling hot oil, and you take that oil and you pour it into a clay vessel. Clay vessel can't handle the heat and energy of the boiling hot oil, and so the vessel shatters. The mixture of the oil and the shattered vessels then falls into a second keli, a second vessel, which also shatters. And then this continues all the way down for 10 successive shatterings until finally it's cool enough that the God's light or oil, as it were, mixed with the shards of the broken vessels, make up the physical universe as we understand it. That's the traditional Kabbalistic description, in brief, called Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels. Another metaphor, which I think makes more sense, at least the way I look at it, is if you imagine God as the sun, let's say, for a metaphor, it's impossible to look directly at the sun. You'd burn out your eyes if you tried to do that. But if you take a mirror and you look in the mirror, you can glance at the sun for a little bit longer because the mirror itself, oops, wait a second. I don't want to show everyone the mail. That's totally shut this down. Shut this down immediately. This is ridiculous. Okay. The mirror, how do you work like this? The light from the sun, as it goes to the mirror absorbs some of the radiation and also distorts it because it's not a perfect surface. It has, whatever little interruptions or scratches or things like that. The backing is not consistent. And then if you take that light and you put another mirror over here and you reflect the sun's light into this mirror and then into this mirror, you can look at it even longer because the two mirrors together certainly, dilute the power of the light. So if you have 10 of these mirrors going all the way down, at the very 10th mirror, then you can look at the sun quite comfortably. It's still the light of the sun. No new light has been introduced. However, through the reflection of these mirrors, it's made possible for us to somehow comprehend it. So this is a very basic idea of Cordoveran Kabbalah, that the world goes through these 10 emanations from over here, Keter. This is actually not precisely a Cordoveran diagram, but we'll use it for now because it's sort of colorful. Keter down through Chokmah, Bina, and so on, all the way down until you get to Malchut, which is the physical world in which we live. That is an introduction, very briefly, to my limited understanding of the Sefirot. It also addresses a very difficult problem, and this is something that separates the Cordoveran Kabbalah from the Lurianic Kabbalah, and that is the concept of theodicy. Monotheistic religions have a very difficult issue to address. In my humble opinion, it is a far more significant issue to address than, for example, the question of the existence of God. And if you look at the great arc of Jewish thought, you'll see that very little time is spent discussing whether or not God exists, but there's a significant amount of material devoted to the subject of whether or not God is just. From the book of Job and onward, actually from Genesis, Hashofet kol haaretz lo aseh mishpat, will the judge of the whole earth not do justice? It's a rough quotation from Abraham's negotiation with God over the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The concept of theodicy, which comes from the Greek term theos, meaning God, and dike, meaning justice. Is God just? So you have a monotheistic religion that has three basic statements that have to somehow fit with one another. They are, God exists. You can't have a monotheistic religion without God. Secondly, God is all-powerful. How can you have a God that is not all-powerful? That's not a working definition of God at all. And that would imply also, ipso facto, polytheism, because if God does not have power over everything, then there must be something else that takes up the slack. It undercuts the whole idea of God existing. And then finally, we have a visceral experience of the reality of evil. Particularly in the bloody 20th century, we know that there is such thing as evil. We also, even, God forbid, even in our own lives, the people around us in our communities, we experience things that are difficult to understand in any other way. So how can these three statements coexist? How is it possible that we can have an existent God, an extant God, who is all-powerful, and yet tolerates evil? So usually the Jewish thinkers concentrate on working with this statement, there is evil. That evil has to be redefined in some way to make it more compatible with the entire system. For Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the concept of evil is basically the notion that evil is a natural byproduct of the emanations of God. That as God is diluted in the universe, as God is shrunk further and further through those sefirot, evil somehow naturally is created. According to the Arizal, however, and this is the one area where really there's a very profound difference between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal, evil is somehow a result of a cosmic accident, of some kind of, something went awry in the creation of the universe. And this is, in many ways, what makes Lurianic Kabbalah so much more appealing and popular, and certainly eclipsed Cordoveran Kabbalah in its later influence. Because for Cordoveran Kabbalah, evil is, that's just the way it happened. The world turned out this way. This is, by the way, my comments are based very heavily on the analysis of Joseph Dahn, a very important Kabbalistic scholar. The notion that evil just sort of happened and it's inevitable, whereas for Yitzhak Luria, for Rabbi Luria, the concept is no, we are living in a time of crisis, of perpetual crisis, and humans must address this wrong with every action that they take. It's a much more kind of energizing, motivating, and empowering form of Kabbalistic analysis. In my humble opinion, I don't really understand either of them. Both approaches seem to me quite theologically problematic, but I certainly don't have any better suggestions with that great problem of those three coexistent, those three statements that coexist. I will reiterate, however, that according to the research of Dr. Bracha Sack, who's also written some phenomenal materials on the Kabbalah of the Ramak, most of which is awaiting translation to English, she emphasizes that the vast majority of Lurianic Kabbalah is identical to Cordoveran Kabbalah. And they should not be seen in any way as being in competition with one another, because the reality is Lurianic Kabbalah is highly derivative of Cordoveran Kabbalah. Okay, let's go on. There we go, next slide. One other detail that maybe you picked up on earlier when I was talking about his association with the Lecha Dodi, the Ramak was an enthusiastic supporter of early study of the Kabbalah. He himself began studying Kabbalah at 20, and he felt that this is something that is really positive for all Jews. And he argued quite forcefully for example, in his more popular account of the party's Rinonim, the Or Nera, he heaped huge amounts of criticism on unqualified teachers and felt that if one could not get a qualified teacher, one should not abandon the study of Kabbalah. Rather, one should study it alone, because even studying alone and not understanding what you're reading is better than studying with a teacher who will definitely give you an incorrect reading of the Kabbalah. Hence, don't learn anything from me because I'm totally unqualified in this area. Just in the historical area, maybe I have something useful to say here or there. Nevertheless, the Ramak was quite exceptional in his advocacy of ignoring the ban on the study of Kabbalah for individuals under 40 who did not necessarily have full training in other subjects. Now, I'd like to spend some time talking about what is probably the Ramak's most famous work of his his most famous work, known as the Tomer Dvorah, the Palm Tree of Dvorah. The title is somewhat mysterious. There is no indication in this slim book itself, which was first published in 1588, about 38 closely typed pages. There's no indication in the book itself as to the reason for the title. There is a reference to a palm tree under which the judge Dvorah sat. It's in the book of, I think, the Judges, I believe. And it definitely bears some close resemblance to a similar section in one of his earlier works, the Elima Rabati, but it is distinct from that work as well. It's not a part of that book, but it clearly borrows some of the material from that book. Dr. Bracha Sack has opined, I think quite convincingly, that somehow the title refers to the unification of the genders, perhaps on a mystical level, certainly on a mystical level, an association of the Yichud Hashem, the unity of God, masculine and feminine at the same time, but that's more complex than our topic today. The principal task of the Tomer Devorah is the concept of imitatio Dei, a Latin term used by Christian theologians for a concept known as the imitation of God. Basically, we do have a mitzvah in the Torah to imitate God. It's recorded in the Sefer Achinam, for example, and elsewhere, that one should try to absorb the attributes of God. And the Gemara, the Talmud says, how do we do this? Well, we imitate God by following his ways. Just as God clothed the naked in the Garden of Eden, so we should clothe the naked. Just as God fed the hungry, so should we feed the hungry, and so on and so forth. The Tomer Devorah, however, says that while that is certainly true, on a more profound level, what we really should be doing is we should look at who God is, what is God's identity, that which is accessible to us, and we should imitate that identity. The actions for sure, but the identity is even more primary. And how do we experience God? We experience God through the Sefirot, earlier mentioned. The idea that God emanated into the world 10 distinct Sefirot, these 10, if you will, reflections, or the 10 kalim, the 10 vessels, and we know something about each of those 10 vessels through the Kabbalah. Once we understand what those things are, we should also create that same energy in ourselves, which will create a so-called hisaruta dilatata, an awakening from below, or an arousal from below, and God will also energize that corresponding sphere in the world as we have it. That's complicated, I know. So if you look at this little book, The Promptry of Devorah, what he basically does is he goes through each of the 10 spherot, describes what they mean, what they signify, and then translates that into human attitudes and behaviors. Now, in my own work, which I'm currently engaged in, and hopefully by the end of this year I'll submit for publication, it's a translation and commentary of the Tomer Devorah. I've taken a few liberties. For example, I've divided the work into 2 sections. This division is not present in the original manuscript. The first section is what I've called the Kabbalah of Forgiveness. It refers to the first chapter of the work, which takes up 1/3 of the entire word space of the book, and it is clearly a work of soaring genius, something that is easily on the level of anything published in world spirituality in the 16th century, or I think much earlier or much later. And basically, the Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is going to be, God willing, the title of my book, is which is the Reader's Guide to Tomer Devorah. The Kabbalah of Forgiveness refers to the very first sphera, known as Keter, or the crown, and describes essentially the concept of mercy. How God has mercy on us, and how we should have mercy on others as a consequence. And it's a phenomenal work. I'll discuss it more in the next slide. The next 9 chapters deal with the following sefirot, also quite fascinating and deep and so on, but they feel quite distinct from that first large chapter, and so therefore I've kind of split them up. And I feel that many people could benefit, and they're also, by the way, far more Kabbalistic in nature than the first chapter, which is much more accessible to those not necessarily well versed in the topic as a whole. So that's basically what the Tomer Devorah deals with. Let's look at a little bit more closely. That first section is on, as I mentioned, mercy, or Keter, and Keter is the crown. And what is fundamentally in Keter? The Yud Gimel Midos of Racham, the 13 attributes of mercy or forgiveness. He takes a verse from Micha, from the prophet Micha, that is in fact used in the Tashlit ritual on Rosh Hashanah, and lists the 13 higher levels of mercy. And here they are. This is the entire 3 verses from Micha. Each one of these phrases refers to a different level of mercy. And then not only does he describe what that means for God, what is God's mercy, he also gives us an insight into how we should behave with others. Like, I'll give you an example. If you look at number 6, which is one of my favorites here, for he desires kindness. So in the Tomer Devorah, it describes how, God will be from time to time angry with the Jewish people, God forbid, and he'll be tempted to as it were, a lot of anthropomorphisms here. He will be tempted to punish the Jewish people. Yet what he does in order to mitigate against his own anger, again, it's very difficult to speak about God's emotions and things like that, but this is also part of Kabbalistic discourse in which the Godhead is very embodied. God, as it were, in order to mitigate against his anger, he will remember some detail that the Jewish people have that is positive, some behavior or some character trait. In this particular case, he describes the character trait of generosity. That even though the Jews may be rebellious or stiff-necked or what have you, nevertheless, they are very generous, helping the poor, and so that, as it were, blunts the force of his anger. And then what the Ramak will do is he will say that you should do that in a human level as well. So, for example, let's say a married couple has, significant arguments from time to time, and one member of the couple, let's say the husband, maybe, I'm trying to, oh, this is so hard because, this is going to be on the web. This is something else. So let's say, for example, theoretically, there's a couple that occasionally has arguments. Like, my wife and I, it's hard for you to talk about it because we only have arguments once every 6 or 7 years or so. But let's say, for example, the husband B becomes frustrated with a wife, let's say, one wife, right? And I'm tempted to get angry, and I'm tempted to say something which I certainly rather later regret. So what I try to do, to follow this Nita, is I try to remember one thing that my wife does that is a positive characteristic, and if I can remember that, then even though I'm allowed to let loose and be angry and raise my voice or something, well, I remember this one small characteristic, it can be a very small one, that soothes my anger a little bit, just enough to kind of let me grab hold of it and control it. So, for example, my wife always makes my lunch. No matter what, always make sure I have lunch. And so, even though I might be angry with one thing or another, if I can remember, she always makes my lunch. She cares for me, make sure I eat properly. She makes my lunch. Oh, I can't be angry because I just can't let it go. I just can't, give myself over to anger. So it's an amazing thing. And although, I can't say that I've mastered it in any way, even though I've read it many, many times, it has definitely changed my life personally. And I think that this first chapter is something that every thinking person should definitely read. It's a soaring work of genius, and it's really a transformational text. So he does this for 13 levels of forgiveness, and it really is something that, if internalized, makes a phenomenal difference. Okay, let's go on. The book, Tomer Devorah, was immediately a huge hit, very popular in the Jewish world. Basically, this is one of the early books that his son Gedalia offered to Menachem Azariah Tefano, who is known as the famous Maharam Nipano, a significant Kabbalist and a very, very devoted student of the work of the Ramak, and he immediately put it to press. The book gained rapid traction with Jewish readership when Rabbi Yeshayahu Horowitz, Yeshayahu Horowitz, known as the Shalach Kodesh, a very important Polish rabbi, included much of this small text in his much larger analysis of Jewish thought, the book that he's named for, the Shalach Kodesh. A great devotee, and that meant that a lot of people studied the Tomer Devorah fairly early on in its publication history. Small but interesting footnote, the book is obviously valuable for everyone to read, although when you get later on in the chapters, there are a few references that indicate that he was most probably writing primarily for a male audience. It's very clear as you go further on, here and there, that it comes up. Nevertheless, the Tomer Devorah has been widely accepted by women, and quite often you'll find that there are editions published like this one here that my wife and daughter prefer to use, which has a distinctly kind of feminine feel to it. As we shall see later, the Rabbi Yisrael Salanter recommended the study, in particular during the month of Elul, which is the month of forgiveness, and many times the editions of Tomer Dvorah that are published today have little numbers on the side, breaking the text up into manageable sizes for daily study over the course of an entire month. Right now, let's go straight to that. Now, the Tomer Dvorah is clearly a deeply Kabbalistic work, and the Lithuanian movement, unlike the Hasidic movement, and they were at odds with each other. See my lecture on the Baal Shem Tov for more material on that. The Lithuanian movement was very hesitant to approve texts that were so deeply Kabbalistic in nature, because Kabbalah was like the Holy of Holies, reserved primarily for those individuals who were really adept, who were old enough, who had mastered the Talmud, and so on and so forth. However, Tomer Dvorah received an unusual exemption from the typical ban on Kabbalistic study, primarily through the activity of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter, shown here in the PowerPoint. He felt that the Tomer Dvorah was of such phenomenal ethical value that it needed to be incorporated within the burgeoning Musar movement of the 19th century. I'd like to spend more time in another lecture talking about this movement, but essentially it was an attempt, a successful attempt, to revive a formal study of the ethical literature in the Jewish tradition. At the time, books like the Chovos HaLevavos, the Duties of the Hearts, the Silat Yesharim, the Rothschild, and others were not widely studied in a formal manner in the yeshivot, which concentrated almost exclusively on Talmud. And Rabbi Yisrael Salanter bucked considerable controversy to bring the Musar literature to the fore and demand that it really be incorporated into the regular curriculum. And included in that was Tomer Dvorah, which he felt, even though it had a highly Kabbalistic content, was nevertheless of such phenomenal value that it really had to be included as well. Let's just put that in greater context, and I'm going to refer here to one of the most profound and prolific promulgators of Musar today, my colleague Dr. Alan Marinis, who's done some phenomenal work in his Musar Institute in promoting Musar among people who are really first-time newcomers to the topic. And he's divided Musar into four basic categories. The first is traditional Talmudic Musar, which essentially anthologizes teachings in the Talmud, perhaps reorganizes them, such as Hilchot Tzadikim, an anonymous 15th century book that goes through a large number of so-called gates, personality traits and behaviors, and describes the Talmudic approach to these traits. Other Musar strains include the philosophical, which is perhaps Maimonides' most profound explicator, explainer. If I know how to edit, I'll probably remove all that. But Maimonides is perhaps the greatest example of that, and it's still Dea is literally laws of opinions. There is the aesthetic version, such as the Sefer Hasidim by the 13th century Yehuda Chassid from the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement that argues for, self-flagellation, figuratively and perhaps even literally, to atone for sin. And then there is the fourth strain, the Kabbalistic, of which Tomer Dvorah is clearly the seminal work, the first major work of Kabbalistic Musar, and as a result, it's had a phenomenal impact. Now, the Tomer Dvorah achieved popularity outside of the Lithuanian world as well. Many Hasidic endorsements of the work of the Ramak, although the Hasidic world is probably much more heavily indebted to the Arizal more directly for their Kabbalistic view of the world. Nevertheless, the work of the Ramak is considered holy of holies as well. And the Tanya, for example, authored by the Alter Rabbi shown here, has frequent references to the work of the Ramah. And by way of conclusion, in terms of endorsements, there is the rather amazing endorsement by Rabbi Chaim Halberstam, known as the Divrei Chaim, who argued that the Tomer Devorah was of such value that it even had, and I say this with some caution, but nevertheless, I think I would be remiss if I didn't include it. The Divrei Chaim even asserted that the regular study of Tomer Devorah was effective as a treatment against Yena Machala, which is a Yiddish term meaning vat disease, i.e. cancer. A phenomenal statement that one has to have very broad shoulders to make such a bold assertion like that, but nevertheless, present it to you as an indication of how valued this text is in the Hasidic community as well. So, the Ramak, this is his grave in Tzfat. He passed away at the early age of 48 as a result of one of the plagues that passed through Tzfat at the time. He left behind a great corpus of literary works, including the Tomer Torah, part of his Rimanim, commentary on the Zohar, and so on. And he also left behind some extremely influential students. Those who are familiar with the names of this period will be unduly impressed. Rabbi Eliyahu Davidas, the author of the Reshut Chachma, is one of his principal students. Of course, the Arizal, Rabbi Chaim Vital, who is the author of the Eitz Chaim, and also a major student of the Arizal, and so on and so forth. Really a phenomenal contribution to Jewish thought, and hopefully with the increased popularity of Tomer Devorah in English translation to world spirituality as a whole. So thank you for sitting through this unusual home-based lecture. I hope that my technology will work fine next week. We won't have to do it again, but sign off and hope this all worked okay. Thank you.
I'm ready. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so nice to see you here tonight. I have actually a really interesting lecture tonight. I spent a certain amount of time preparing, and I think it's good material. It's okay. This is just like at home. And but I will say, I was talking to one of my students who's watching these videos from New York State, and he said to me, Dr. Abramson, I love the lectures. He said really nice things, but he says, he just feels really bad for me because he says nobody ever laughs at my jokes. And I tell him it's just the microphone which is facing forward, and all of you, of course, you're on the floor, belly laughs and things like that. But just for my student, Mr. Newman, when I tell this joke, laugh a little harder, please, and I'll do my part. I went and I got out a joke book, Joseph Polishkin's Jewish Humor, what the best Jewish jokes say about the Jews, because I realized I'm really using my 6 jokes over and over and over again, and you're being very polite. So I have to give you a new joke. So this is a joke from page 31. It goes like this. So Goldstein has been in analysis for 25 years. He's been seeing the same psychiatrist for the longest time. And the psychologist says to him, Mr. Goldstein, we've had a long relationship, and I feel like it's really time for you to move on. You've been in my office twice a week now for 25 years. Showing sight. It's time for you to move on with your life. And Goldstein says, but I'm not sure I can do that. I mean, you become a part of my life, my routine, my week. How am I supposed to just separate? He says, listen, here's my card. I'm going to put my home number on it. Here it is right here. I want you to call me anytime you feel a need. I'm confident that in our relationship and your therapy has been so effective that call me anytime. So sure enough, Sunday morning, 6 a.m., the psychologist gets a call. And the Goldstein says, oh, doctor, I had this terrible nightmare. And I woke up, I couldn't sleep any longer, and I tried to analyze it, and I just can't get to the bottom of it. And he says, well, what was the dream? He says, I had this dream that you were my mother. And it was overwhelming. And Goldstein says, well, what did you do after that? He says, well, I sat down, I wrote it out, Freudian techniques. He says, then what did you do after that? He says, then I had some breakfast. What did you have for breakfast? A bagel. That you call breakfast? All right. It's not that funny. It's funny on page 31. but try. Okay, I'm trying, Mr. Newman. Okay, tonight's lecture is actually a fascinating lecture. I did a little bit new research for this lecture, new for myself at any rate, and I found some interesting things that I think you'll enjoy, and I know that I enjoyed doing the research. It's about a woman named Rothschild, the broker. The first H is in guttural. As Billy Crystal says, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. So you just have to pronounce Rothschild, like the Yiddish ches, as it were. And the topic is, that's me. Oh, thank you so much. My daughter gave me a cup of coffee, which is really nice. So it's about Jewish women in the medieval economy, and her life is actually fascinating. We have a few scattered documents about her in the Cairo Geniza, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you what her life says about the life of Jews in the medieval economy. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the Kula brothers. We have a good representation of the Kula brothers here, right? We have 80% of them here, which is great. And so, in memory of their parents, I had this chus of knowing Hazan Morton Kula. He was really a very, very special individual who lived in our Kahila. He lived in the Waverly at 92nd and Surfside, and he was a very, very talented and spiritual individual that touched the lives of so many people. I know this is a little bit of a departure from our tradition, but I wonder if one of the Kula brothers would like to take no more than 30 seconds just to say something about your parents. Just say one story. Come on up. Get the camera. This will be on YouTube forever.
My parents were people who were dedicated to loving other human beings. And no matter who they were, where they were in the spectrum of life, they loved knowledge, Torah, and do anything to keep learning. And they were master teachers. And they always imparted to us, everyone around them, that they could make the book a better place. We believed it. We made it happen. So with that in mind, we look forward to learning tonight, because it shows there's always a future, and the future will be good. And thank you for your Torah.
So, it's actually, it's not even out of tradition for this shul. It's one of the nicest minhagim they have at this shul is many people sponsor shalosh for a parent who passed away, something like that. And whoever sponsors the shalosh usually takes that time, 15 minutes, so just to tell stories about their parents. And it's really quite moving. But let's move on. So who was the amazing Rothschild? We know about her solely from the documentation that comes from the Cairo Geniza. I will take a few moments to describe what that treasure trove of documents is, just so you can place it in context, those of you who maybe haven't attended before. But basically, she is a woman who lived in the late 11th and early 20th century in Cairo. 12th century, what did I say? Late 11th and early 12th century in Cairo, right? This is actually an authentic picture from the Cairo Geniza. We don't know how they invented photography 700 years before Europe got it, but I just picked that photograph off the web. Obviously, we don't know what she looked like. Actually, we have a sense of what she looked like. You'll see by the end of the lecture what she probably looked like. At any rate, she was a woman of phenomenal wealth, hugely wealthy woman, hugely charitable woman at the same time, really an exceptional woman, and her very exceptionality says a lot about the nature of women in the economy at that time. She also was likely never married. The sources indicate that no evidence of a husband, but she did bear a child out of wedlock. Also not so usual for an extremely prominent woman, but as we shall see, the social insult that she suffered as a result of her personal dalliance did not in any way impugn her sense of responsibility to the community, and she continued to give tzedakah even to those institutions that were most egregious in their ostracism of her for her life. So what I'd like to do tonight is I'm going to have kind of an overview of women in the medieval economy. There's a lot to say there in terms of the Torah and the reality, and these are not always the same things, we shall see shortly. I'd also like to spend a little bit of time getting into the deeper elements of historiography. We have Ms. Herman, who is a senior in the history program at Torah with us, and she's got to take this course next semester where we'll get into historiography, what that is, so we'll touch on it a little bit. And then I'd like to focus specifically on the three key documents that survived regarding Rothschild's life from the Cairo Guinness. One is a court document in which she was ordered to appear before the court regarding a very small debt, and she behaved in a rather imperious manner, which is quite unusual, you'd think, for a woman of the age. The second is her last will and testament, which is a brilliant document to give us so much insight into both her personal life and the overall structure of women's roles in the economy. And thirdly, a very fascinating document that was used to establish the paternity of her illegitimate son. And so these three documents allow us to give us kind of a triangulation of her life, a GPS, or a GWS, I guess. No, that's not funny. And we'll see a lot about women in the economy and this exceptional woman in particular. So let's get started. One of the most difficult things about studying social history, meaning as opposed to the lives of the kings and as opposed to the lives of the great religious figures and the wars and so on, social history looks at how people actually live, or as Herder put it, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, how it actually was for people. How do people actually live? And one of the massive lacunae we have in our sources is, where are the women? The vast majority of people who create the documents from which history is understood were men. And men tended to write mainly about things that were important to men, like medieval, baseball, politics. No, okay, I don't know. Funny mood is because I picked up the joke book. I'm looking forward to reading it. But men tend to write about other men and about things that are important to men. Women had less access to education. They tended to be far less literate. They left far less of a literary record for us to create the kind of archaeological finds that would tell us about what their lives were like. So the only way we can really get access to women's lives for much of human history is to try to reconstruct their lives out of what men say about them. And that's just one of the challenges of working in this discipline, is trying to understand a vacuum from, how that vacuum affects the outside world, so to speak. So we have two basic types of information that we'll use today, two types of sources that will inform our discussion. The first is traditional rabbinic literature. That is pious literature, sometimes legal, sometimes philosophical, that is written by rabbis, obviously, who are trying to promote a particular religious agenda, trying to promote greater attachment to the values of Judaism and so on. And their reflection on women and the roles of women are often idealized and kind of placed in the utopian view that may not conform to reality. The other type of sort, and we'll be looking, for example, at the Mishnah Torah, one of the classic works of the great Maimonides, who writes down very hard-nosed legislation about how men and women should comport themselves with each other, which often, was kind of stating an ideal without necessarily reflecting what women actually did. We'll also look at the Sefer Hasidim, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago when we looked at Yehuda Chassid. There's one interesting reference in there because it's very rich in terms of folk literature. The second major source that we have for the lives of women are social and economic documentation. Things like, for example, the find of the Cairo Guinness. I apologize for those who have been here in previous classes where we talked about this all-important treasure trove of documentation, but basically the Guinness was a storehouse of documents that was kept in a particular synagogue not too far from Cairo. The Ben Ezra synagogue, and you can see here, this is actually the doorway to the Guinness. It was up on a second floor, kind of an attic, into a crawl space. I have another recreation later on in this lecture where it shows people actually, putting things in the Guinness in period costume. But this Guinness stored, normally Guinness stored any holy writings. Obviously a Sefer Torah, Chumashim, or, we have, for example, in Cairo Guinness, actual autographs of Maimonides himself, all kinds of fantastic things like that. But what made this Guinness unique is that the people of this small town believed that anything written in Hebrew belonged in the Geniza. So anything written in Hebrew letters, actually. So even if it was written in the Judeo-Arabic language, very common statements, business contracts, personal correspondence. We know, for example, that Maimonides had a sister because one of her letters to her illustrious brother was found in the Cairo Geniza. Love letters, poems, shopping lists, honey, pick up some hummus on the way home from the shuk, things like that. That's in the Cairo Geniza because anything written in Hebrew letters was stored away. Then, as a result of some interesting circumstances, the Geniza was shut up for approximately 600 years. No one went in there, and then it was reopened at the end of the 19th century, and scholars discovered approximately 250,000 documents, which dwarfs every other source for the Mediterranean basin, covering approximately the year 900 to about the year 1550. An incredible trove of information that scholars are still poring over in 3 major universities around the world. Now, in the Cairo Geniza, we have all kinds of documentation that people will loathe to throw away, such as, for example, marriage contracts. There are thousands of marriage contracts, and unlike the ones that people generally use today, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. People do personalize them, but there were lots of unique stipulations made in marriage contracts. So it's not just the standard Aramaic text. People would add in, and if he yells at her, then she has to give him 2 chickens or whatever. They would add in all kinds of details. So we know a lot about their social lives from this documentation. And finally, one last element of social literature is the so-called responsa literature, which is a genre that still persists to this day, and it goes back to the Gaonic period in the 8th century, where petitioners will ask rabbis questions in Jewish law and practice. And the questions themselves are lost, they're not preserved, but the answers of the rabbis are preserved and often, collected and reprinted and recopied to serve as precedent in Jewish law. So the types of responsa that we have reflect the kind of problems that average people experienced, and this is the rabbinic attempt to address them. So with these 2 major types of sources, both the rabbinic literature, the formal literature, like the codes of Jewish law and so on, and the social literature, like the detritus of people's correspondence with each other, as well as the response literature, with these things we can sort of fix who this woman Rothschild was and what women were doing in the economy as a whole. Okay. Any questions or arguments to this point? Did I tell you the joke about the Hadassah at Margate that bought the F-35 for the Israeli army? I did. Well, Judith, you've been to all my classes, so forgive me if I say this one over again. This is a good one. I'll tell very quickly. So the Hadassah in Margate, they get together and they raise $2 billion to buy the latest jet fighter for the Israeli army. And they purchase it, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they have the bleachers set up, and all the members of the Hadassah group are sitting on the bleachers, and the pilot, gets out, and he has a helmet under his arm. He salutes the women. He gets into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, and then fires up these massive jet engines and shoots down the runway, and then stops. Remember, right? Then he turns it around, he fires up there and shoots down the runway and stops. And he does this a few times. Now, finally, he taxis up to the bleachers again. He opens up the cowling, and he says, "Ladies, the plane will not take off. We have to remove some of the plaques." Okay. Now, I'm going to be painting with very broad strokes tonight because we're speaking about the medieval economy, which we're talking about, 700 years of history. So it's going to be fairly rough in many areas. But one major distinction that we have to be aware of is that, with the exception of Spain, which is always unusual since it was that triangular society with both Christians and Muslims and Jews all interacting, the vast majority of Europe was either Muslim or Christian. Muslims, of course, conquered all of North Africa and the Middle East, heading out to Persia and then further, but we're going to really leave it at the Caucasus Mountains. And the Christians were in control of Europe. And they had very, very different relationships to Jews, and the lives of women were similarly different, whether they were in a Christian land or in a Muslim land. And a couple of factors really should be borne in mind. One of the factors is that Jewish women in Muslim lands suffered under a far more repressive standard of living vis-a-vis their activity in the public sphere. For example, Maimonides writes in the Codes of Jewish Law that it's appropriate for women to go out maybe twice a month. They can go out of their home maybe twice a month. Otherwise, they should really be living totally in the home. And this is not at all the kind of standard you see with Rashi writing in France, for example, or Germany. So Maimonides is reflecting a social reality where even though there's nothing in the Torah that would specifically say a woman has to stay in home, there is definitely some encouragement of the private sphere and its association with women, but the idea that she would be restricted to the home was really not at all a value that Jews had in Christian Europe, but it was one that they absorbed in Muslim North Africa. Ironically, at the same time, Muslim law has a couple of leniencies that are not present in Jewish law, and women would take avail of these leniencies to their benefit. Even though Muslim society tended to be somewhat more repressive in terms of women's activity in the public sphere, Muslim law gave women a little bit more control over their own income within marriage. And as we shall see, women often exploited this dichotomy between what Jewish law allowed and what Muslim law tolerated for their own benefit. And the rabbis were forced to simply go along with it. And in fact, it was affirmed by several important rabbis, including the Rabbi, saying that, look, this is the custom of the people in which they live. The women have more rights over this income, and therefore we should respect the custom of the Jews living there. And the last thing that's kind of relevant is that after 1492, with the Spanish expulsion, and shortly thereafter the Portuguese expulsion, then you have this unusual mixture of all of these very educated and much more cosmopolitan Jews coming in large numbers out of Spain and Portugal and populating many of the important cities of the region. Istanbul, for example, North Africa, ports in Greece, and so on. So that also changes a lot of the intellectual dynamic, as many of them come into contact with customs that they are not familiar with at all. So that's a really important thing to bear in mind. I'm going to be speaking in gross generalities, but I can't go on without discussing that. Let's return to this concept of this public sphere. Judaism, like Islam, definitely promotes the notion of woman's dignity being located within the sphere of the home. It's related to this concept of tzniut, or tznius, which means basically, it's often translated as modesty, but a better translation, a more close translation would be hiddenness, the value of remaining hidden, of not standing out. Like, for example, the metaphor of the Torah scroll, the holiest object in a synagogue. The Torah scroll is not simply left out on display for everybody to watch. It's, within its own mantle, and it's behind a curtain, inside a box, behind another curtain. Because of its value, it is hidden away and only taken out under very restrictive and highly protocol-infused situations. So this is a metaphor for the value of tzniut, and it is associated more with the feminine than with the masculine in much of rabbinic literature. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
I'm not so sure if that's a good metaphor, because if you look at our mirror, that's like the main part of the shoe and it stands out from the rest of the shoe.
Good. Excellent observation. I see you're headed for greatness. The Aron, the ark, does stand out. But the Aron is there as a protection for the Torah scroll. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Okay? No, I think that's the idea. Is you have to put it somewhere, right? I mean, and in many, you can hide it in the closet, but in many, it has to have a place of dignity as well. I mean, it's there, but it should be dignified, covered up, and so that's the notion of it. So what this meant for women in Muslim lands in particular is that they had very little opportunity to engage in business outside their home. We will see that especially after the 12th century, there is a relative explosion of women in that area willy-nilly. There are women involved in commerce and so on, but it is definitely considered a lower status activity for a woman to be involved in, public haggling in the marketplace. On the contrary, the kinds of professions that women especially chose in the Muslim world were associated with the textile industry. And it's important for us to bear in mind, particularly because we live in the post-industrial revolution, where we have one of the hugest, most huge, is hugest the word, Mr. Rodriguez? No, one of the largest, one of the most significant changes in women's reality after the industrialization is that they were freed the incredibly burdensome task of making clothing, which, don't forget, began with the raw wool or the flax. It was a hugely time-consuming task to process that flax or that wool into thread and then make that thread into cloth and then tailor that cloth into clothing. It took hours and hours of an average woman's day to do this. And so this was a task that needed to be done, and it was considered kind of an ideal job for women. Maimonides even explicitly states that spinning, that is taking the raw wool and making it into thread, right? It says in Eshes Chayil we say it, kappa, what does that say? Oh, and now you have to say it from the beginning because it's an acrostic and aleph based on yes. Yadea shilcha b'kishor, something, how does it go? Yadea shilcha b'kishor. Now I sound like an idiot. I can't remember that. V'nasata kapet tachu palech, right? Her hands grab the palech. And what's the next part of this? And then something afterwards. The palech is the part, I think it's called the distaff, that holds the wool, right? And the other part that she's holding, the second part of the pasuk, is the other end with the thread. And nowadays, I've tried it many times in my classes. None of the women in my classes ever know what a distaff is. They've never even heard of it. And yet, for the vast majority of human history, women would grow up from the earliest age that they get balanced. They would be holding on to these things because it took up so much women's energy. Yes?
When you describe creation time, because then she was way out and did business and negotiated, and he was saying that women were not allowed to do it, so that was a retrograde step.
Excellent point. I think retrograde is an excellent word. I'm definitely going to use it a few times this week because it sounds very intelligent. And, I once took a personality test, and it specifically told me that I like using big words because it makes me feel But I think you're absolutely right. If you look at Eshes Chayil as a description of the ideal biblical woman, she's out there in real estate. She's got ships coming and going. She's in international commerce. She employs all kinds of people. Meanwhile, what is her husband doing? No, he's sitting at the gates. What's he sitting around at the gates? And she's doing all the work. Let's return to this because it will be very relevant. The reality is that women are still very involved in all kinds of activities, including simply going out into the street and engaging in the marketplace. Here's a text from Europe, from the Rhineland, the Sefer Chassidim we talked about 2 weeks ago. And here's an amazing little piece of folk history you can read about what it's like for women. A woman who is traveling, first of all, there's a woman traveling, presumably on her own, heard that a group of Gentiles was approaching her and she feared they might rape her. In such a case, rules the Sefer Chassidim, she is permitted to dress in nun's clothing so that they will think she is a nun and not attack her sexually. That's an amazing thing. I mean, the woman's traveling alone and she can dress in nun's clothing. It would be a tremendous prohibition in many other areas, but it gives you a sense of what must it be like for women to engage in business. And if a woman traveling hears that a group of Jewish ruffians, this is like mind-boggling, is approaching her, and presumably the Jewish ruffians would not be put off by a woman in a nun's costume. I can't believe this. She is permitted to dress in non-Jewish dress and say she is a Gentile. Right? Saying, I'm not Jewish. You may not rape me because I'm not Jewish. And then She may warn them that she will cry out and report them, and she may also cry out at once in order that Gentiles will come to help her, even if they kill the Jewish ruffians. I mean, just this one passage from this book, 13th century book, gives you a whole bizarre outlook of what must life have been like for Jewish businesswomen at the time. But let us return to some of the gender-related aspects of it. And perhaps the most significant economic step in a woman's life is the institution of marriage. So economically, it was hugely balanced in favor of the male. In fact, the term that the Talmud uses for marriage is kinyan, which means to acquire. It can't be understood in the same way of acquiring cattle. I think that's a distortion of Talmudic thought, but it definitely is a one-way relationship. The husband, as it were, acquires a wife. The wife allows herself to be acquired. She may not be acquired without her permission, so to speak. She may not be married against her will. And in fact, women have in some degrees far more autonomy than men on a level of personal status. For example, in Jewish law, a Jewish man may be enslaved. A Jewish woman may not be enslaved. It is illegal to hold her as a slave once she reaches the age of majority, 12 years old. Before that is a different story, but at 12 years old and on, she may not be enslaved. So when it comes to marriage, there's property that goes from the woman into the marriage, the woman's family, and property that goes into the family from the husband. The woman contributes a dowry, obviously with her parents' help, and the dowry is far larger than anything that the husband brings into the marriage. The dowry is kind of like, to look at it cynically, it's kind of an incentive for marriage. Last year we spoke about Gluckel of Hameln, and this amazing 17th century woman writes 70 notebooks of her own reflections, and I would say at least 30% of them are worrying about marrying off her children, and in particular collecting the dowries and having enough dowry to attract this kind of a mate and so on and so forth. But it's a really big deal how much money or property, it could be, real estate, it could be things like linens and bedposts, things like that, a woman will bring into the marriage. The bridegroom, on the other hand, gives 3 gifts. The first is the unofficial yet mandatory prenuptial gift, which today would be something like an engagement ring. It's not actually a sign of marriage, but it is a token of consent. Yeah, I'm tempted to say it's a deposit, but that really doesn't sound right. It's like, but it's really, he has to give some object, it's a gift. It's far less valuable than dowry. And then there is the marriage price, which is the actual gift given typically to the parents of the bride for the marriage. Again, so it's a small thing compared to the dowry. And finally, there is the so-called delayed installment, which is really the promise of a gift in the case of divorce or the death of the husband. That by entering into this marriage, should the marriage be dissolved, then the husband or his estate, because it devolves on his heirs, would have to pay the wife or ex-wife a large sum of money, and this is intended as a deterrent to divorce and also a reasonable protection that's put in place for the woman. A so-called pilegesh, or a concubine, is essentially a wife. Concubines up until the 11th century was still permitted, and in Sephardic lands, really up until the 20th century. A concubine is a full wife in every respect, except she does not have the protection of the delayed installment, the divorce penalty. So these things really favor the husband because he can acquire not only a spouse and a life partner and all those things, but he also acquires a big chunk of money in the form of the dowry. The woman may also bring into the marriage property from her father's estate, for example, and under certain circumstances, she may retain ownership of that property, but in traditional Talmudic law, she does not retain the right to control that property or to gather the interest from that property. So let's say, for example, her father gives her a field. The husband can't sell the field, It belongs to her, but he has the right to decide whether to plant corn on it or build a hotel on it or whatever he wants, and he keeps the income from that. That's, traditional Talmudic law. Finally, this is perhaps the most difficult thing. I've had a lot of arguments with my 14-year-old son who's learning this right now, and he's a real feminist. He won't let me go on anything. Maaseh yadeha, the work of her hands. A woman is expected, not demanded, but a woman is expected to work in marriage and to earn some income. That income is controlled by the husband. Yeah, well, yeah, I have my own daughter listening to this here. So this is the economics of marriage, at least as per traditional law. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is Torah and there is reality. There's a difference sometimes between what the rabbis say the way it's supposed to be and historically and socially what people did anyway. As I'm sure we see around us even today. The rabbi says some things and people do a totally different thing if they so desire. And we shall see that the way actually it's built into the very structure of halakha, if enough people sort of vote with their feet, the rabbis have to catch up to social pressures. And the rabbis, on many occasions, including rabbis as prominent as Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, they will validate practices that are not in harmony with traditional statements of the Talmud, if that is the minhag hamakom, the custom of the community, and what the circumstances under which a woman would be married. So, for example, let's just get to this here. So what do we see from the Geniza period? First of all, the Geniza documents, as opposed to the rabbinic documents, indicate that women, yes, they're working, and you know what? They're not letting their husbands control the income. They're refusing to let their husbands, over and over again. It is one of the most common causes of domestic dispute recorded in the Geniza. These cases come to court, and the husband says one thing, and the wife says another thing, and the court has to decide what they're going to do. Quite often, the husbands complain that their wives are making money and they're not declaring it properly. Like they're making $100 a week, and they're saying, "I made $50 a week," and what happens to the other $50? It's like a massive mahjong game every 3 weeks or something. But so we have husbands complaining that their wives are hiding their income from them, controlling it willy-nilly. Secondly, we find wives telling their husbands, "Hey, sweetheart, if you insist on taking my paycheck, then I'm going to go to the Muslim courts." Because the Muslim courts, as we mentioned earlier, were far more lenient with regards to a woman's control of her own income. And this was considered, to use the Latin term, ashanda, if a woman would take her case to the Muslim courts, where she would be vindicated, and that would be a humiliation for the Jewish family, for the husband, and even for the rabbinic courts. So in many cases, rabbis would counsel their parishioners, the husbands, just let her have it, and this became kind of enshrined in practice. Dowries as well, as opposed to Maaseh yadeha, the work of her hands. Dowries were often a cause of dispute because, her father would give her a certain amount of money into the marriage, and the husband would want to, sell a piece of property, which he's only allowed to do with her permission. She refuses to allow it, and have a dispute over it. And ultimately, overwhelmingly, says S.D. Goitein, the premier scholar of the Geniza treasures, that the rabbis overwhelmingly gave in to the wife's demands. And they simply said, let the wife control the dowry whenever they had these kinds of disputes. Fascinating kind of dichotomy between what the codes say and what people do. Yes, please.
Absolutely. I'm doing a podcast in a few minutes. I'm just preparing for that.
Drinking in Muslim lands would be difficult. I don't know how much they would do. I don't know if it would be legal. But there's lots. It's hard to imagine reasons. Hard not to imagine reasons. I can give you one right now here. Let me jump ahead a little bit. Like for example, one case that came actually before Maimonides, shortly before his.
Interview less than 48 hours ago. It's located just above this Discord. It says Rabbi interview with Rocket. Got Rocket next to it. Feel free to check that out. When I'm done with this interview, if you would like to talk, you certainly can. If you have a question, feel free to submit a question. Excellent.
That this case goes on that a man goes on a long business trip for 4 years, and he's gone on business, and he does not leave anything for his wife to support herself and her children. So what the wife does is she takes a job teaching Torah, which is also an interesting thing. There's a woman teaching Torah in her brother's yeshiva. So here she is teaching, apparently even Talmud, but that's not clear from the sources. Anyway, so she's an independent woman teaching, and her husband shows up. Hi, honey, I'm home. And he says, "You're what? My wife is walking through the streets every day to yeshiva and then teaching boys." Dospashnis, that's how they say it in Arabic. And you have to quit this job. Forget it. And she says, "What are you talking about? I love being a career woman. You know, I can have it all. And I don't want to I don't get this job." So the husband goes to Maimonides and says that my wife is a moredes. My wife is a rebellious woman, and I want to coerce her to leave this job, or I'm going to divorce her. And the halacha is, if a woman is considered a moredet, a rebellious woman, then she loses her ketubah payment. So in other words, he can divorce her and not have to pay the delayed instrument. So Maimonides says, "Wow, you know, taka." He didn't say taka. My grandfather didn't say taka. He says, you know, I don't know what they say in Arabic for taka. It's such an impoverished language. How could they possibly speak without saying taka? So the husband comes, Maimonides says, "I guess I have to agree with you." Then the wife comes and says, "What are you saying? You know, did you know that my husband left me for 4 years with no income whatsoever and expects me to just, what am I supposed to do, beg?" And in Talmudic law, for a woman to beg is a far more serious thing for a man to beg. Men are almost expected to beg if they have to, but the Talmud goes to great lengths to prevent the indignity of begging for women. So anyways, Rambam, when he hears this, the woman's side, he says, "No, you are absolutely right." And he takes back his psak, and he says, "You can keep your job, and you're not considered a moredet. If your husband wants to divorce you, he has to pay you the full payment." So he reaffirms everything that the woman said. And that's kind of an example, perhaps, of what they're fighting about with the money. I don't have any other specifics, but it's interesting because I refer you to Lloyd Tynes' massive work, huge magnum opus, like 7 volumes tonight, called A Mediterranean Society, in which he spent his entire life analyzing these documents, and there's a huge trove of information there. So let me just get to what kind of work are they doing. This, by the way, this is the other thing over here that she does. Here's a woman spinning, right, making the thread. So what kind of work were women typically involved in? Goitein identifies 7 different classes of laborers, the labor that women were engaged in. The most significant, the largest one is textiles, as I mentioned. You also see a significant number of small-scale commerce. You see a small amount of trades. In Christian Europe, you see a lot more trades, especially silversmithing. That's, metalworking, and especially working with silver. All of our Kiddush cups and bekers and things like that, that comes from a very long tradition of Jews working with silver. And in some cases, Jewish women were even allowed to join medieval guilds, which is truly an amazing thing. Women were also involved in money lending, which I'm going to explore in the next 2 slides, and also some in professions. Jewish women working as midwives, as doctors, professional mourners. You could hire women to mourn at not your funeral, but someone else's funeral, because, they just set the tone, with the kind of, no, like the strange things they say and clapping and stuff like that. Women as fortune tellers, psychics, all kinds of things like that. Jewish women were engaged in these occupations. The Guinness tells all. The Guinness describes all these different things that Jewish fishermen who are involved in it. Really is a very rich economy as a whole. Yes.
You said that, there wouldn't be, in a Muslim society, there wouldn't be drinking alcohol, but what about making traditions? After all, this is a very long tradition.
So that's a great question. I don't know if Jews were allowed alcohol in Muslim societies or not. I know that in Saudi Arabia, the American army can't have Budweiser, and that's, I don't know what we're doing there, but all right.
In countries like Iran, there are a lot of Christians and sometimes Jews. Well, I think even the Jews too. To have alcohol.
So maybe that makes sense. Maybe that's.
Because I had Muslim teachers, and they would tell me that's where they would buy alcohol from. Was Jews.
That's great. Where's the great influence on society there? Okay. That in Iran, Jews and Christians were allowed to, I guess, produce and sell alcohol and consume alcohol. Okay, so let's talk for a second about usury, because it's impossible to talk about Jews in the medieval economy without talking about usury, which is kind of like the nasty term for money lending. And Jews were very involved in money lending. It was one of the most important professions, particularly in Christian Europe, because Christians developed this canon law called the law of Gratian, which prohibited Christians from charging interest on loans to other Christians, which basically shut down the medieval economy, because in an agricultural society where you have an ebb and flow of income and expense, it's very hard, to ride out the year when you're waiting for your harvest to grow. The Jews were the only minority for about 500 years who were legally allowed to lend money on interest. At one point, the Italian Christians said, "This is ridiculous, there's so much money to be made," and they ignored the law of Gratian, and then it broke open and they forgot about it. But for about 500 years, Jews were the only source of credit in the medieval world.
Wasn't it the Jewish law that you're not allowed to lend money to Jews?
Correct. So Jewish law is where they get the idea. Jews are not allowed to charge interest to other Jews. I've tried calling MasterCard and Visa to see what the CEO is. They won't answer my calls. But the idea is Jews are allowed to charge to non-Jews and vice versa. Theoretically, Christians could charge interest to Jews, but the market differential is so huge that it was not profitable. So skip over that. Here's a picture, by the way, of a Jewish moneylender. This is, I think, 14th century Germany. He's got Hebrew on the hem of his robe here, at least what the Christian artist thought Hebrew looked like. He's got a big bag of money. Here's a nobleman with an empty purse asking for money. And does anyone recognize this thing on his desk here?
Like an abacus?
Yes, an abacus. It's a very primitive Apple computer. For calculation. So Jews actually really enjoy practicing usury because although there are some risks, like for example, there's a risk of non-payment, to a large degree that risk was moderated by the fact that the king relied on the taxes that Jews paid for money lending, and the king would lend his own enforcement to make sure that debts were paid. The only time it was really dangerous was if the debts became so large that the king would feel it was more expedient to simply sacrifice the debt and get rid of the Jews, as happened several times. York in 1290, for example, where in France, they expelled the Jews 3 times in 1 century because they owed them too much money, so they kicked them out. Then they realized they wanted credit again, so they brought them back in. They owed them a lot of money, so they kicked them out 3 times, and I think it was the 14th century. And there's sometimes the risk of violence, and sometimes there's always probably the risk of popular resentment. As you can see from this woodcut, here's a rather penniless Christian nobleman. You can tell that he's Christian because he's bareheaded. You can see that he's penniless because he doesn't even have a pair of pants. And that's a joke, these are regular clothes. And here's the Jewish moneylender again with the bag here. And this gesture, the finger pointing, in medieval art, it's like this, an aggressive gesture. It's usually a pedagogic gesture, like I'm teaching you something. And this would be perceived as a very kind of, corrosive relationship. But the benefits were huge. If you were in money lending, first of all, this is an urban profession. It allows Jews to live in close confines. Jews are a very gregarious people. They like to live within walking distance of synagogue, of the ritual bath, the Chinese restaurant, so it's very hard to live far away. It's a clean profession. It does not involve digging in the dirt for potatoes. It's one that you can do with your mind as opposed to with your back. It's a portable profession. It deals with cash. So if the environment becomes a little too difficult for Jews, it's very easy to pick up and move someplace else. And it allows time for study. You know, if you're a banker, you can set banker's hours, and you can spend the rest of the time learning Talmud. So in other words, banker's hours, that should lose people, right? That's like 10 to 3. Remember that time? When banks used to be open like that, 10 to 3. Now they drive through banks. That's amazing. One kind of misconception is it's kind of an apologetic that was developed when Jewish historiography began in the 19th century, that the reason Jews engaged in this distasteful occupation was because they were prohibited from owning land. That's partially true, but it really misses the point. In many areas, Jews were allowed to own land, first of all, but much more important is the fact that this was a much better profession. Owning land meant that you could be expelled, and then where was your investment? It was gone. Right? If you had something liquid that you could transfer, then it allowed for Jews to move from place to place. And it had all these other benefits. So the Jews didn't want to be farmers. The Jews did not want to, maybe buying and selling real estate, that's something different. But to be a farmer, it's not really a Jewish value, at least in the medieval period. And the apologetic to say, the reason we were moneylenders is because we couldn't farm like all those other farmers, that's kind of an idea that develops out of the late 19th century, the socialist ideas that farming is the most natural and healthy occupation and so on, but it really doesn't conform to historical reality. Yes, Judith.
I was just going to say that you touched on a very important point about not owning land, was that to own land, you were usually living outside of your community. Not the American model where you put the house in the middle of the property, but the fact of the matter was that you were also usually going out away from the community, and you couldn't do your daily prayers.
Absolutely.
And more importantly, you were more vulnerable to attacks because it was such a lonely occupation.
Absolutely. So it's very rare that you find Jews engaged in agriculture. I think from Russia, which I know best, in 1897, there were like 3% of Jews listed agriculture as their occupation, which is incredible. I don't know. Okay, so let's look at Wuksha for the remaining time we have. Wuksha, let's return to her specific life story. And we're going to look at 3 specific documents. I actually have this 1967 article here from Goitein himself, in which he first revealed this woman that he discovered in the Guinness to the rest of the world. And the 3 documents that I'm going to share with you, the first is this record of a small claims dispute. The second is her last will and testament. And third, this unusual document that was used to prove the paternity of her illegitimate son. So, and this is, it's brilliant history. This is how history is really done. We've never heard of this woman before, and Goitein comes across these tiny scraps of paper and pieces them together and creates a picture of who this woman was. So here is the only document which was actually dated April 19th, 1098 in the Western calendar. And the document reads as follows. On the same day, Mr. Ula Halevi, son of Joseph, presented Mr. David, son of the late Judge Yair, to the court. And the latter witnessed for the former that he was in the synagogue on Wednesday, the 10th of this month, when Karima, the daughter of Amar, known as Wuksha, I'll tell you about what these names mean in a second, the broker, appeared in the synagogue and said to him and to Moses, the teacher, the Malamed, and to Mali HaKohen, the brother of the sexton's Shams. Okay, so what's happening? This document is some kind of court document, and this person is testifying that he was in shul, and this woman comes into shul, and she talks to these 2 other named individuals, so they can testify to the validity of the story, and she says, I want to see the Dayan, I want to see the judge, for I was informed that he summoned me. Meaning she shows up at shul because the judge, the Dayan, the religious judge, called for her to appear. Now, for what reason did he do this to me? You can hear even the translation kind of like, what does he want from me? There's not a lot of self-abnegation coming out of this document. One of those present answered her, because Ula Halevi appealed against you to the president of the court, the Av Beit Din, meaning this guy is suing you. Wherefore he sent after you, asking you to appear with him before the court. And this other guy is summoning her to appear in court over a dispute. But you refrained from appearing with him in court, meaning she ignored an earlier summons. So now she's called to the carpet. Hey, how come you didn't show up when we called you to court? And thus you deserved a public notification and a warning. Said she, and I heard it. I love the way it reads. It's like, you're not going to believe this. She actually said this. What do I owe Mr. Ula that he should make such a claim against me? All that is due to him for me is 5 kirats, which is, I'll tell you later, basically works out to about $20. All she wants from me is $20, 1967. Well, actually, it's $20. And he calls me to court for $20 for 5 kirats. He makes such a fuss. At the same time, also Mali, the brother of the sexton, was present and made the same deposition as the aforementioned David. We have written down what has been said before us and have signed so that it may serve as a document conveying rights and as a proof. So, what do you make of this? Just quick, vision of who this person is. What do you think, Judith? You work with these documents all the time.
Well, first of all, it sounds like you have something like a
Yeah.
But I find it interesting in there's no mention of oaths. There is no mention of whether or not the judge was even present.
Right. It just happened like in the anteroom or something.
Something of that nature. But the idea of being called to appear seems to carry with it some kind of stigma.
Yes, I think so. Well, you get summoned to court. Someone is suing you. You said, "Face me," right? And if the court says, it sounds to me, I don't know these terms are old. It sounds like she's being contemptuous of the court.
But more importantly, no one speaks with their advocates. There's no advocate for anybody. Where we do know that advocacy was not limited.
Interesting. That's a perspective I wasn't thinking about. What the kind of things that Goitein points out are fascinating. First of all, her name. Her actual name was Karima, and she's referred to as the daughter of Omar, who is known as the head of the community, a very wealthy and impressive individual. His father apparently was also a very important individual. And she's called Wuksha, which apparently means, he translates the Arabic, I'm not familiar with the language, means one without whom one cannot live. A kind of an endearment, and people would simply call her Wuksha, which is, I don't know, Mon Chéri or something like that. The father, as I mentioned, was a very major. He also points out that it's interesting that normally when women are called to court in the documents, there has to be someone there to prove who they are. Because women are without identity. You can't say it's the shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so-and-so, the daughter of so-and-so, and there are people here who testify to that. She doesn't need any independent verification. Everybody knows Wolfsha. Just give her name and that's it. Yes.
Was this a bet-in?
Well, this was like kind of before the bet-in. She was called to appear at the bet-in. We don't know what happened about the $20 or anything. We just have this little piece of documents, like 150, 200 words, and that's all we got. But let's go on to her will, which is fascinating. Okay, so this is her will. The main points of the will of Wuksha the broker, she's called the broker. For my brother shall be given 100 dinars from the objects given to me as security. Note, by the way, Goitein figures out that 2 dinars was about the monthly income of a middle-class family. So if you take the American median income as that same marker, and that would be about $50,000. If you say white, non-Hispanics, a little bit higher, for example, $55,000. And so that would mean if we used $50,000 as a middle-class income, which is kind of hard to believe, but let's say that is, then that would mean her total wealth was 689 dinars, worth about $1.4 million in today's dollars, or looking at it a different way, 28 years of retirement at a middle-class salary. That's probably an easier way to think of it. She could live at a middle-class rate for 28 years on her income alone, on her wealth alone. It's incredibly bold. So she gives her brother 100 dinars, well as 5 rings, etc. So to my sister, 50 dinars, as well as a mourning dress and so on. The daughter, my paternal uncle, 5 dinars, all these family distributions. Then she says, for the cemetery, 25 dinars. For the synagogues in Old Cairo, 20 dinars. Remember, 20 dinars would be the equivalent of about $50,000, I think. For the synagogues of Damu and New Cairo, 5 dinars. For the purchase of oil for study. To the poor of Old Cairo, 20 dinars. To Joseph's wife, 5 dinars. To each of her 2 brothers, 5 dinars. To the orphan girl in Cairo, a relative of mine, 2 dinars. All this shall be paid from the debts against which securities have been given. Let me skip a little bit here. The remaining securities shall be added to the cash in gold which I possess, namely 300 dinars, meaning she's got 300 dinars in cash, which is again about $500,000 by this calculation, liquid cash, which are ready with me, and the 67 dinars deposited with Lady Ikhtiar, meaning she actually had another woman who held 67 dinars for her. That's interesting as well. In addition to all I possess in cash and kind and rugs and carpets, all this shall be kept for my son on conditions I shall mention. If he remains alive and attains maturity, it shall be handed over to him. If, however, God forbid, death overtakes him before he reaches bar mitzvah, 1/2 of all this shall be given to the synagogues in Old Cairo and the poor in equal halves. The other half shall be divided between my heirs in equal shares, my brother, etc., to his father, the boy's father, Chasun of Ashkelon, she names him. Not 1 penny shall be given. Goitain remarks that he uses a Latin term. This is, I think he calls it verba ispissima, her very own words. You read the spirit herself. She's writing it. Not 1 penny shall be given, except that 2 promissory notes, meaning that he gave her 2 IOUs. She's holding on to debt to him concerning a debt of 80 dinars, which he owes me, will be handed over to her. Meaning, she'll forgive the 80. She doesn't want his money. Give him the 80 dinars, and so on and so forth. And then there's a lot of description about her funeral and so on. And then there's a beautiful little description of how she wants her son educated. She clearly loved him dearly and devoted a tremendous amount of money to make sure that her son would get a proper education. And the rest I'm going to skip over. Still, the second big takeaway message we get from this was a colossally wealthy woman with a very charitable heart, and she had an illegitimate son. And she's definitely estranged from the boy's father. And this doesn't sound like your typical Beis Yaakov kind of girl in the 12th century. What's going on with it? So let's turn, I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Let's turn to the paternity documents, and let's read this, because this is the most fascinating part, I think. So this document was probably written after her death to record an earlier event that was designed specifically when her son wanted to marry, to prove that he was legitimate to marry. Again, I use the term illegitimate. Judaism doesn't recognize illegitimacy per se, except that a child born from a forbidden relationship on a biblical level, for example, a married woman having an extramarital affair or an incestuous affair, would create a child known as a mamzer, which is a terrible stigma. That child would not be allowed to marry anyone else except a mamzer, or a convert who comes with 0 yichus, with 0 kind of lineage, and then that status would continue for their children as well. So it's a huge stigma. So this document reads, the elder Abu Allah Yafeh, there's something wrong here, the son of the elder Mashiach, may he rest in Masliach, may he rest in Eden, appeared before us and made the following deposition while we were constituted as a court of 3. So another court document, a formal deposition to the court. He said, I was with the cantor, may God accept him with favor, when Wuksha, the broker, came in and said, do you not have an advice for me? I had an affair with Chasun, and conceived from him. Goitein says the phrase "I had an affair" is really literally "I slept with." I slept with Chasun, and now I'm pregnant. We contracted a marriage before a Muslim notary. It gets worse. She apparently went to a Muslim Qadi and had a civil marriage. So she married this Jewish guy from Ashkelon, and she got pregnant. Why did she get married in a mosque or in an office instead of a shul? Goitein presumes that because her lover was a refugee from the Crusader attacks on Ashkelon, perhaps he was already married to a woman in Ashkelon, and the rabbis would not allow him to marry a second wife because there's a ban on that. But the Muslims didn't have such a ban, and so therefore she went. We can only imagine she fell madly in love with this guy, and he hit her up for 80 dinars, so who knows what kind of a guy he is. But she went and she got married to the Muslim. Perhaps they were thinking eventually he'd be able to divorce his wife. Maybe she died, and they could have a normal wedding. But at any rate, she got pregnant. We contrast, but I'm afraid that he may deny being the father of my child. This is a monster, right? This is a guy who, they're worried that he'll have the baby and he won't say that he's the father. She then lived in the house of whatever on the uppermost floor. So the cantor gives her a piece of advice. This is really Yiddish chachma. He says to her, okay, go and gather some people and let them surprise you with Chasun so that your assertion might be confirmed. In other words, she arranged a tryst with her lover, and she arranged for people to interrupt them in flagrante delicto, how do you say that, something like that, so that people say, aha, they definitely have a relationship, stands to reason that he is the father. She did so, gathering to her, surprised her with him, and confirmed her assertion. She was then pregnant with this Abu Sa'ad, her son, whom she had conceived in her illicit relationship with Rasul. Now, here's another fascinating thing. I also know the person who's given testimony says that she went on the fast of atonement, Yom Kippur, to the synagogue of the Iraqians. But when the Nasi of blessed memory noticed her, he expelled her from the synagogue. Can you imagine? If she has this child out of wedlock, she goes on Yom Kippur, and the head of the shul kicks her out of shul. I know this all for sure, and deposit herewith my testimony to this effect. And it goes on in a little bit more detail. What is, I think, fascinating about this is that even though she suffered such a huge embarrassment by being driven out of shul on Yom Kippur, if you look at her will, you see that she left a huge amount of money to that very shul that nevertheless denied her services on Yom Kippur. So I apologize for going a little later tonight. The conclusions that I want to present are that we talked a little bit about historiography, about source bias between the traditional rabbinic formal documents and then the social documents and the responsa that sometimes paint a different picture of the reality of Jewish lives at this time. They portray a very broad swath of Jewish female economic activity, despite the fact that they may have suffered some handicaps as a result of the unique nature of Jewish law. Jewish women were extremely adept at leveraging their circumstances, even if it meant threats of going to Muslim courts, in order to ensure that their economic well-being was satisfied. And we see this specifically in the unfortunate story of Rothschild, the broker, who endured personal tragedy and still retained her sense of Jewish responsibility, her sense of Jewish identity, and supported even those causes that sought to deny her dignity. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate your extra patience tonight. Joke. This is not such a funny joke, though. Okay, but we're desperate.
So you turn it off?
No, he keeps the joke. Okay, so thank you all for coming. I apologize for the rain-soaked entry to the building. We'll have to figure out what we can do about that. Maybe we'll just plan the class around the weather a little better. But the joke goes like this. So there's a guy who walks into a tailor shop to buy a suit, and the tailor looks at him and asks him how much he wants to spend. He gives him numbers. He says, I have the perfect suit for you. You got to try this on. So he goes into the to the change room, and he comes out and he says, I really like this suit. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful color. I like the material and so on. It feels great. The only thing is, he says, I noticed that one sleeve is a few inches longer than the other sleeve. The tailor says, no problem. All you have to do is just sort of tilt your shoulders a little bit like this. Takes care. He says, look at that. It's perfect. Then he says, only one more thing, that I noticed that one hand leg is also a little bit longer than the other. And the tailor says, no problem. All I have to do is just kind of stand with one leg sort of, bent like this. And he says, Taco, that takes care of it. So he pays for the suit and he walks out. He's walking a little bit Quasimodo down the street. And across the street, Sam says to Blanche, Blanche, look at that guy walking down the street, so funny. Blanche says, yeah, but look how good his suit fits. It wasn't really funny, but we tried anyways. Okay, tonight's class, we're going to talk about a very famous individual, Yehuda Halevi, the poet of Sepharad, a very amazing figure who encapsulates really the best of the golden age of Spain, which we'll cover as well. He also has kind of an interesting connection to the Khazar people, which is something we should cover in this course. We had an entire lecture on it last year, so I'll just have a couple of slides to remind you about it because it is a fascinating little interlude in Jewish history. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by the shul. We're very grateful to them for giving us this space and giving us some equipment to put the videos online and things like that. And one last personal detail that you might find interesting: my son Alexander. The picture doesn't come out quite as nice. He's a little bit better looking than you see here, but he's kind of an interesting kid. He's 14 years old and he's planning to run a full marathon this January. We really tried to stop him, but he's run 2 half marathons already. He raised $4,000 for Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital a couple of years ago, and raised some money last year for Team Friendship. And this year he got the green light from his pediatrician. And we also took him to a pediatric heart specialist and also to a nutritionist, and everybody, and made sure he's okay. They all said he's okay to do it. So he's running for an organization called Friendship Circle, which specializes in developing social relationships for children with various disabilities, especially developmental disabilities, autism, and things like that. If you want to support his run, just go to his website, teamfriendship.org/Alexander, and you can contribute whatever you like to this worthy cause. He is going to run it anyways, so we're proud of him. We think he's a pretty good guy. He's 14, going on 37, and he's definitely a tough kid. He's like really motivated to do his thing, and I have to be very careful not to stand in his way. But anyways, he's very determined, and I think he'll do great things in his life. Like all my kids, God love. Okay, so tonight, back to our talk. We're going to talk about Yehuda Halevi. This is an interesting kind of modernist impression of this physician, poet, and philosopher, who is again an exemplar of the golden age of Sepharad, golden Sephardic period, which extends primarily from the 10th through the 13th, early 13th century at the most in Spain. Really a fascinating period in Jewish history, which has become emblematic for many as an ideal state for Jews in the modern world. I'll explore this in just a moment, but let's understand what makes Spain so special. So the term Sepharad, which sounds like Spain, is actually occurs in the book of Obadiah. There's a passage there that says the Galut Yerushalayim Asher B'Sfarad. Already in biblical times, there was an exile of Jews living in an area called Sfarad, which the Jews later associated with the far western region of Europe, known as the Iberian Peninsula. There's no real, definitive connection between the passage in Obadiah and the region we call Spain today, as best I know. Similarly, we have other regions like Ashkenaz, which is associated with Germany, even though there's no real connection between that biblical name and the region of the Rhineland. Nevertheless, this has become the historical association for centuries. The Jews who lived there in the 10th and 11th centuries in particular had an unusual amount of political power, cultural power, and Jewish learning, a combination that is really quite rare for any point in Jewish history. Very rarely do you have Jews who were at once highly learned in their traditional Jewish sources and quite adept at making their way through the byways of modern culture. In America, for example, and there's some comparisons with America, you often have figures, Jewish figures, who are exceptionally renowned for their cultural data that they provide for society, comedians, literati, scientists, and politicians even, and so on. And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud, the Bible, and so on, but rarely are those two groups combined in a single person or people. These are highly distinct categories of human activity, and they really don't intersect very much. You have a little bit of that perhaps in 19th century Germany. People like Moses Mendelssohn perhaps would encapsulate some of these values. Even that's a debatable point. God willing, we'll talk about him in a few months. But in Spain, you did have that. You had individuals who were politically very powerful and religiously very observant and Jewishly very knowledgeable at the same time. And these were the people that the common Jewish population looked up to as their exemplars, something which is really quite different from what we have in most other periods of Jewish history, particularly since the emancipation in the 18th and 19th centuries in Europe. It's interesting to note that the Jews identified themselves as Sephardic even before there was a unified non-Jewish concept known as Spain. The Jews developed an identity, a Sephardic identity, before even what we would call today Spaniards so called themselves. As Jane Gerber, a noted Sephardic specialist, puts it, in no other instances in Jewish history of such a close and enduring identification of the Jews with a land outside the Holy Land. Meaning Sephardic Jews are really Sephardic. They're really into that part of the world they come from. And this, I think you could say that today, you can certainly say it 900 years ago in the Golden Era. So it's a very special period of time. Although this picture, by the way, is a statue of Maimonides in Cordoba. He looked exactly like that. I'm just showing, we don't. Okay. So let's just look at Spain for a few moments. The Jews who have been in Spain, recorded Jewish populations have been in Spain that go back to the 4th and 5th century even. And we know of them most significantly from the Visigothic era. The Visigoths were kings who ruled Spain before the Muslim conquest of 711. These were Christian kings, albeit what the Catholics would call heretical Christian kings. They were Arians, A-R-I-A-N, which was a form of Christianity of the time that viewed Jesus as less than a god, more like a man who was a prophet. This was denounced as a heresy, and the Arians eventually moved on. But at any rate, one of the ways in which, and this is a pattern that recurs, unfortunately, through Spanish history, one of the ways in which they demonstrated their bona fides, meaning their attachment to Christianity, was by persecuting the Jews. And so we have some really awful, persecutions of Jews during the Visigothic period, burnings of synagogues with Jews inside them, really nasty things that you wouldn't see until much later in other parts of Europe. And this seems to have a correlation to political viability. So, for example, here's a list of the kings of Visigoth Spain from 586 to 711, when the Spaniards were invaded by the existing population were invaded by the Muslims. And these green bars indicate if they were assassinated and if they ever passed anti-Semitic decrees. So you see there's a correlation here. All those kings that passed anti-Semitic decrees did not end their reign through assassination or other forms of deposition, whereas if they failed to enact anti-Semitic decrees, it meant that their reign as a king was very short-lived. So it clearly seemed to be a siman tov for leadership if you passed a few anti-Semitic decrees every now and then. Yes, Ms. April. These last three were actually Jewish. No, I made that up. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so he's trying anything. He ruled for 15 years, though. I mean, that's quite a bit. I can't, what can I do? This is just a joke.
That's statistically significant.
Probably not. This is such a tough audience. Mr. Rodriguez, make sure we rewind over this. Let's go back. Okay. Anyways, what happens in 711, easy to remember that date, is that the Muslims come across the causeway here and they conquer Spain. This is a map that shows you the very rapid expansion of Islam from 632 in the Arabian Peninsula here. Islam just expands with tremendous speed throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, extending all the way out here to the east. It's actually going to go into Afghanistan and northern India, what would be today Pakistan, Bangladesh. And it extends also into the Byzantine Empire through Asia Minor and the Balkan region, and of course right across North Africa. And then in this key year of 711, they make the jump over the little body of water, Straits of Gibraltar, if I'm not mistaken, into Spain proper. And Jews were probably quite helpful to the Muslims in making this conquest. We know of their experience under the Visigothic kings that the Muslim promise of egalitarian treatment, and particularly the extension of dhimmi status to the Jews, meaning that the Jews would be a protected minority, allowing them to practice their religion within the confines of a Muslim state, was very appealing to Jews, and it's quite likely that they were at the time really quite open to the idea and assisted the Muslims with their conquest of this erstwhile Christian kingdom. At this time, we have really several main people who are in Sephara. We have Christians, of course, the early Visigoths. Later we'll have Catholics. We have Arabs. Arab, of course, is an ethnic designation, not a Muslim, not a religious designation, although in this context, all the Arabs are Muslims. Berbers from North Africa, even some Slavs, especially who came as slaves, and Jews. The three most important populations were the Christians, Arabs, and Jews. Spain is often referred to as a tripartite region because these three cultures interacted in a way which was unlike any other part of Europe. The Jews were always a minority, usually the only minority of any significance in Western Europe. That was within a Christian society. And in North Africa, they were largely the only minority of any significance within a Muslim environment. But in Spain, they were always one of two minorities. They were either a minority alongside the Christians in a Muslim region or a minority with the Muslims in a Christian region. And this triangular relationship creates a wholly different culture in Spain than we have elsewhere in Europe. And to a certain degree, the three legs of this tripod gives the society a much better balance in some ways and allows the Jews to really extend themselves politically, because the ruling faction often sees the Jews as a useful ally against the other minority that they may have to contend with in the future. The Muslims and the Christians were always vying for authority. The Jews never vied for political rule, so therefore they made very loyal minions in many cases. Okay, Portugal in this map. Portugal is, I think, cut off this map because well, here's Lisbon. Is Lisbon Portugal? Yes. Yes, so there we go. So Portugal is probably, you have to use your imagination a little bit. I just, picked it off the web. Okay, let's go on. Of course, the other end of Spanish Jewish history is 1492, the horrific expulsions in the 15th century, which created such havoc in Jewish demography and Jewish self-image, Jewish philosophy, and we're not going to get to that today. We'll talk about it more when we get to the end of this term in a few weeks. But this period of the 10th and the 11th century in particular is that high point of Spanish Jewish civilization. Okay, so let me pause. Well, actually, I'll say one more thing and then I'll pause for questions. A few of the famous names, some of whom we've talked about in the past. Kastai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish politician who was extremely active as an ambassador for the Spaniards, very involved in exchanging letters, traveling between Christian regions and Muslim regions, Jews being a protected minority had much more freedom of travel, ironically, between these two large global populations. And furthermore, Jews had such a far-flung network of connections because of the nature of Jewish society that they could walk into a synagogue really anywhere in the world and say, you know, I'm from such and such a place, and do you know where I could get a good egg roll, that kind of thing. So Kostai ibn Shakub was one of these early Spanish Jewish politicians. Shmuel Halevi ibn Agrella, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, an extremely important politician. He rose to the rank of vizier, which is essentially second in command in all of Spain. And he was also well known as a Talmudist, authoring the famous Mavo, which is an introduction to the Talmud itself that is currently printed in all traditional editions of the Talmud, even to this day. Yehuda Halevi, who is squarely in the middle of this period, we'll talk about him today. And then at the end of the Golden Age, famous Rabbi, Moses ben Maimon, or Maimonides, who of course is very well known not only to Jews but as a massively important world philosopher as well. Okay, let me pause and take a couple of questions before we talk about Yehuda Halevi in particular. Ibn means Ben, son of. You see it quite often with Jewish names from Arabic regions. Just like our last name, Abram's son, right? At some point, I suppose, in distant history, we would have been called Ben Avram. Or like when I was almost your age and I went to Israel as like an 18-year-old, and I was all fired up, and I tried to use my name, change my name Abramson to Ben Avram, and I went around saying, Ani Hillel Ben Avram in Canada, right? And everyone who speaks to me back in English, and they insist on saying, how do you spell your name? Right, Abramson. Anyways, yes?
What is the connection between Shmuel Halevi and Yehuda?
And there's no familial connection. Yeah.
And the other thing was Maimonides acting even by Yehuda Halevi, was there any kind of, it wasn't kind of an interaction.
Now, it's interesting. That's a great question. I do not recall ever reading anything that Maimonides wrote about Yehuda Halevi. It's impossible that he would not have known him or of him, especially because Yehuda Halevi spent quite a bit of time in Egypt, where the Rambam spent most of his years as well. But I've never seen. I know that the Rambam was diametrically opposed to Halevi's philosophy. So perhaps there's some references in the Mora Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, that talks about Yehuda Halevi, but I'm not familiar with it. I don't think it ever occurs in any of the codes. I don't remember it in the Mishnah Torah or anywhere like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I have a poem about that from Yehuda Halevi coming up too. Okay, so who was he? His family background was one of these classic Spanish Jewish families, very wealthy and very learned. The traditional biographies place him in Toledo, but new research that emerged from the Guinness in recent years have indicated that it's more likely Tudela. But at any rate, around the year 1075, born in Spain. His family gave him a very well-rounded education, similar to the kinds of educations that people of his class would receive in Spain, which was at once, essentially a good day school education with a very solid Judaic component, where they would learn classical Hebrew, learn the traditional texts, including the Mishnah, the Talmud, and of course Tanakh. And at the same time, he was also receiving a very well-rounded secular training, which would, in that space and time, would have included mathematics, astronomy, geography, 11th century science, and especially the Arabic language. So in many ways, the kind of educational pattern that he got was probably like the ideal day school that we all want to send our kid and our grandchildren to today. Maybe they'll all. Maybe we'll have Alisa Halevi some point writing code. Maybe not. Okay, she's shaking hand. But maybe a doctor, right? So he lived, as we shall see, in both Christian and Muslim Spain for a while. He had experience living in both regions. the entire peninsula really, the borders between Christian and Muslim were quite fluid, and also the borders between various types of Muslims were quite fluid as well, something that Maimonides would experience later when the Almohads took over the region and expelled the Jews as well. So he came of age on a visit to Granada when he participated in an Arabic language poetry slam. That was not the term they used at the time, but it was a competition. Actually, it might have been a Hebrew language poetry slam this time, excuse me. It was a competition to see who could imitate a particular poem, which I believe was authored by one of the Ibn Ezras in Hebrew. And we have to understand the role of poetry in Spanish Jewish life in the 11th century. Poetry was something that, like for example, my daughter Elisa, maybe she won't mind if I tell you her earphones broke, like the earbuds that she puts on. And this is maybe what, the 4th set of earbuds you've broken this year, I think? 6th pair of earbuds. Now, how do you break earbuds? How do you do it? The way you do it is by wearing them constantly, like awake, asleep, in class, out of class, just constantly wearing these earbuds, and they wear out. Whatever it is, music to 17-year-olds is, should be 17 on Shabbos. Right, so we're sure happy birthday. So whatever music is to 17-year-olds, that was poetry to the entire society. People reveled in it. People said, lay me a good poetry verse or something. They would say something beautiful in poetry. And it was the measure of intelligence, it was the measure of wit, it was the measure of sophistication, it was a measure of virility. It was all kinds of things was wrapped up into poetry. And there were all kinds of different styles of poetry that were highly stratified and highly structured. And you would measure the quality of a person's poetry by how well they could maintain these very rigid structures and yet turn a logical phrase in the same process. There were certain standard types of poetry that all of these great figures engaged in, some more than others, including, in the case of Shmuel HaNagid, the occasional homosexual poem, which was really quite an amazing thing. This is the person who wrote the commentary on the Talmud, and we have half a dozen or so clearly homoerotic poems, which, are problematic in a lot of ways. We talked about them, if you recall, last year, and it seems that, this was the style. People wrote these kinds of poems, and the fact that he could write a poem about how good-looking he thinks a waiter is serving him food at a banquet, that was a measure of his sophistication and his worldliness. And he could also learn Gemara and publish a commentary on the Talmud at the same time. It's hard for us in our, comparatively speaking, homophobic society to understand how these two ideas can fit together, but it gives you a sense of what poetry meant as a means of communication and as a means of establishing status in this very poetry-sensitive world. One last comment. I will tell you that when one of the things that amazed me when I went to Russia, I've been there several times in the context of my research, and when I went in the late communist period, before the Soviet Union fell, and I don't know if you've ever been to St. Petersburg or Leningrad or Kiev or places like that, and you walk down the main streets, and there will be people setting up tables selling books. And the books on the tables are like classics. Pushkin and Tolstoy, Turgenev, like really important writers, like Shakespeare type writers. And people will stop and crowd around these tables and say, oh, look, there's a new edition of 19th century poetry out. I can't wait. And, ordinary people dressed in clothes like they're shoveling, dirt on the streets would come and buy this poetry. It was really, really valuable. Later, after the Soviets fell and all of the restrictions were removed, and you walk down the streets and you go past those same tables and they're still crowded, and there are lots of people all around them, but now it's all Russian translations of American detective fiction, pornography, graphic novels, things like that. It seems like communism, at least at one level, taste change, I guess. Okay, Mark.
I just wanted to put out, I'm reading a book about this same period, and the fixation of poetry was part of the absorption of the Arabic secular culture. Apparently, the days when the Arabs were still in the ring before they conquered it, the ability to write poetry and even to declaim it spontaneously, extemporaneously, was a very valued talent in that as a scholar. They brought it with them, and the Jews, the Sephardim, who had the secular education, picked that up and adopted it.
That's amazing, fascinating. I guess it's kind of like, if you go to a yeshiva party and some yeshiva bocher will get up and start, saying a rap song or something. Matisyahu. Okay, yeah, there you go. We think that's cool. It is cool. Okay. So, anyways, it was in this context in his youth that he won this poetry contest. He developed the beginnings of a very close association with the Ibn Ezra family, the most significant member of which was Abraham Ibn Ezra, a commentator who we'll talk about shortly. They shared many experiences together. And most of the poetry he wrote in this early hedonistic phase of his life, and I say that term hedonism obviously in a qualified way. It's not like hedonism like South Beach or anything. It's, hedonism of 11th century Spain. He wrote a lot of poems about wine, about love, about beauty, about women, things like that. That was the main thrust of his poetry at the time. He had not distinguished himself in any other specific area. Then there was a major conquest in 1090 by the Berbers coming up from North Africa with a slightly different approach to Islam and a less tolerant view of many of the local minorities. So Yehuda Halevi began a long period of wandering, about 20 years, which took him both into Muslim regions again and into Christian regions. Once again, he's really traveling around seeing all kinds of things. At this time, he's primarily supporting himself with his medical skills. He's trained as a physician, and he's doing quite well, often catering to the nobility in any particular town that he enters. He's also developing quite a significant following for his poetry, and so he's really establishing fame throughout the period. There is no evidence that he lived off any specific, benefactor or was in any way supported by any wealthy individual. It seems that he really was truly independent, pursuing his art purely for art's sake, while maintaining himself as a physician. A pattern that we see also, for example, with the Rambam, who of course doesn't engage in poetry so much, but very prolific writer who is doing it entirely on the side, and his medical practice is what keeps things going. Which does remind me of a little joke. There are two malamdim who are talking with each other, two primary school teachers, malamdim, and one of them says to the other, if I was Rothschild, I would be richer than Rothschild. Rothschild, of course, the 19th century emblem of the wealthiest Jew in the world. And the other guy says, oh, really? If you were Rothschild, you would be richer than Rothschild. How would you be richer than Rothschild? And the first guy says, I would give bar mitzvah lessons on the side. So he was not giving bar mitzvah lessons on the side. His medicine and his medical practice was keeping things going. And at the same time, he was developing a larger and larger corpus of poetry. This lasted until 1108, until one of his close patrons, a man named Perezuel, not sure how to pronounce that, in Toledo, was assassinated in a political and economic dispute. And this gave Halevi pause, thinking about, how really secure am I? This is like the second major departure I've made from the city as a result of persecution. And this kind of turned his mind in many ways towards the ancestral homeland of Israel. But we'll explore that in a little bit greater detail shortly. During this time, he's also very close, as I mentioned, to Abraham and Ibn Ezra, one of a large family, all very educated individuals who are writing poetry, traveling with him, and so on. Ibn Ezra was, ironically, really quite poor, complains bitterly about his poverty in his commentary on the Bible, in his introductions, and his poems as well. But the two of them are fast friends, and they travel extensively throughout Spain, and ultimately they're going to travel across the coast of North Africa According to some opinions, it was Avraham ben Ibn Ezra who would accompany Halevi on his last trip to Israel, although other scholars dispute that and say it was probably his brother. There's also quite a bit of legendary information to indicate that perhaps Halevi and Ibn Ezra were connected in a familial manner. Either they were cousins, or perhaps they're connected by marriage. But all of these details are lost in the dustbin of history. More data is forthcoming from the Guinness, where we may have a better idea as to the specifics of their relationship. So let's look at what made him most famous, perhaps, which is his poetry. And there are several categories that he engaged in. As I mentioned earlier, he wrote a lot of love poems, specifically in his youth. Later, he wrote quite a few eulogies. We're talking about several hundred eulogies. And these are also known as laments. They typically describe the dismay at the loss of a close friend. Most of these were written literally for friends. They were not written, for hire. They were not commissioned poetry. He simply wrote them of his own accord. They tend to have a very, as you would imagine, a dark tone, emphasizing the what's the word I'm looking for? Starts with a P, capricious, right? Has a P in it. The capricious nature of death that can attack at any moment without warning and so on. He wrote quite a bit of religious poetry. Some of his religious poetry was included in the liturgy. We have it in both the Sephardic and in the Ashkenazi tradition. You see much of his poetry, for example, in the keynote of Tisha B'Av, the poems about the destruction of the temple and Jewish suffering that are read on the 9th day of the month of Av, which is kind of like National Jewish Bad Luck Day. And finally, what he's perhaps most famous for are his Shirei Tzion, his Songs of Zion, about 90 of these poems, which all talk about Israel, a topic that would obsess him in the last part of his life and eventually result in his Aliyah, his movement to Israel. Let's look at a few of these poems just to get a sense for his personality, because we can see a little bit coming through. So these are not my translations. I picked them up off the internet. This one is a translation by J. Hostner. It's called The Gray Hair. One day I observed a gray hair in my head. I plucked it right out when it thus to me said, "You may smile if you wish at your treatment of me, but a score of my friends soon will make of you a mockery." Sorry about the rhyme there, but that's the idea, right? And I can identify with this poem. It's a little bit too late. Here's an example of one of his love poems. This is one of the tamer ones that I chose, but they're very much about the physical beauty. This one is my sweetheart's dainty lips are red, with rubies crimson overspread. Her teeth are like a string of pearls. Down her neck, her clustering curls in ebony hue vie with the night, and over her features dances light. The twinkling stars enthroned above are sisters to my dearest love. We men should count it joy complete to lay our service at her feet. But oh, what rapture is her kiss, a forecast is of heavenly bliss. Nice. Note the translation, Emma Lazarus, right? Famous Colossus fame, right? Give me your schwitzing masses. How does it go? Something like that. Tired masses. And there's no schwitzing in that? Okay. So, anyways, you get the sense of it here. The rhyme.
This was originally written at the time.
In Hebrew. These are all Hebrew. He wrote in Arabic as well, but he was a very, very pro-Hebrew language patriot. He really felt that Jews should be, masters of the Hebrew tongue. This is his most famous poem. Actually, this is just the first stanza of the poem. It's quite a bit longer, but this is the one that most people associate with Yehuda Levi. Let's see. Auntie, you want to read the Hebrew, perhaps? See the proper accent?
ליבי במזרח, ואני בסוף מערב, איך את המים תשבך בערך ירב, לך שלם נפלאי ואסירי, ועציון בחבל אדום, ואני הקו מן ערב, תקל בעיניי עזוב כל סוג כל ספריי, בעיקר בעיניי רואות אחרות וירדפות.
Beautiful, isn't it? Fantastic. And her Hebrew is really quite excellent too. It's almost a native language. So let's read the English. My heart is in the east, and I at the farthest west. This is a literal metaphor, meaning that his heart is in Israel, which is to the east of Spain, which is in the farthest west. If you go any farther west, you get wet. So that's what the meaning of it is. I'm stuck in Spain, and Israel is so far away. My heart is really in Israel, but I have to be stuck here in Spain. How can I taste what I eat or find it sweet? While Zion is in the cords of Edom, that means it's bound by Rome. At this time, and Rome is a metaphor for Christianity. At this time, Jerusalem was under the control of the Crusaders. So while Zion is in the cords of Edom, and I bound by the Arab, right, in Spain, in the Muslim culture, and so on. Beside the dust of Zion, all the good of Spain is light. Light meaning empty, right? The word is yakel ve'enai, light in my eyes. Light is not heavy. And a good thing to leave it. I mean, it would be good to simply leave all of this simple stuff of Spain and go to Israel, where life is really happening. You can see the tremendous love of Zion, and I think also the meter of his poetry coming through in this short selection. It goes into a much longer detail, of course, this particular poem. And we have, I think, about 400 odd poems from Yehuda Levi extant in the corpus today. Now I'd like to turn to his philosophy. Any questions about his poetry? Okay, so let's go to philosophy, something that he engaged in a little bit later in his life. The Kuzari is from, I believe, 1141. So the Kuzari is one of the most famous works of medieval Jewish philosophy. It's quite a dramatic work, written almost in a Platonic form as a trialogue between three faiths. The setting of the Kuzari is based on the story of the Khazars, which is a rather amazing story. Even though Yehuda Levi used the story simply as a vehicle for his own philosophical conceit, nevertheless, it's such a fascinating footnote that I just want to take a few minutes and talk about what are the Kuzari and so on. So here's the Khazar Empire at about the year 740, when amazingly the entire country converted to Judaism. Probably never heard about this before, but it is rather an amazing thing. That's without a doubt, this entire country in the middle of Central Asia converted to Judaism. I'm saying it again just to make sure you get that right. Where is this place? Sorry? They were pagans before. They were worshiping thunder, trees, rocks, egg rolls, things like that. Here's the Black Sea. I think I could do some Chinese food. Here's the Black Sea. Kiev is right here. Kiev, according to Amelia Pritzak, was actually built as a Khazar outpost, which is an amazing idea. And it extends through what would be today Georgia, a little bit of Azerbaijan, and into what would be Tajikistan and Kazakhstan to the east. It was a very significant empire that we know from multiple sources, from many different Christian, Jewish, Arab, everybody talks about this Jewish kingdom that converted in the year 740. So, what exactly was this conversion about? Let me just remind myself. Yes. So, according to the legend, there was a certain king named Budan who was a very religious individual and very spiritual individual, and he wanted to explore the various faiths that were circulating in the world at the time. He had heard about the great monotheistic faiths of Islam and of Christianity and of Judaism, and so therefore he invited envoys from each of these three major faiths to sit down with him and debate the merits of their religion. And in the end, according to the legend, he said, that's it, I think the Jews win this debate, and we're all going to become Jewish. And then they became Jewish. We have all kinds of explorers like Batachi of Regensburg, Benjamin of Tudela, we mentioned in an earlier class. Actually, I'm not sure if Benjamin got this far, but they all report on traveling through Khazaria and meeting Jews who were descendants of the original Khazar. The story was so popular that it was later picked up by the Russians in their foundational document called the Povest Vermenyakiet, which is the Chronicle of Bygone Years, in which they have the same thing, in which King Vladimir, in the year 988, sits down with, this time, 4 representatives, because he's got the Jews, the Muslims, the Roman Catholics, and the Eastern Orthodox. And he has the same kind of debate, except in that version, the Eastern Orthodox win, and they all convert to Eastern Orthodoxy. He comes, though, very, very close to becoming Jewish, if you can believe it. Vladimir asked the Jews, he says, history would have been very different. All the wrongs would have been totally, who knows? But what he says is, he says, look, that's it. Judaism makes the most sense to me. Just one last question. Where is your homeland? And the Jews said, well, right now our homeland is, under the control of the Muslims. We lost our homeland. They said, are you kidding? You want that to happen to me? Forget about it. And he dropped Judaism on that basis. He also dropped Islam, and it's explicit in the text. I dropped Islam because he said essentially, okay, I love Islam. I want to become a Muslim. Let's drink to it. They said, no way. So he said, forget about Islam. It's not going to work here. They ended up becoming Eastern Orthodox. But it's the same story repeated for the Russians, obviously based on the Khazar experience. Now, what probably happened, if you look at it more reasonably, is 2 things. First of all, it seems to have been, and there's a lot of debate about this, but the consensus among most scholars is this was a political move. Because in the year 740, Christianity was expanding throughout Western Europe. Islam, as I showed you in that map before, was coming up from the south. And the pagan faiths knew that their time was limited. And so they could either join one sphere and ally themselves with the Christians, or they could join the other sphere, allying themselves with the Muslims. And this was kind of a half-hearted attempt to maintain their political independence by proclaiming themselves to be a neutral faith, neither Christian nor Muslim. Yes, Stuart.
The story then,
Yes.
the question was, where's your home? It's a political question.
Uh-huh.
Because if you stop to think about it, the Roman Catholics had a pope who was militaristic. You had a Muslim faith that had its palace or whatever, but it was also a militaristic faith. And then you have the Jew who has no homeland and is therefore militaristic. Therefore, it appears as if they took the story of Babylon and the Russian story. There is truth in the question, where is your homeland? Because the Jews, by becoming Jewish, they had no political association that threatened.
That's a fascinating observation. And much of your line of argument is actually developed by the great historian Shimon Dubno in a fantastic book called Essays on Nationalism, in which he argues, and I don't want to take too much time away from there, but he argues that the Jews, again, he's writing before the state of Israel was, he argued that the Jews had moved to a new level of political identification, a post-state nationalism, which did not require a physical homeland to exist. Yes, he had a huge influence on Mordechai Kaplan as well. Okay, so anyways, the Khazar Empire, I'll just show you one little detail here. This is an interesting document that was discovered in the Cairo Geniza. Sorry that the color's a little washed out here, but this is a document that was found at the Cairo Geniza, written in Hebrew, which describes a Jew from Kiev. And this is, I think, pretty much proof positive that the Khazars were really Jewish. What kind of document did you think this was? You know? A Teudah. What kind of Teudah? Not close. They use this Teudah for another kind of use as well.
Tzedakah.
I'm sorry?
Tzedakah.
A tzedakah collector, exactly. This is like, those laminated pieces of paper they come around with, saying, this is a worthy cause, you should support him, and so on. So this is the same thing. This is like approximately 10th century, and he's got a Teudah saying, I'm all the way from Khazaria, from Kiev specifically, and I need some support, and these are all the rabbis who think I'm a good person to support. Won't you please help me? And he left it behind in Cairo. Yes, Frank. Good question. Okay, let me get to it in a second. I'll just point one last thing here, which is interesting. Look at the signatories to the letter here. There's a whole bunch of dignitaries here. And then you have this funny thing at the bottom, which says in Turkic runes, I have read it. It's not written in Hebrew, it's written in Turkic runes, which Norman Gold and Omelia Pritzak, who have studied this document intensely, wrote a book on it, argued that this indicates the level of learning of the Khazarian Jews was extremely low, such that the president of the community of Kiev could not even write in Hebrew. He had to write in Turkic. Right? He could not. And also, we have evidence from travelers who say that the Khazarian Jews may not even have practiced circumcision, which is a very, very basic rite. It's something that usually stays with Jews long after Kashrut and Shabbat observance go. There's still circumcision. So we're not exactly sure how deep that conversion went. It may only have been a very pro forma token conversion at the top level of society that was meant to kind of politically indicate to the Muslims and Christians that they were distinct, or it may have kind of, filtered down where the Khazar king says, okay, listen, everybody, we're Jewish now. And they said, okay, all right, what's next? And they didn't really have, deep training or spiritual commitment to it. Well, that's exactly what happened, by the way, in Russia, is the king said, okay, what do we have to do to become Christian? Oh, we've got to all immerse ourselves in the Dnipro River. Fine. And he brought the whole population of Kiev out, and they went to swim in the river, and it's over. That's all it takes.
We said Zanishka Chaza, and they
yeah, don't be a Khazar, and away they went. So, at any rate, that's the real story of Khazaria. As I mentioned, there's a lot of question about, what kind of Jewish were they? Were they rabbinic? Were they Karaites? A lot of questions are swirling around the basis of the Khazarian Jews. But Ms. Abramson asks, what happened to them? And the best answer that we have, most demographers believe that they simply assimilated back into the local populations. There are some very, very tiny remnants of Khazarian life that may have impacted on later Ashkenazic migrations. Like, for example, the great Yiddishist Max Weinreich argues that certain words in Yiddish come from Turkic origin, including the word daven, because the word daven, there's no Hebrew root for daven. The word would be mitpalel, right? It's not close to daven. And the Slavic root for pray is, I think, it's tritinat or something like that. Does anyone know the Russian word to pray or the Polish word to pray? Molitsia. It doesn't sound at all like daven. Right? So daven, he argues, may come from a Turkish root, meaning a Khazar element, but otherwise they simply have disappeared. There is a very popular theory among anti-Semites that argues that the Ashkenazi Jews today are actually, the Russian Eastern European Jews are descendants of the Khazars. And a lot of anti-Semites love this theory. And it's all over, right-wing websites and things like that. Why do you think they would want the Jews of Russia to be descended from the Khazars? Ms. Abramson, what do you think?
They can say that they're not being Jewish.
Ms. Benartzi, what do you think?
It's what they can say that they're not really Jewish.
Exactly. It's a way of saying the Ashkenazi Jews, they're not even really Jewish. They don't come from Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. They don't come from Israel. They're really Khazars. I mean, most of us in this room are really Khazars. Ich bin Khazar. Ich bin Khazar. Khazar, ich bin, I don't know what to say. Berliner? No, ich bin so that's the argument. There are some famous Jews who also ascribe to that theory for, I think, similar reasons.
Well, the Arab has gone because a lot of Jews were moved to Eastern Europe from the Rhine area.
Oh yeah, there's absolutely no question. You can look at multiple metrics to show you that the Ashkenazi Jews of Russia clearly come from the Ashkenazi Jews of the Rhineland. I mean, the linguistic markers, the ethnic markers, cultural markers, they all indicate German origin. That's right.
They claim it's
Well, yeah, now that's an interesting thing. I don't know a lot about this. I would like to study more. I only see little snippets of these things about, like, if you use DNA to measure who Jews are related to. The best study that I can speak about with any authority is an old one. It's out of date, but Leon Polyakov wrote a 4-volume history of anti-Semitism. And one of the things he did in it was he compared blood types of Jews to the people they live among, because there is a lot of variation among blood types worldwide. And he noted that Jews are more likely to be related to their neighbors in terms of blood type than they are to Jews from another part of the world, statistically speaking. But DNA evidence, which is a lot more long-lasting and can measure it along the Y chromosome and things like that, indicate that actually there's a lot of connection between Jews worldwide, despite what are apparently large racial differences in appearance. Maybe I'll do some more research on this so we can say something intelligent. But let's go back to Yehuda Levi. So he used this whole story of the Khazars as an excuse to talk about the differences between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. He took the story of King Bulan's conversion to put it in a dramatic context and have all three of these speakers defend their faith and to debate with one another. By making it seem kind of like a history book, he was allowed to essentially write a pro-Jewish polemic against Christianity and Islam. The actual title of the Kuzari is The Book of Refutation and Proof on the Despised Faith, meaning it was clearly a work intended to serve a religious purpose and not at all a historical purpose. It always cracks me up when I talk with students who are studying the Kuzari in seminary or in yeshiva, and they think of it as a historical text. It was written 500 years after the event. He had no access to sources. It's just a polemic work, which is quite fascinating as a work of philosophy. And in this work, he really carves out a different path for Jewish philosophy, which had not been trod by the great philosophers Saadia Gaon, or would be trod by Maimonides, for example. He differed from the most prevalent theories of the day, which were either Aristotelian, you see that very prominent in both Arabic and in Jewish thought at the time, or Kalam philosophy, which is much closer to Islamic thought than to Greek thought. In both of those models, Halevi said, you know what? They're all theory. Lots of, like, you posit an idea and you derive ideas from that idea, but it's all based on theory. He says, I want evidence. I want proof. And so his arguments are very heavily rooted in empirical data. So, for example, one of the arguments that he uses that has been very it's been repeated over and over again in later works is the the notion that, if you compare Christianity, Judaism, and Islam in their foundation stories, Christianity and Islam both rely on the testimony of small groups of people. The small number of apostles that open up the tomb and see that Jesus' body is gone. Paul claiming to see Jesus arisen on the road to Damascus. But you basically have to take the word of one or a small handful of people, whether that actually happened. Muhammad going off into the desert, meeting the angel Gabriel, coming back home with the Quran, things like that. It's all based on the testimony of a small group of people. Yehuda Halevi says in Judaism, the entire Jewish nation, about 30 million people, 6 million souls usually refers to the men, were at Mount Sinai hearing the Ten Commandments. And so how are you going to get so many people together and then everybody else believes that it happened? It must mean that, empirically speaking, it's a much easier to defend argument that the entire nation saw it and transmitted it person to person. If you can imagine, for example, he writes, like, what if some guy gets up and says, by the way, did you know that thousands of years ago, all of our ancestors were there at Sinai? I happen to be the only guy who knows about this, but you should believe me that this happened to everybody. It just won't work, because Jews are, by nature, a very skeptical people. You may have noticed that. And we tend not to believe individuals who will come up with a story like that. So this is the kind of trend that he has in his philosophy, very empirical, very data-driven, and very popular at the time. Finally, in his thought, very, very intense Zionism. In the traditional approaches to his biography, and there are some new trends in studying his biography that argue that perhaps this is a little oversimplified. They say that late in his life, his love of Zion became overwhelming, and that he yearned with a powerful, powerful yearning to walk the 4 cubits of the land in the land of Israel, and ultimately at age 65, he succeeded in his journey. But it was not at all an easy one. He had the tremendous impediments of wealth and fame. He was not like a young, single person, 18 to 20, who goes to yeshiva and then decides to stay. This is a person who has, a world following, has a very established medical career, and he's later in life. And for him to schlep all the way to Israel, a dangerous trip, and who knows what kind of living conditions he would have there, it was a very, very difficult thing for him to do. He made his way piecemeal across North Africa, ultimately arriving in Alexandria, Egypt, where he had the most difficult time breaking away. It actually took quite a few months for him to do so. He was met with such tremendous honor in Alexandria, feted every night, and celebrated for his poetry. And the Alexandrian Jews really did not want him to leave at all. They begged him to stay in Egypt, saying, listen, Egypt is a very holy land as well. After all, we first received prophecy here, and Moses was here, and you should stay here. And it was like the New York City of the Middle East at the time, but he insisted nevertheless on making his way to Israel. New evidence that has come out of the Guinness tells us more about including personal letters written about his last days, tells us a lot more about what happened. He ultimately made it to Israel by boat. He probably landed in Ashkelon in May of 1141. And then he died of unknown causes later that summer. The legend has it that when he made it to Jerusalem, he bowed down to kiss the stones and declaim one of his poems about Israel, and at that time he was trampled by an Arab horseman and killed. There's no evidence other than legendary that that's the specific method of his death or the untimely nature of his death. And there are even some reasons to question it because it was a Crusader kingdom at the time. And Arabs might not have had that same kind of freedom of movement, but we do know that he definitely died shortly after reaching the goal of his many years of love of Israel. So his legacy, all told, brilliant example of the golden age of Spain, a poet, great artist, also a philosopher, giving us the Kuzari, expressing for us really the possibility of a tremendous synthesis of secular knowledge and cultural awareness at the same time as having a brilliant and sophisticated insight into Jewish thought, being a very patriotic Jew, a very patriotic Zionist of his time. Thank you very much for your attention and love. Talent so often know that it goes out of fashion. I'm hoping that most of you, if you've heard it, you will have forgotten it, but it is a classic joke. Right? Lisa, thank you for reminding me of this joke. Did I tell you about the car that has no gas pedals? Okay, so here we go. So here's guy goes to a used car lot and he has to buy a car for his large family. And he's on a day school budget because he's putting his multiple offspring into the day school system, and he doesn't have a lot of money to spend. So he's looking around the various vehicles, and the salesman comes up, "Can I help you?" He says, "I'd really like to buy a car, but it has to fit all these people, and I only have so much money." He says, "I have the perfect vehicle for you." Takes him over to the back of the lot, and there's this beat up old Ford station wagon with the false wood panels and things like that. And it's got rusted out rear quarters and all things like that. and the price is right. And he gets into the car and he says, I suppose this would do the trick, but I notice that there's no gas pedal and there's no brake pedal. The dealer says, see, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, all you have to do is say, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem, which means, sort of, blessed is the name, it's how are you, it's just a common expression. Baruch Hashem. And if you want it to stop, then all you say is Shema Yisrael, which is, of course, famous prayer of Judas, Shema Yisrael. So he says, that's amazing, it really works. He says, yes. So he buys it on the spot. And he's driving along, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. The car's going very nicely. It's riding great. The suspension is nice. He's thinking about how he'll put his mother-in-law in the car and she'll really appreciate it. As he's driving along, he suddenly realizes he forgot supposed to say to make it stop. And he's going through Sefer Tehillah and he's going through the parsha. He's trying to remember, what do I say to make it stop? And it's speeding up. And it's reading through the streets. And he's laying on the horn. And he's going through red lights. And he doesn't know what he's going to do. And he goes the wrong way on a one-way street. And he breaks through a barrier. And he goes up onto an exit ramp that is under construction. And he realizes that the exit ramp runs out. And he is going to eventually plunge to his death. So like a good religious Jew, he knows that his final moments should be taken up with an expression of the great unity of God. And as the Shulchan Aruch says, you're supposed to cover your eyes and say, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Echad. He does so, and the car stops right at the very edge of the exit ramp. Takes his hand off his eyes, and he says, oh, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. Okay. I think I ruined the punchline, but let's get back to this. Okay, I appreciate it. I think everyone figured it out halfway through. But what do you want? Okay. Tonight's topic is Benjamin of Tudela, a very interesting character. I've never spoken about him before, which means I did all my preparation this afternoon. It's fascinating individual. He was a medieval traveler who left a very unusual document behind called the itinerary, or Masaot in Hebrew, the travels of Binyamin of Tudela, Rabbi Binyamin of Tudela. And it has a lot to say about 12th century Middle East, and we're going to get into that in great detail in a few moments. First of all, though, I'd like to thank Dr. Jared Plitt for sponsoring tonight's lecture in memory of Mr. J. Farkas. Mr. Farkas was actually someone who came to this class quite often. He had a very, very sharp mind. He often asked very difficult questions. I often, felt it sittered a little bit when he put up his hand because I knew he was going to ask something very difficult. Unfortunately, he passed away. It was the Aseret Yemei Tshuva this year between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Quite suddenly, he passed away. So we remember him. We thank Dr. Plitt for sponsoring tonight's lecture.
I'm Damien Dan.
I think so, yeah. Okay, so who was Benjamin of Tudela? We don't know a lot about him. All we have regarding his life is this document itself. He refers to himself as Binyamin ben Yonah. His father was Yonah. He never refers to himself as rabbi, but it's clearly a very pious work. And in its publication history, which exploded after the 16th century, everyone is publishing this book. It's a very small book. It takes up about 80 pages in the original Hebrew, but it's circulated throughout Europe, translated into all kinds of languages because it was so popular. And by the way, it was the Christian Hebraeus of the 16th century who first discovered this document and really popularized it. But it was a really rare glimpse of what the world was like in the 12th century. It's an unparalleled document. There are very few documents like it in any language, in any tradition. It's about a century before Marco Polo, so his description of his travels are really quite fascinating. Shalom Aleichem, later in the 19th century, Mendel Butler Storm, if I remember correctly, would popularize this. He wrote stories of Binyamin III, which is supposed to be like another continuation of Binyamin of Tudela. We're not exactly sure what his dates of travel are. It appears from the text that he left in 1159, although some scholars place that a little later, and he returned in the section of the Mediterranean basin, through Israel, into Persia, and quite possibly entirely around the entire Arabian Peninsula. And as he travels through each of these places, he has something interesting to say about everywhere he went. Here's a map of one of the supposed routes of Benjamin Tudela. There is some controversy over where he went at any particular time, but it appears that he traveled from here to Tudela, across France, lower France, and then lower into Italy, all the way across into Asia Minor, and down into Israel, where he spent some time in Israel. And then he also spent time over here in lower Iraq, which would be Babylon, which is really where the vast majority of Jews lived at the time. And he also spent time here in Egypt. So we're not sure exactly how he got from Baghdad down to Cairo. Some authors assume he went all the way around the Arabian Peninsula, because he does refer, for example, to the land of Sheba, which would be today's Yemen, if I'm not mistaken. It's quite far south here in the Arabian Peninsula, so he may have gone all around. Others assume that he must have backtracked and gone through Israel, or the manuscript could be corrupt. Perhaps the itinerary is not in the order that he intended, but there is no question that he knows a lot about all these places. It's clearly first-hand knowledge. He's not repeating hearsay, although he does speak about, for example, China, and it's clear from the change in voice in the text that he never actually visited China, but he had heard about it from places where he had visited. So let's look a little bit at, who was he, and why did he take this massive trip? Again, as I mentioned earlier, the only source we have for his life is the itinerary itself, this one document. He never describes why he's on this massive 14-year trip, but it's most likely he went for one or both of two purposes. The first is obviously business, as you're familiar. Mr. Lax, what is the Abramson rule of history? Money, exactly. I was actually younger Mr. Lax, but older Mr. Lax is true too. It's good too. So he probably traveled for money. He traveled to explore business opportunities. And as he goes through each of these places, he has a remarkably long and very robust description of how people make a living there. The details of the spice trade, the coral trade, the dyeing. He's very interested in dyeing. And in every town, he wants to know how far is it to the nearest seaport, how far is it to the nearest river, because he's obviously concerned with issues of how do you get your products to market and so on. The other reason that he most likely took this trip is he was a kind of a spiritual tourist. He's very interested in things Jewish. Every city that he visits, he gives you an entire list of all the most famous rabbis. Occasionally he says something about how many Jews live there, about how many synagogues there are. Oh, I remember the joke. This is the joke, Mr. Rodriguez. So here's the joke. This is the one I forgot a few minutes ago. I usually want to start this joke. You've all heard this joke anyways. It's the second most popular Jewish joke on the 20th century, I'm sure. So I'll tell you the second most popular joke. The joke about the Jew stranded on a desert island. Okay, goes like this. A Jew is, there you go. So let me go through the motions. It's therapeutic. If I don't tell a joke here, I'll have to go home and tell it to my wife. She's sick of it. So it goes like this. There's a Jew stranded on a desert island for a long time, and he's waiting there. Finally, there's a ship passing by, and they see his smoke signals, so the captain of the ship comes onto the island in dinghy to rescue him, and the Jew is so grateful that finally he's going to get off this island after a dozen years stranded there. And he says, listen, I've lived here for so long, let me just show you around the island so you can see, what I've done here. So the captain tours around with him, and the Jew is saying, over here, this is my hut during the rainy season, and over here is my hut during the dry season, and this is my JCC, and this is my, observatory, whatever, and this is, and these are my synagogues. And the captain says, 2 synagogues? What do you need 2 synagogues for? And the punchline is, This is the one I daven in, and this is the one I wouldn't be caught dead in. The joke being, thank you for laughing, I appreciate it. The joke being, yeah, because don't forget, this goes to the internet, so people should feel that they actually enjoy the joke. But the joke is that he can't, every Jew needs to have a synagogue, he wouldn't be caught dead. So that was the introductory joke. That joke does go to Benjamin Tudela because he's seafaring and he was never shipwrecked, but that was the thing.
How did he travel on donkey or by foot or
No, he traveled, thank you for bringing us back to the point. He traveled primarily by, it doesn't say it actually in the text, but he traveled overland and by sea, which we assume by sea, he probably used a boat. Overland, I would assume he traveled by cars. It's unlikely he was, even in this time. Now, the second reason, he's very pious. He's clearly a kind of a spiritual tourist. He's one of those, he has a fascinating obsession with religious antiquities. Wherever he goes, he wants to find the graves of the tzaddikim, the righteous, particularly biblical figures, and he finds them all over the place. I'll share with you a couple of his description of these biblical graves, which are most likely quite fanciful, but interesting in themselves. And along the way, he reinforces his strong belief in rabbinic Judaism by taking out his opinions on the Samaritans, for example, called Kutim in Hebrew. And we'll get to those in good time. Okay, so let's see why did he travel? So I mentioned two reasons. One is, here he goes. He traveled by camel. Of course, this is the picture from 12th century. It's like a 19th century rendition. It's possible that he did both of these things together, right? Who says he can't go for a business trip and also check out the religious sites? That's especially important for us to understand this context. And you recall that the purpose of this lecture series is really to talk about the larger trends of Jewish history and to hit the major events that you really have to know to be able to have some understanding of the peaks and valleys of Jewish history in the medieval period, and we're using the biography as a hook for it. What's especially fascinating is that he is traveling in the immediate post-Crusade era, an era when Arabs and Christians, are extremely antithetical to each other, and this was a very unique period for Jews because suddenly they became much more involved in commerce than they ever had before, because Jews, equally disliked or equally tolerated by both Christians and Muslims, were able to travel rather freely between Christian and Muslim lands and engage in extensive trade. When you add to the fact that whereas Christians have difficulty traveling in Muslim lands and vice versa, Jews can travel there. And you add to that fact the idea that there are little outposts of Jews all over the place. So if a Jew is traveling, like Benjamin, from Tudela and he lands in Constantinople, he can easily find a Jewish minion, show up and say, I'm here on business, I'd like to find a place to stay, I'd like to meet some people to trade with and so on. So he is one of these early trading pioneers who really breaks open the international market for Jews. We don't know whether he was really one of the first, but clearly his itinerary was of single importance. Wanted to retrace these Jews.
Goddamn fucking Discord.
I have a few friends here in this neighborhood who do business with China. Regularly fly over to China and they buy all kinds of things and then they have them imported here and they sell them here and that kind of thing. So how do you get to be the first Jew to go to China? There has to be some kind of landmark, some kind of connection over there to start, especially when it's a communist country, you don't have a language in common and so on. Benjamin's itinerary was exactly that kind of document. I would tell you, okay, if you show up in Pisa, you will find approximately 400 Jewish families. Their synagogue is located on the river over here and so on. And that's your map. That's essentially your Google Maps of the 12th century. The kinds of spiritual tourism that he's fascinated with, for example, is a place called San Giovanni near Rome. You finds two pillars that were inscribed with the phrase Shlomo ben David. Of course, that would be King Solomon. We have no evidence in the Bible whatsoever that Solomon visited Italy, but nevertheless, it's part of the fanciful nature of the book. And these two pillars, apparently, as the local legend has it, on the 9th of Av, the pillars run with water. This, the 9th of Av, of course, is the commemoration of the destruction of the temple. When he's in Rome, for example, he's very interested in the caves under the Vatican, which are purported to hold all of the antiquities from the temple, as well as the graves of the 10 martyrs of the state, Akiva and others. And I'm pretty sure that historically they were killed in Israel, but it doesn't really matter. This is part of the sort of fabulous journey that he takes. He goes to a place called Wallachia, which is probably in the region of contemporary Bosnia, Herzegovina, that region, where he meets a group of people who are extremely warlike. Among other things, they cut off their own noses, not to spite their faces, but that's what they do. And they attack all the surrounding peoples, but they will not attack Jews. A special reverence for Jews. And he intimates that perhaps these are descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. And he frequently comments on the Karaites. He wants to know exactly how many Rabbinites there are in a particular place, how many Karaites there are in a particular place. In Constantinople, for example, he refers to 2,000 Rabbinites, which might mean 2,000 Rabbinite households, as opposed to 500 of the Karaite variety. So these are the kinds of things he's very interested in as he's traveling around, both business and tourism. But let's go straight to the Crusades as the backdrop for this and try to understand what these things are. They actually are extremely important in Jewish history. Yes, sure. Rabbinics, as opposed to rabbinic. Oh, they're us. They're really good guys. As opposed to the Karaites. The Rabbinites mean those who follow the rabbis, the Perushim, the Pharisees. Sometimes they're called the rabbinics, but that's confusing because rabbinics is used in different contexts, sort of like a body of literature. But rabbinites is opposed to Karaites. Okay, thank you for that. Yes, please. Tudela is in Spain. Yeah, I think it's somewhere in the center of Spain, more or less. Okay, so. The spice for it. That's fascinating. Yes.
In Middle Ages, there's also a very proud that Roman pilgrims. This is Chaucer, which is very important. You see that those who've been on pilgrimage, they wear certain ornaments to demonstrate that they wear those in great pride. So it's a part of the notion of pilgrimage. And
that's an excellent observation. Muslims also wear special things in the Hajj, but it's especially connected with the Crusades because that is the greatest pilgrimage, really, of the era. So, okay, last thing is Abrams. A good question. He didn't have family and friends. It's hard to believe he travels on his own, but he makes no reference to traveling companions. He makes no reference to his wife or children. The only person besides himself is his father. It's almost like he's writing, and sometimes when you read the book, it sounds like a nonfiction. Just, I went to this place. It was this far away from the last place I went. This is how many Jews lived there. This is what they did for a living. This is how far they were from the ocean. Then I went to this other place. I traveled this far to get there, so it's very dry. And then sometimes he goes off in long, flowery descriptions of bizarre practices, like the Galatians who cut off their noses, things like that. So, written in Hebrew, rabbinic Hebrew, very accessible Hebrew, been translated to English several times. Right? Oh, written Hebrew. Okay. So let's understand the Crusades a little bit. This is actually the important part of the lecture. So The Crusades, very difficult period in medieval history, are really a turning point for world history, a turning point for Jewish history as well. The situation is that the Muslims are in control of Israel at this point, as they have been for quite some time. But the Seljuk Turks take over in 1071. At that point, the Turks are a little bit more strict with regards travel into Jerusalem, and this begins to interfere with Byzantine pilgrims, Christian pilgrims who are coming from Byzantium Constantinople. It's not called Constantinople yet, but they're having difficulty getting into Israel and into Jerusalem in particular. A rather unpleasant move. The emperor of Byzantium appeals to the Pope in Rome. And this was like an unusual, so to speak, after the elections, reaching across the aisle, because the Byzantium is Orthodox Christianity, and Rome, of course, is Catholicism, and they're really not on speaking terms at this point. So it has to do with a whole bunch of splits over various doctrinal issues, the role of Mary, and so on. But the fact that the Orthodox, Christian Orthodox emperor would ask the Pope in Rome, the Catholic Pope, for help was a really important gesture, and the Pope felt constrained to actually respond. So in 1095, Pope Urban II says, this is absolutely intolerable that Christians cannot travel from Byzantium down to Constantinople. Sorry, it was called Constantinople. It wasn't called Istanbul. Sorry, it was Constantinople. They can't travel from Constantinople down to Jerusalem, so he calls for all Christians to unite and to organize themselves and mount a massive attack on Jerusalem. It happened that France in particular had a labor surplus, and in particular they had a very difficult time because they had too many knights building up in the nobility. The way the feudal system is set up, it's designed to have a large peasantry that supports a fairly small military. Those would be the knights, their squires, and other attendants. And you just had too many knights running around. And these are like, single men, age 18 to 24, unemployed. It's a dangerous thing. You got to do something with it. So it was perfect timing for France, and they organized themselves to march all the way to the Holy Land and take it from the infidel, from the Muslim. There was a huge mass hysteria throughout Europe with the idea of this, great endeavor. In France, it was fairly well organized. In Germany, it was just chaos, with all kinds of crazy people getting involved, claiming to have been visited by various biblical characters and told to go to the Holy Land and there to rescue Jerusalem. So the French were fairly well organized. The Germans, however, were on an entirely different matter. In Germany, you had people like Peter the Hermit and the notorious Amico, for example. Amico, managed to raise an entire band of people to follow him simply by taking off his tunic and saying, "Look, I have been branded by the Lord." And on the back, he had a cross marked in his shoulders, to his shoulder blades, as if to say, this means that you're supposed to follow this cross in hoc signo vinces, with this sign shall you conquer. And another place, there was actually a report of a goose that kept on turning towards the east. And all the local villagers took this as a sign that they were to follow the goose all the way to Jerusalem. And there was a tremendous amount of chaos in general. Unfortunately, the chaos is really the Jews' worst enemy. Jews historically are fairly content to live in a mildly oppressive regime, as we have done for so many centuries. And as we continue to do, even today, there are some societies, for example, south of the border, where in the South American continent, there are societies that are not necessarily governed by law, but as long as there is no chaos, Jews can manage it. The worst thing for Jews is when we cannot rely on law entirely, when we feel that the government will not protect us at all, even live by the laws that they have themselves written. And so what ended up happening in Germany in northern communities of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz in particular, is that the Crusaders said, wait a second, why are we going to schlep all the way to Jerusalem? I don't think that's the actual term they used. They probably used something in medieval German. Why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem to attack the infidel when we have infidels living right here in Germany? And so instead of taking these bands all the way to Jerusalem, these kind of ragtag groups of hooligans and misfits and, you know, those kind of people, they actually attacked the Jewish communities of Shum, as they are known by their acronym in Hebrew, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. So the first attack occurred in the city of Speyer in May of 1096, and there the Jews, realizing that they were under attack, they ran to the local home of the bishop. To remember that both Jews and clergy are very organized at this time. The cathedrals, to be sure, and even the larger churches tend to be in the villages or in towns, and the larger peasantry were living in manors or in farms spread out from the local village. So the people living in the city were, for the most part, Jews, people who practiced guilds or various merchants, and the clergy. So they had a rather close relationship. The Jews were hidden safely by the bishop there, and the bishop took a very strong stand against the pogroms. And in fact, he captured one of them and had his hands cut off as a demonstration that this kind of behavior would be untolerated, would not be tolerated. And in fact, the pogromists ended up leaving Speyer without any casualties. In the nearby towns of Worms and Mainz, on the other hand, an entirely different outcome ensued. The Jews went into the bishop's home, and the pogromists actually invaded the bishop's home and drew the Jews out and had a terrible massacre on the spot. In Mainz, a little bit later in that summer, they demanded a bribe from the Jews, which the Jews paid, but even with paying the bribe, they still attacked the Jews in a horrible massacre. These massacres are commemorated on Saturday mornings in the traditional liturgy. The prayer of Harachamim, which is said after the Torah reading, is specifically in reference to the Jews who were killed in the Crusades of this time. So a couple of observations about the Crusades, and then I shall pause for questions. Well, what ends up happening with the Crusaders? So the so-called legitimate Crusaders, meaning those nobles who were fairly well organized in France and so on, they actually make it all the way to Jerusalem. They have a brutal war with the Muslims, and they win. And over the next couple of centuries, there's ongoing battles between the Muslims and the Christians over control of Jerusalem. For a while, it's held by the Christians. For a while, it's held by the Muslims. But during this Crusader era, they actually have a huge degree of success in their initial objective. That's why it's even the term, it's a little bit offensive, really. It's especially offensive to Muslims, but it's entered the English language. You know, you can go on a crusade for blood donation or a crusade for, I don't know, March of Dimes or some kind of good cause. The word crusade has become synonymous with, you know, putting your energy into doing something worthwhile for society. But Muslims would certainly feel, no, this was not worthwhile for society. We were peace-loving people getting along with our local neighbors, and these crazy Christians come from France and start killing us. So a lot of the tension between Muslims and Jews to this day really dates back to the Crusades. Anyways, that's the legitimate Crusaders, so to speak. The illegitimate Crusaders, meaning these crazy bands that were forming in Germany and so on, after they finished massacring Jews, then they started making their way down towards the Holy Land, and as they're making their way down there, they have no provisions in store. They have no money to purchase provisions and so on. So as they're heading down, they actually end up raiding and attacking Christian farms, so in order to feed themselves on the way down there. By the time they get to Hungary, they're personae non gratae, and the Hungarian troops actually move out and kill all of them in order to prevent them from making their way any further into their territory. So that's the end of that kind of like sort of footnote in the history of the Crusades, a very important moment though for Jewish history because the way that the Jews reacted to the Crusaders is especially significant. The first thing that must be said about the Jewish reaction is that there was a phenomenal response among the Jews to this threat of, well, I'm not sure how to put it, the phenomenon of Kiddush Hashem, which in Hebrew means sanctification of the name, meaning of the name of God. It can mean different things in different contexts, but in this context, it means martyrdom, meaning Jews allowing themselves to be killed rather than convert to Christianity. On several occasions, the Crusaders offered the Jews a chance to live if they would only be baptized, if they would only accept Christianity. And a certain number of Jews, in fact, do so. They do agree to save their own lives by converting at least outwardly to Christianity. And then later, once the Crusades died down, then they try to rejoin the Jewish community. There's quite a bit of rabbinic literature on what to do with these people. Rashi himself comments on the advisability of re-accepting these Jews to the Torah. But it presents a halachic difficulty because in Jewish law there are 3 transgressions which may never be committed on pain of death. And they are, one may never commit adultery or any other sexual crime. There's a whole list of them. We went over them in Yom Kippur. Forget about it till next year. But we have a whole list of them. In those kinds of crimes, a person must be put to death, allow himself to be killed rather than commit those crimes. Murder, one is allowed to kill in self-defense, but one may not, for example, if Reuven puts a gun to Shimon's head and says, kill Levi, or I will kill you, Shimon has to allow himself to be killed rather than kill a third person. He can kill Reuven in self-defense, but he can't kill Levi. And finally, most problematically, idolatry, to worship the false gods. So in Jewish law, and let's say for the sake of argument, which is a fairly safe assumption for most authorities of the period, Christianity falls into that category of false worship, at least for a Jew. There's some interesting discussion that it may not be false worship for a non-Jew because ultimately it is monotheism. The idea of the Trinity is very problematic and so on. So the question is, should the Jews of the Crusade era have allowed themselves to be killed because it is idolatry, or should they simply convert at least outwardly and then rejoin the community? Many Jews decided that it would be better to be killed than to convert. And in fact, there were several cases of mass suicide where Jews would literally cast lots, and the loser would have to slaughter all the other Jews, typically with a knife, and then kill him or herself. Incredibly moving stories. We have these chronicles by survivors, written in the first person of Jews who submitted to this horrible thing, a mass suicide rather than be killed. And they form an extremely bright point in the dark point in the mental map of medieval Europe. So, I have these questions about pikuach nefesh, right? And what you mean, pikuach nefesh means like the saving of a life. The general rule in Jewish law is you can break any law in the Torah in order to save a life, except for these 3 exceptions. You can't even save a life to do this. So if someone says, eat this cheeseburger, or I will kill that guy, eat the cheeseburger. But if someone says, worship this false god rather than, or I'll kill this other person, it's also a problem for the Moranos. It's the exact same problem. And I'm not a rabbi, I would get in trouble with the union if I said anything, legitimate about rabbinic stuff, but that's the same problem. And in fact, the Marranos, so-called Marranos, the crypto Jews who wanted to come back to Judaism, also faced a lot of opposition over their choice to outwardly convert rather than submit to death. Yeah, the source for the Rambam's conversion is very, very weak. It's a Muslim source, and he converted lots of people who never converted as well. Like they later say, look at these famous Jews who converted the Rambam as well, and there's not a lot of basis for it. Yes, I'm sorry.
So it's horrific. You see, it's really interesting. Shabbos, early mass, the Jews, those that come suicide, the next day, those that were studying it, they really became from they were also next for this way.
Yeah. It's not necessarily a guarantee. You're absolutely right. This has happened as well.
How much more to make it into the religious got to be service on it was the children's crusade.
Yes.
They organized without food, without provisions for the people who
The point of the Children's Crusades was this idea that, for a while the Crusaders were losing. And they said, why are they losing? They were so good, like just 100 years ago. It was 1232. How come we're losing? And they said, oh, the reason is because we're sending soldiers who are full of sin. Because a lot of these Crusaders, they went, they were unemployed, and maybe they had some religious zeal, but they also went for, base pleasures of violence and rape, and these are the ones we're talking about. So they said we have to send innocent soldiers. These innocent children. So there you go. So they opened a whole bunch of children, and they got slaughtered. Okay, Mr. Lax, Ms. Aberson, very good. The Jews that were being limited examples of the kind of results. Very, very limited, and that's a very sophisticated question, Mr. Lax, because there's a historian named Rabbi who argues that the Jews were so living as minorities in Christian and Muslim Europe, but there's primarily about Christian, and they never really developed the cultural vocabulary of resistance. Now, when you are a tiny minority and you're attacked, then you only have two choices. You either pay a huge bribe to the people who are attacking you, and hopefully that pays them off, or you run away. This is what one of my students once called it the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. And that worked pretty well for 2,000 years of exile. Hilberg argued that this is one of the reasons for the dramatic success of Hitler's plan to destroy the Jews of Europe was because they didn't have an immediate response that we should fight back. We're going to take the last one, Ms. Abrams, and then we'll come back. But go ahead, we got to catch up. Go ahead, Ms. Abrams. Right. Excellent question. That's an excellent. Excellent. She asked that really smart question. Why would they run to the bishops? So let's just finish this here. One last point on this here. Ashkenazim, the development of Ashkenazi culture, which is still quite young at this point. The Jews have only been living in the traditional nations of Ashkenaz for about 200 years at this point. This is the defining moment for the way Ashkenazi culture goes for the next 700 years. Ashkenazim tend to look inwards, tend to regard the outside society as far more toxic, as dangerous as us versus them, and we develop a kind of internal ghetto thinking as a result of the cultural impact of the Crusades. It's quite different in the Sephardi territories in Spain, where the Jews there, they're just going into their golden age, and they're celebrating people like Hasta ibn Shahrut and Shmuel ibn Agrela, who are reaching high office in secular political positions and also engaging in Jewish scholarship and so on. So one of the Jews of Ashkenaz and Jews from Spain had about 400 years where the Ashkenazim were kind of shrinking into themselves and Sephardim were sort of spreading out. The Ashkenazim were celebrating insularity and the Sephardim were celebrating engagement with the outside world. Obviously, the Sephardim would have to deal with the same problem in the 15th century, but it may argue for some basic cultural differences between them. Now, let's do quickly Ms. Abramson's excellent observation. Protection of the clergy. So for the Jews, the bishop was the theoretical place of refuge. Like when you're in trouble, where do you go? Well, obviously you go to the Christian priest. And this is something that we really have to bear in mind about medieval Europe. You know, we tend to think overwhelmingly, especially in a Jewish learning environment, what Salomon called the lachrymose version of Jewish history. Lachrymose means full of tears, right? That it's long martyrology of one massacre after another, and unfortunately there are a lot of massacres, but it's a skewed vision of Jewish history, to be sure. And even though we have, frequently been attacked by outside forces, it's important to recognize that we had a modus vivendi, theological and practical, with the church that at least dates back to St. Augustine. The concept of witness, which I don't believe we talked about in this class, but I don't want to take more time to do it, but basically the Catholic Church, or Christian Church at that time, developed a doctrine that says the Jews should not be forcibly converted. The Jews should be allowed to practice their faith in relative peace, but not necessarily prosperity, so that they should be alive for the end of days, in order that they can witness the second coming of Jesus. That's the idea of it. And in fact, it worked very well because, we could rely on the church, basically, to uphold this doctrine and to protect the Jews. So the bishop was a reasonable person to go to look for help. It also indicates a big separation between hungry masses who are Christians and the literate and more educated and more urbanized clergy, which may have had a much more amenable attitude to the Jews. And there's a speak painting with very broad strokes here, but just for the sake of argument, that's one of the interesting observations is the Greek to the clergy. Okay, so let's go back to Benjamin Tudela. This is the environment in which he's traveling. Right? The first crusade is 1095. He's traveling just about 75 years later, 85 years later. It's still an environment. The Crusades, by the way, are ongoing for several hundred years, where there's back and forth between the Christians and the Muslims in Israel. So when he gets to Israel, coming from the north, it's clear he goes through Asia Minor, left into Israel. He encounters Akko and Haifa first. He right away runs to all the biblical places he can find. Talks about the way the tombs look and things like that. And he's also quite interested in the whole makeup of the population of Israel. It's sad because he lists all these buildings. He says there is only one Jew living here. There are only 3 Jewish families in this place. Tiny little pockets of population. I don't think he says there are more than a few hundred Jews in Jerusalem, for example, at this time. Although when you get to Babylon, he talks about 30,000, 40,000 Jews living in individual locations. He's also very interested in these so-called Samaritans, known in the Talmud as the Kutim, or Kusim. These are people whose conversion was suspect. They had been in Israel for generations upon generations, but the rabbis of the Mishnaic period felt that perhaps their conversion to Judaism was not sincere. They were descendants of insincere converts, and for quite a few generations, the rabbis are not sure exactly what to do with the Kutim. Are they Jews or are they not Jews? Do they count an minion or don't count an minion, and so on and so forth? Ultimately, rule, you know what? They're not Jews. They're not. They're close to us, but they're not exactly Jews. They're known in English as the Samaritans. And during this time, when the status of the Samaritans were in doubt, the Jews and the Samaritans were at each other's throats over 1,000 issues. You may have heard the phrase in English, the Good Samaritan. Right? So most people don't understand where that comes from. It's a passage in the Gospels where Jesus describes a man who's, if I remember correctly, he's like beat up by robbers and he's left bleeding in the street, and a Kohen walks by him and says, a Jewish guy is beat up. And the Kohen walks by and says, look, I don't want to touch him, he might be dead, I'll get defiled. I'm paraphrasing. The Levite walks by and says, I don't know this guy, I have no connection. He walks right by. The Israel, regular Jew, walks by and says, I'm not doing it. And then, of all people, a Samaritan comes by and helps him. And when you read it in the original context, it's like, here's a Jewish guy, no Jew will help him, but of all people, a Samaritan will help him. You believe it's someone who hates the Jews, he's the one who helps him. That's where we get this concept of the good Samaritan. The underlying should be the word Samaritan. You would expect a Jew to help him, but in fact, is the Pushing, right? No, the Pushing, the Putin. They're just regular olive skin like that's Push. Push is Ethiopia. So like Sipora, for example, Moshe's wife is called the Push, the African. The Japanese connection. Oh, I've never heard that. Japanese might be Samaritan. That's so weird. A samurai. Oh, look at that. That's fascinating. I would never have thought that. Anyways, the Samaritans then and now actually practice their rituals on Har Gerizim, which is near Shechem in Israel, and they practice sacrifices just like if in the temple. He criticizes their pronunciation of Hebrew. They don't use the letter A, Chet, or Ayin. They say everything with an olive. He makes fun of that. And then he goes on, he tells us a little about Jerusalem. He describes that there are 400 nights. It was held by the Crusaders at this time. There are 400 nights that are there, but there are hospitals there for the veterans who are wounded and so on. And he has a very beautiful and detailed, moving description of the city of Jerusalem. He talks about the Totel. He talks about the stables of King Solomon, and exactly as we have it today. It's quite fascinating. He also describes Kever Rachel and the Ma'arat HaMachpelah. The latter is especially fascinating. He describes how for a bride, you could get down into the actual caves, and there were inscriptions on each of the graves and so on. More detail than, of course, today can see. But it's clear, it's a real reinforcement of the historical significance of many of these locations that are revered to this day, 1,000 years later. He also moves on to Babylon, and he's especially interested in all of the cities mentioned in the Talmud, and they're really quite thriving as Jewish population centers. He describes the political conflicts of the exilarchades. We talked about that last week with the Karaites, right, the Reish Galusa, and so on. He talks about the honor shown to the Reish Galusa by the non-Jewish population, that they're required by state law to non-Jews must stand in the presence of the head of the Jewish community and so on. And he describes quite a bit of interesting data about how the Jewish community is organized, that the Reish Galuta is the one who confirms the appointment, the ordination of local rabbis, that he's responsible for collecting taxation and dispersing it for social welfare and so on. And also that the Reish Galuta, as the descendant of King David, actually receives foreign donations from far-off populations as well. Tremendous amount of really great, interesting demographic data. Shushan is a particularly interesting town. There he describes a Jewish machlokas, a Jewish controversy over the bones of the prophet Daniel, which apparently were buried originally on one side of this river, and the Jews living on that side of the river were very wealthy. So the Jews on the other side of the river maintain the only reason they're wealthy is because they have the privilege of living in proximity to the bones of Prophet Daniel. So therefore they petitioned successfully to have the bones transferred to their side of the river. And they had an agreement where every year they would move the bones of the prophet from one side of the river to the other in order to spread the wealth, to distribute empire emperor himself was traveling through, he saw what was going on. He also revered the bones of Daniel, but he thought it was disrespectful to exhume him and transport him like that. So he said, no, we're going to do this differently. He had him encased in a glass coffin and suspended from the middle of the bridge between the two settlements. So that way, it was like equidistant, it was fair, and they could both share in the riches. But fishing from the bridge was prohibited from then on, because that was considered inappropriate. That's why they have those signs here in Florida. They don't fishing from a bridge, in memory of. Also interesting, he has the first reference of any kind to the false Messiah, David Alroy. Fascinating individual. We just got little snippets of him, but apparently he was something of a wonder worker, a Jew who claimed to be the Mashiach, who would lead all of these back to Israel. He was a bit of an irritant to the local status quo in many ways. He was challenging the traditional centers of power. So he was actually captured by the Persian king and imprisoned, and then miraculously somehow escaped. And then when he escaped, he kept on maintaining that he was in fact the Messiah. And he practiced various wonders, like he had the original invisibility shawl. Remember Harry Potter? He would put the shawl around him and it would disappear. It was also useful as a mode of transport because he could lay it on water and walk on his own carpet on the water, and people were totally amazed at this. Ultimately, both the Exilarch, the Reish Galusa, and the heads of the yeshiva distanced him and said he is not the Mashiach. We don't want anything to do with him. He's a troublemaker and so on. And so the king's forces put out a fatwa, and he was assassinated in his bed one night. This is like the first reference we have to the kind of antinomian religious life of the Jews at the time. And he finds all kinds of other interesting, bizarre Jews. We talked about Karaites. He also finds a group of Jews in the island of Cyprus who observe Shabbat from Saturday morning at dawn to Sunday morning at dawn. Completely out of step with everybody else. That was right. Saturday morning at dawn. Yeah, we would free up Friday night, but we would lose it at the Shabbos. Yeah, like what you did up anyway. It didn't last long. Obviously, we want our Saturday nights. So, there are some descriptions towards the end of his itinerary. Far off lands that he probably never visited, like China and so on. The language changes as he talks about them. But he does have some interesting references to Eastern Europe, places like Kiev and Prague. He apparently visited, and the kinds of material there that are fascinating through scholars of the period. So, just to conclude, I wanted to show you this last map, which gives you a sense of what's going to happen in the very near future after Benjamin Kabbalah's travels. You get to see Ashkenaz growing and changing as the Jews from Germany in particular begin to make their moves towards the east. Benjamin Kabbalah is perhaps one of the most famous of the wandering Jews, but he's certainly not the first and far from the last, as Jewish populations begin to move from the central regions of like Speyer, Worms, and Bays into Eastern Europe, where they have an entirely new economic reality awaiting for them there. And we'll return to that in a later lecture. So with that, I'd like to conclude for tonight. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, so I will speak faster to make up for the delay. It's I think that's all from So, thank you all for coming. Tonight's topic is Hanan ben David, regarded by Karaites as their founding father. Kara is a very important schismatic movement within Judaism that split off primarily in the 9th century and 10th century, and we're going to follow this movement
to the present day. So I have to think of a joke to start off so everyone's in a good mood. I'm not sure I can think of one, but I'll give you one anyway. So I hope I didn't tell this joke too recently, because as you know, I only have about 12 jokes and I just keep recycling them. But I tell you the joke about the boy who goes to Europe in the 1920s to study in yeshiva. And he spends 6 months there studying in yeshiva in Poland, and then he comes back to live with his family. And the first Shabbos meal, so the father says, what was it like in Europe? What did you learn? What did you see? And he says, well, I met so many interesting people. Like, for example, I met a communist, I met a Zionist, I met an atheist, I met a socialist, I met a Bundist, I met a Beitarnik, I met a Jabotinskynik, I met a Menshevik, and the father says, so what are you surprised? It's a very diverse place. He says, Dad, you don't understand, it was all one person. So, small joke, but it's intended to take us into this topic, which is an important topic in Jewish intellectual history. It has surprisingly modern ramifications, contemporary ramifications for the development of Judaism in the 20th and 21st century. There is an interesting sort of resurgence of Karaism in certain parts of the United States, what Mr. Rodriguez calls neo-Karaism. Perhaps we'll explain what he thinks about that term shortly. But let's get right down to the subject matter. Today's lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor. I'd like to thank that donor very much for supporting the shul. That gives us the space to learn it. Very long and it's wonderful that we have sponsors, but I'd like to say that your presence is sponsorship enough. I'm really happy that you're here, so that I'm not talking to myself like I usually do. Okay, so Karaism. The word, as we shall see, comes from the Hebrew term kra, kuf resh aleph, which is the basis of the word for mikra, or scripture. It's related to the word to read or to call. And so Karaism derived this term primarily because of the extreme devotion to the biblical text alone. And put in one sentence, the essential belief of the Karaite movement is that the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, are in fact given by God and nothing else. And the task of a Karaite Jew, or a Karaite, simply put, is to divine the divine intent buried in that text without the layering of rabbinic interpretation that followed, particularly in the oral tradition, and thereby live one's life as a Karaite Jew. That was kind of long for one sentence, but that's the kind of thing. The Bible and nothing else, really. The defining notion of Karaism is the rejection of the oral tradition. And this is crucial, and it is not original. We have had many movements in the ancient world that also took issue with the oral tradition, denying its authority. And in fact, one of the areas of Karaite scholarship in the 20th century is to try and connect this medieval movement with the ancient counterparts that preceded it. And there is some argument, for example, to say that it really follows a chain of tradition from King Yeravam, who rebelled against rabbinic authority as well, straight through the Middle Ages and to the modern day. It's probably baseless in terms of a direct connection. Nevertheless, there are certain sympathetic elements of ancient rebellion against rabbinic authority, which are echoed in the medieval Karaite movement. So there's some argument for it. What is fascinating, however, is the rather extreme longevity of this movement, which has allowed it to persist right up until our own times. There's a general rule about the survival of schismatic movements within Judaism that I think is really quite true. It's something that Beryl Wine likes to say. He's a very important historian who actually is going to be here in Miami, I think, in February at the Young Israel Bal Harbor. He'll be here for as a guest of a Shabbaton scholar in residence. And I think I urge you to come and hear him because he's really fantastic. At any rate, he argues that, we're, as a people, the Jews are very tolerant of heterodox ideas. We're very good at adapting to a wide variety of approaches
approaches to various elements of creed, and we don't have that many, kind of bifurcations and multiple vectors of our faith that end up with lots of really powerful and dynamic polemics. However, one of the phenomena that Beryl Wine points out is the fact that when a movement splits off from Judaism, they're liable to continue unless they redefine the nature of who is a Jew. As soon as they change the definition of who is a Jew, they kind of like get onto another set of tracks altogether, and the separation becomes irreparable. That is certainly true of the Karaite movement, particularly after the 12th century, when Jews regard them as being, traditional rabbinic Jews regard them as being perhaps not even Jewish, primarily because of their redefinition of the laws of marriage and the laws of conversion, things like that are essential to the definition of who is a Jew. Obviously, if you look at politics in American Jewish society, let's say from the 1960s onward, with the large amount of out-marriage in the Jewish community, these kinds of questions come up again, and they're subject to heated debate. So perhaps we can take some questions a little later on. We'll see how this is relevant and useful for our discussions. Okay, so here we go. This is an interesting picture from a Neo-Karaite movement, the slogan on the T-shirt, which is actually an 8th century T-shirt. They reproduced it. Thank you. Karaites do it by the book, which is ironically true, right? It's all by the book itself. Anand Ben David is sort of our starting point for today's lecture. He's really not the founder of Karaism per se. The Karaite movement later took hold of him as a figure and used him as kind of like an identifying flashpoint that began the movement. But in many ways, he was really quite distinct in his ideas from the Karaite movement. And they probably would have had a very hard time dealing with him individually. The way in which his movement started was most likely connected to a conflict over political power. It created, so to speak, a breakaway minyan, a splinter minyan that just went viral and created an entirely alternative movement. Let's look at that very briefly. First of all, let's set the scene. Where are we talking about? Mainly this happened in Babylon, which would be this map here. By the way, the arrows don't show the spread of the Jewish population. It shows the spread of Islam from its beginnings in the year 622 up until about the middle of the 8th century, which is where we're picking up the story. You can see that Islam starts here in Medina. They make a trip down here to Mecca, and then there's a rapid expansion across the coast of North Africa, eventually in the early 8th century into Spain, right up to the Pyrenees, and at the same time moving out into Persia and all the way out even further in this map to Bactria, Afghanistan, regions like that. The region that we're speaking about is the confluence of the Euphrates and the Tigris River here into the Persian Gulf, which is contemporary Iraq. Right around here in the lower part of these two really crucial rivers, this is classic Mesopotamia, right? The term Mesopotamia means between the rivers, and the first of these two regions here, one of the oldest parts of the world that is civilized. And so there's a lot of Jewish yeshivot here in this region right down the south. Famous cities like Sura, Bodita, Naharda, that are mentioned throughout the Talmud, are located in southern Iraq, and that's where the Talmud was written during this time. So we have Jews who are living here in large numbers, and this is kind of like the equivalent of New York City of the 8th century. The northeastern quadrant of the United States, maybe we should take a minute here. We all, probably a lot of you in this room have family and relatives and friends who are in the Northeast, and let's hope that they're all well and that they weather the aftermath of the horrible storm Sandy with success. So this is kind of like the equivalent of the largest diaspora community for the Jews in the 8th century. There's still Jews living in Jerusalem. There's a significant community living in the Nile Delta as well, with smaller communities developing throughout the Mediterranean basin. But this is really the main area of Jewish settlement. Spain will not really develop until the 10th century, when they start to exist as an independent unit going into the golden era of Spanish Jewry. So this is the region we're talking about, 8th century. the organization of the Jews there were dominated by the so-called Geonim. The word Geonim comes from the word Ga'ava in Hebrew, which means pride. It can mean in a negative sense arrogance, but that's not the context used here. These are the titles that were given to the heads of the academies or the yeshivot that were in these Mesopotamian towns. They had these rather large institutions. According to Talmudic accounts, they had perhaps as many as 1,200 or 2,400, depending on how you read the text, students, which is really quite significant for this time period, although those numbers may be considerably exaggerated and they may be really much smaller. But they are the prime expositors of the Talmud, which had been closed now for about 200 years. So the people who work with the text, the people who interpret the text, all questions of Jewish practice are directed to these Geonim, and they really run the entire show up until about the 10th century, when another group called the Rishonim began to rise, and you see them in European countries and so on. Now, related to the development of Ananism and Karaism, Ananism, by the way, should not be confused with Onanism. Totally different thing. Those who study psychology. We will not have any lectures on Onanism. We're going to concentrate on Ananism. But the academy was a very elite institution. There was no tuition to speak of. There was no formal graduation. It was a kind of a loosely organized society, but it was a very strict meritocracy. In order to gain a position in the academy, you really had to demonstrate tremendous intellectual strength and be able to navigate the sea of Talmud with great facility, to work through the mental gymnastics of arguing the back and forth of the Talmud. And it was not a place for intellectual lightweights. It was a really serious place to study. The academies were arranged in rows. Actually, literally, the benches were arranged in rows, with the preceptor sitting at the front facing all the students and directing the lecture, kind of like a modern university lecture hall. But the seats were assigned by seniority and intellectual superiority. There was a lot of discussions of which row was which particular rabbi sitting in, and what happened when they moved him up one row. That's a big simcha, a lot of mazel tovs when you move up a row and so on. Not a place for the larger Jewish public, which had great significance for the rise of this movement. The way in which the academies reached out to the larger Jewish world were through these periodic, usually twice a year, phenomena called the Yarchei Kala, which were like month-long adult education sessions, where the yeshiva would send out to many of the smaller communities, usually at those times of year when farming demands were not so high. And so the men in particular, there were really not that many opportunities for women. The men would come in from the fields, they'd have a little bit of extra time, so they would spend their day learning with the rabbis who were from the backbenches in the yeshivot, who would go out and spread this information for them. However, you have the situation where there's an elite group of highly learned individuals who are like an island in a sea of largely illiterate Jewish peasants, perhaps with just enough literacy to manage their way through a prayer book, to observe the Sabbath more or less with the best understanding they have, but they're Amei Haaretz, to use the Hebrew term. They're people of the land, farmers. They do not have the opportunity to engage in full-time study, and so they're highly dependent on the Geonim and the Yeshivot. So this creates on one hand, it concentrates power in the Yeshivot, and it puts much more authority in those people who are able to interpret the Talmud. But on the other hand, it leaves a lot of room for people to feel disenfranchised, to vent their feelings of perhaps rebellion or disagreement with rabbinic positions, and eventually to coalesce in anti-rabbinic groups. And this is precisely what happens in the 8th century. We see a lot of groundswell from the grassroots of people feeling the rabbis are too strict, or some of their interpretations are too zany. They just can't handle the way that the rabbis are handling the Talmud, and they really want to see a Judaism that, in many ways, for them, makes much more sense. We have to add to this the fact, if you're looking at this map here, I mean, it doesn't take much to imagine if Islam, now we're going with the actual colors here, if Islam spreads with such drama from 631 to 750, which is shown here on this map, like 120 years, where this tiny religion that starts out with one man in Medina suddenly takes over the entire Mediterranean basin, basically the entire known world of the time. I mean, there must be a lot to this religion to acquire such territory and so many adherents so quickly. And one of the hallmarks of Islam at this time was a much greater emphasis on reason over revelation. Certainly, Muhammad was a prophet in the Muslim understanding of the term, but on the other hand, they had many schools of jurisprudence that argued for a rational approach to the text and to religion in general. And that idea of reason appealed very much, kind of like an early scientific revolution, to the people of the Middle East at the time. Okay, so I've talked pretty much straight for 20 minutes, so let me pause for a couple of questions. Yes, Judith.
First of all, Islam spread very quickly. What was the religion of these nomadic people?
Well, that's an excellent question. What were the religions that they took over? Well, look at their scope. They spread over, so much ground. They lived in territories where there were Jews and there were Christians active. There were a lot of pagans, particularly North Africa, a very pagan region. Zoroastrians, actually, I'm not sure if Zoroastrians. That would be in Persia, right? And they're going all the way up to the east, where they have a huge popularity with Hindus, particularly with lower caste Hindus. So they're encountering all kinds of different faiths as they make their spread throughout the ancient world.
The other question is that when you say the Karaites were rejecting the oral tradition and emphasizing that only reading the written Bible, that's the Tanakh, right?
Not the Tanakh, the Chumash. Yeah, the Tanakh is like 24 books, and the Tanakh is just the Tanakh is 24. The Chumash is just the 5, right?
So they're not looking at the prophets for any.
But I'm generalizing because one of the things that we see about the Karaite movement is that, especially not under Hanan, but under a successor, it was also a heterodox movement and was also willing to tolerate different interpretations within a certain scope of parameters for those interpretations. And they did recognize, for example, the possibility of limited prophecy given after Moses, but not necessarily with the same commanding voice that the Chumash has. The later Tanakh does not have the ability to overrule the earlier Tanakh, the Chumash. Yes, Mr. Lax.
Is there an example of something that the rabbi is trying to enforce that the populace just follow?
That's an excellent question. I mean, what is it that driving to Shul Shabbos is a good one. That's a good example. We have a lot of difficulty understanding because our sources are so highly charged with the fight between the Rabbinites and the Karaites. So anything you read from the period has to be viewed through the lens of whichever group is writing it. And I think the most interesting is, like, for example, last year we talked about Saadia Gaon, and he was a noted polemicist, writing a lot against the Karaites. And unfortunately, a lot of those manuscripts are lost. So we only have Saadia's arguments against the Karaites as they are preserved in the Karaite defense of those arguments. So we read Saadia through the filter of his enemies, which is kind of like, we're in the election season, reading the polls from the websites of the other side, whichever side that is. So an example of something that the people rebelled at. You have a suggestion?
Yes, is turning of Israel, especially, wasn't by force?
I'll get back to that question one second. Let me see. I was hoping you would help me out with this question after that. I can't think of one specifically, but I can guess because Shabbos is a really interesting one. Shabbos, the laws of Shabbos, as the Gemara says, are mountains hanging by a thread.
right? It doesn't say in the Chumash. It says, guard the Shabbos, and then it has a whole discussion of building a temple. So the rabbis make a huge leap to say, based on the oral tradition, based on the proximity of the commandment to observe the Sabbath and the intricate laws of building the temple, or actually the tabernacle, that it must mean that all these things that are okay for building the tabernacle, those are the things that are forbidden on the Sabbath. There are 39 different types of labor, and we can break them down, avos, toledos, and so on, and you get like thousands of things. So hang on, let me just finish this one here. So I'm guessing from the intense discussion over the laws of Shabbos that that's probably one of the biggest areas. Ironically, though, the way the Karaites dealt with it didn't necessarily satisfy, because when you're dealing with the biblical text in a Karaite sense, you have to take the strictest possible interpretation in many cases. So, for example, it says in the Torah, "Lo sevaruch eish b'chol moshesecha." You will not allow any fires to burn in all of your habitations, on the Sabbath day. You can't burn fires on Shabbat. So the rabbis, through the traditional oral Torah and its interpretation, they say you're not allowed to burn fires means you can't start a fire on Shabbos. You can't light a fire on Shabbos. But if the fire is going from before Shabbos, then of course it's okay. You just let it burn right through. You don't interfere with it. But the simple text of the pasuk says there shouldn't be any fires burning. So the Karaites say, okay, that's it. No more chulent. We're not having any hot food on Shabbos because you can't let the food cook overnight. And in fact, there are some rabbinic authorities who say it's a mitzvah to eat chulent to specifically reinforce rabbinic interpretation of the pasuk. So regarding the spread of Islam.
But let me add something. Okay. Our interpretation from the rabbinical midrash, how we started with the Tanoim, actually they put together a fence. After everything, you had the Shabbat, you had the Kashrut. The Kashrut is nothing in the Torah, but Kashrut says, the Sebastian did the Helefimo. That's how it's doing. You got 600,000 different technology. Right. You know what I mean? This is something that sometimes I go off the mind.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you a joke about that. So the pasuk mentions, you shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk, which the rabbis understand to mean you can't eat meat and milk together, right? Even though, you should be able to eat chicken and milk, because chickens don't have a kid that you can boil in it, but that's the way it goes. So the joke goes like this. My grandmother, Aleh Shalom's favorite jokes. She used to like kind of these subversive jokes a lot. The joke goes that, so Moshe Rabbeinu, oh, and by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing, that particular phrase, you shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk, occurs 3 times in the Torah. And from the fact that it's repeated 3 times, the rabbis learn a huge amount of laws. It doesn't just say it once, it says it 3 times. There are no redundancies in the Torah, therefore, it must be there for a reason. So my grandmother likes to tell this joke. She usually tells it with the punchline in Yiddish. It took me years to figure it out, but I'll say it in English. And the joke goes like this. So Moshe Rabbeinu is on Har Sinai. Moses is on Mount Sinai, and he's receiving the Torah. He's learning the Torah from God. And God says, don't boil a kid in its mother's milk. Moses says, aha, so that means we can't eat cheeseburgers. Because it's the cheese. Okay, I got it. And they're reading, and God says, and don't boil a kid in its mother's milk. And Moses says, oh, so that means that we have to have like separate plates between meat and milk, because you don't want to have to. And God says, well, I just said don't boil. And he says, I get it, God. God says, okay. So the third one, he says, don't boil the kid in its mother's milk. And Moses says, so that means we have to wait 6 hours between having the meat and having the Haagen-Dazs. And God says, no, Moses, just have it your way.
There is something, something else. Actually, in this parsha in Vayera, Aaron offers Tamar, Nada, and Rebecca.
Oh, don't even, that's going to be a hard one, yeah.
No, I'm saying,
he serves meat and milk. Right, it appears to be meat and milk, and there's some interesting rabbinic detail on that. Okay, let's get past it, because it's a good one, but I think it will take us a long time. All right. I mentioned earlier that Anan ben David's rise to power is probably related to a political dispute. Now, again, we have rabbinic accounts, Karaite accounts. They're very different. We don't have any third-party account that gives us a sense of it, but it does have kind of like the schneck of truth, the feel of truth to it. There were two sources of power in the Jewish community in Babylon, two official sources of power. One was the Geonim, as I mentioned, the heads of the academies, and the second was the Exilarch, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile, Rosh HaGalut, I guess we would say in modern Hebrew, but this is in Aramaic, it's a Reish Galuta. We actually, in the Saturday prayers in the morning, we have a special prayer for the Reish Galuta, where we pray for him and for all his students and things like that. Very old prayer. The Babylonians, first the Sasanian Persians, and later their Muslim inheritors, had a great amount of respect for the Davidic line, and they felt it was appropriate that there should be a descendant of King David who was the official head of the Jewish community, the political arm, as you will, of the Jewish community, and he had official standing with the caliphate and represented the Jewish community at large, and there are a lot of tax implications and penal implications. The Reish Galuta was often at odds with the Rosh Yeshiva, the heads of the yeshiva. There are many times when the Rosh Yeshiva felt that a particular descendant of the house of David was disqualified for one reason or another from taking that political position, and quite often they will butt heads. In the Talmud, there are a lot of stories of the rabbis dealing with the Reish Galuta, and it's kind of an interesting sort of keeping their full arm's length distance from them. They can't alienate the Reish Galuta completely because the Reish Galuta is, after all, the head of the political community, but they're always kind of like looking down their nose at the ignorant behavior of the Reish Galuta. I shouldn't say always, but quite often you feel that kind of tension in the Talmudic stories that involve the Reish Galuta. At any rate, it was a chashuva position, an important position, and the story goes that Anan ben David was passed over for his younger brother to be the Exilarch. We don't know why, but he was rather quite upset about this, and so he gathered together a group of like-minded individuals, and he led a formal protest against the rabbis, indicating that Judaism really should be completely different. The Talmud and its interpreters have gotten totally out of hand, and let's get back to basics. This is really what Judaism is all about, and he had some success with it. The rabbis, however, including his brother, complained to the caliphate, saying that, this will not do. This is a picture of an Ottoman caliph. I love that hat. I think I would love to wear a hat like that. It would not be a good hat for high winds, but I think it would be a really fun hat. At any rate, so yeah, maybe this is the Halloween hat. The original was orange, the black white reproduction, but orange. At any rate, so they complained to the caliphate, saying, "Hey, Anan ben David is causing a lot of trouble, and the caliph imprisoned him. While he was in prison, again, this is the Karaite account speaking now, he befriended another fellow prisoner who later was released and founded one of the great nationalist schools of Muslim jurisprudence. And this particular Muslim said to him, listen, why don't you just go to the caliph and tell him that you represent a distinct religion, that you're not trying to lead the Jewish people, you're trying to lead the Karaite people. And in fact, according to the Karaite account, this was accepted by the caliph, he was released, and he went on to create this movement. This interesting kind of question over what is Karaism? Is it Judaism? Is it correct Judaism? Is it something distinct? Will repeat itself throughout Karaite history, right up until the 20th century in particular. So when he got out, he created this movement, and he had a certain number of followers. What exactly is it that they believed in? So one thing we have to realize is it is impossible to live by the Bible without any interpretive tradition. As we saw last week, there are just too many ambiguities that are present in the written text. There are too many omissions of key data, like for example, keeping kosher. We're supposed to keep kosher, but we don't have a lot of details on it. There are too many passages which have incredibly harsh interpretation if you read them simply on face value. So in the rabbinic tradition, all of these problems are dealt with in great detail and with great sophistication, and they're expressed in the form of the Mishnah and the Talmud, and it makes for a workable religion, a religion that has survived, after all, for 3,000, 4,000 odd years now, with great success, although with no major football players. I thought that was funny, but it came to me too fast. We'll rewind that and try that. So the oral law is inevitable. The Ananites and later the Karaites rejected the rabbinic form of the oral law, but then they found that they actually had to create one themselves anyway. They had to have something to fill the gap. Like I mentioned last week, if they wanted to observe the holiday of Sukkot and it said, bring to shul the fruit of a goodly tree, everyone's showing up with different fruits, so bananas, or apples, or cherries. No one's bringing in esrog. So it's very hard to focus the movement if you can't define these ambiguities and so on. And also, you consider the lex talionis, the law of the tooth, which reads an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, burn for burn. That's a really hard law to enact exactly as written. Even if you want to read it exactly the way it is, sometimes the punishment is not. It doesn't fit the crime at all. It's disproportionate. Like, here's another joke. I don't know why I have 3 jokes in one night. I did tell jokes for 2 weeks, and then here's a joke. The joke goes, God comes to Shlomi in a dream and says to him, Shlomi, you've been such a good man. You've been a mensch. You've taken care of the poor. You've clothed the sick. You've done all kinds of things. I am going to reward you. You're going to get whatever you wish for, you will get. But there's only one thing, God says to Shlomi. I'm really sorry to have to tell you this, but I'm upset with your ongoing feud with Ruvain. You and Ruvain have been fighting for years, and it's really got to stop. So this is the deal. It says, Shlomi, I am going to give you one wish. You can have whatever you want, wealth and wisdom and whatever. But whatever you wish for, Ruvain will get double. You want $10 million, he'll get $20 million. You want, encyclopedic wisdom, he'll get double encyclopedic wisdom. Whatever you want, he's going to get double. So what's it going to be, Shlomi? So Shlomi thinks for a while and he says, I'd like to be struck blind in one eye. So why did I tell this joke? I'm not exactly sure why I started. I got on the ring. So the thing is, they had to have some kind of oral Torah. They called this the Sevel HaYerusha, the burdens of the inheritance. That, what can you do? You can't get away from it. You have to have some kind of tradition to interpret these things. Otherwise, nobody knows what to do because the biblical text alone is not enough. It amuses me sometimes when, politicians and sometimes religious figures on the right will say, not Jewish necessarily, but they say that they live by the word of God. And I don't think that's possible. If you think the Bible alone is the word of God, you're going to be in a lot of trouble because there's so many things that need explication and interpretive tradition in order to live by. So, as the rabbis put it in their accounts, they said that that Anan said to the Jews, forsake ye the Mishnah and the Talmud, and I will compose for you a Talmud of my own. In other words, he would replace the current rabbinic Talmud with another one. Now, the kind of ways in which they ultimately did create their own oral Torah, so to speak, there's a few different hermeneutic principles that they applied. So, for example, and this is an article from the Encyclopedia Judaica, they used, 1, the literal meaning of biblical text, as we've discussed, what it actually says. 2, they used the consensus of the community, a much more populist kind of approach. They said, okay, what does everybody think this verse means? Everybody who says it actually means poke out that person's eye, put up your hand, and they would take a vote, and they would see, if there was
wide-scale public opposition to that particular reading of it, so they wouldn't accept it. Third, the conclusions derived from Scripture by method of logical analogy, using the Hebrew term here, hekesh, which means connection, which is a term used in the Talmud as well, that, if the Bible says it follows like this over in this condition, then over here in a similar condition, it must also be the same. And then finally, knowledge based on human reason and intelligence, what they call chokhmat hadat, right? It's seichel, right? But it was not universally accepted by Karaite scholars, because on one level, although this is in some senses a more rational approach, because they want to start over and reject the rabbinic interpretation, which they feel has become too extreme, and they want to try and reason it out themselves. But on the other hand, if you're going to reason it out themselves, then what's the point of sticking so closely to the biblical text in the first place? The biblical text is supposed to be, inviolate. So how can you go and change everyone like that? Anand in particular tended to be very strict and very aesthetic, which is one of the reasons why he really wasn't too successful. And it had to be a successor who would really take Karaism to a new level. But he advocated, for example, long Muslim-type fasts for a large part of the year. And he was rather, unlike his successors, he was rather unable and unwilling to accept divergent opinions. Yes, Ms. Abrams. No, what they think of as their Talmud, and they certainly didn't use that term. That's a rabbinic source, putting it into rabbinic terms. They were hoping to create a definitive reading of the Bible, which would be permanent.
So they would change the.
What the rabbis did? No, the rabbis also engaged in the same task. I mean, the rabbis involved in the Mishnah and the Talmud, they felt that, this is the document that's for all time. And we still use the same Talmud. Ours works. They felt that the rabbis had perverted the text. And for various reasons, their Talmud takes into certain directions. Like, for example, when you read the Talmud, you see that there are multiple opinions, and sometimes one of them is accepted for the definitive law. What happens to the other four? How come we didn't accept any of those opinions? So there are choices made in the Talmud, and the reasons why some opinions are favored over others is essentially the whole engine of rabbinic scholarship. Why Rabbi Yehuda wins this argument and doesn't win over here, and so on. It's a larger question than I can answer beyond that very briefly. Okay, yes, last question. Yeah.
At what time should be started?
Well, you'll see different Meforshim will approach in different ways, but it's understood basically throughout the life of Moshe Rabbeinu, once the Jews had left Mitzrayim.
It wasn't Israel, because what were you studying before? Nobody studied anything in the time of the Trotsky and the Redeem.
I'm not even a rabbi. You have to ask a rabbi that question. I can get in trouble with the rabbinical union if I say anything. Okay, so let's go into Karen. As I mentioned earlier, it's from the root ra, right, to read. And what the Karaites really like was, and this is a movement that came up about a century after Anan, is that, he really focused the argument and really said the problem we have is with the rabbis. We don't like the way they're lording authority over us, and we want to take off in a different direction. They had a huge impact on biblical scholarship of the time, because if the Torah itself is really the sole authority, then let's go back and study the Torah very deeply. And the rabbis also, of course, studied the Torah with great depth, but there was a renewed emphasis on studying, for example, Hebrew grammar. Without simply taking it for granted that this is what these words mean, the Masoretic movement in particular, which was a rabbinic movement, but which was influenced by Karaism as well, said, okay, let's go back and let's unpack all of these words and let's try and determine how they should be pronounced precisely and why is it written with an aleph and pronounced with a vav and things like that. A huge amount of scholarship, which rabbinic Jews use today, every single day, is very much tied to the impetus that Karaites began. The successor that is most important for the development of Karaism is Binyamin Nachmandi. He's in the middle of the 9th century. And he took a lot of Anand's ideas, but he was a much more populist thinker, and he was much more tolerant of divergent opinions, much more open to the idea that, you know what, there can be a lot of different Karaisms. It doesn't have to necessarily be one, Catholic church, so to speak, of Karaism. And this was a very wise move that allowed the movement to kind of separate itself from the extreme asceticism you find under Anand, with the long fasts and the cold food and things like that. And they began to to really develop themselves as a movement at the time. There's also an interesting kind of overlap with Islam as well, because they portrayed themselves as the new intellectuals. They portrayed themselves as, the much more clear-thinking, less fanatical individuals, even though today we would look at them perhaps and understand them as fanatics, going straight to the biblical text with minimal interference. But nevertheless, in that time, they had a lot of support from Muslim authorities, and one can imagine the groundswell of popularity in that context. Here's where they're basically settled. So we've got a lot of them here in Babylon from the 9th to 11th century. The next major growth section is in Israel, and especially in Cairo in Egypt, which has a long community that lasts right up until the 20th century. You have some that settle out here in the far west, Spain and North Africa, and a significant amount of Karaites settled in Byzantium, which is Constantinople, Istanbul, the center of the Ottoman Empire, again, about 600 years worth of Karaite communities. Fascinating little pockets in the Russian Empire, specifically in Lithuania, a little bit in Poland, not mentioned here, and also in Crimea, which is right over here. I'm not sure why the arrow points over here. I can paint this map, although I kind of like this sort of Gothic script here. The Crimea is this little spit of land that goes into the Black Sea, and these communities exist right up until the 20th century. We'll talk about them momentarily. The spread of the movement from the 10th to the 12th century is pretty dramatic. We know a lot about them because of the Guinness, which I'll talk about in 1 second. I've already mentioned how their scholarship has a tremendous impact on the study of the Bible among rabbinites as well, because rabbinites don't want to get caught off guard, by Karaite arguments about reading the biblical text. They want to make sure that their understanding of Hebrew is just as pristine as the Karaites as well. And during this period, especially the 2 centuries, from the 10th to the 12th century, there's a tremendous amount of back and forth. Huge literature develops. The Karaite movement is expanding and attracting proselytes, attracting converts, and so the rabbis have to be involved in arguing against them. The Karaites write apologetic literature that brings more Jews to the movement, and it's perhaps the strongest period of the Karaites to date. Now, a lot of the source evidence that we have about the Karaites comes from the Guinness. I'd like to take just a moment to make sure you're all aware of what the Guinness is. I know those of you who were here last year, we talked about it, but it's worth repeating. In Jewish practice, we have a halakha that you cannot discard anything that has sanctity. So a Torah scroll, for example, has to be buried in a Jewish cemetery when it's no longer useful. Holy books, things like that. And in fact, anything that has the name of God written in it, hence the word shemos, or shemot, which means names. Anything that has the name of God written in it has some sanctity, and therefore it has to be treated properly. It can't simply be thrown in the trash. And so many synagogues, homes, schools, and so on have a special area they call the Geniza, which means literally storehouse, or, Lignos means to hide away. And they'll store up all their papers and books and things like that until once a year. So usually before Passover, when they clean out, they ship it all away to be buried or taken care of
in a similar manner.
But the same part of it, when they need to know how to eat, eat,
Exactly. So this. So.
That's why we have so much letters and things that father wrote to child.
That's precisely the story of the Geniza. So let me tell everybody else, so I'm glad you remember. You're absolutely right. There's this town outside of Cairo called Fostat, and they had this strange custom, as Ms. DeWeiser says, that not only holy writings should be put in Geniza, but anything written in the Hebrew script. Even if it was written in Judeo-Arabic or in Aramaic, and even if it had nothing to do with religion whatsoever. It was a business contract, it was a personal letter, it was a little shopping note, honey, please pick up some pita on the way home from the shuk, right? Whatever it is, they would not throw this away because it was written in Hebrew, and so they would throw it all in this tiny little attic. Here you see the entryway to it. It was on the second floor of a synagogue in Fostat, an ancient synagogue, like 900 years old. And it was sealed up, and there was a legend, when it was sealed around the year 1300, there was a legend that there was a huge serpent up there that would bite anyone who went into Geniza. So this effectively kept the Geniza closed until the late 19th century, when little bits of pieces began to appear on the black market, and people said, where did you get this manuscript? And eventually it was tracked down to this one synagogue. They opened it up, and they found the largest trove of documents from the Arabic world ever, bar none. We have about 100,000 fragments from Arabic sources. There are 250,000 fragments, more than 2.5 times, in the Geniza, representing all this history. So it's ironic, but medieval Arabic historians have to learn Hebrew in order to study the period, because they need the Geniza sources to understand what's going on. And they're, of course, always written somehow involving Jews because of the script. What the Geniza tells us about Karaites is fascinating. S.D. Goitein is the principal scholar. He devoted his entire life to studying the Geniza documents, and he wrote this massive work called The Mediterranean Society, which is all about what life was like there for about 500 years, from 800 to 1300. One of the things that's striking about the Karaites is that the Rabbinites and the Karaites actually got along fairly well. There are lots of marriage contracts between Rabbinites and Karaites. I know, it's amazing. Well, they're Jews, but they have different laws of Kitin, so they could be Mamzerim. They have different laws of Gerus, so they might not be Jewish at all. There's all kinds of things that how do you know they're Jewish? How do you know that the Nisafi?
The laws of Jews, for instance, in the Torah are not the laws that we have today. The rabbis, understandable. But what you have with the Torah is not as demanding.
Correct. If you look at the Torah, we don't even have laws of conversion in the Torah. It refers to the ger and the ger toshav. How do they get that way? I mean, what do you do with those people? Later, when you look in Tanakh, you see, for example, the story of Ruth that has the most extensive discussion, and basically, the rabbis really take it apart to get to where we are today with gerus. But how do we know that they accept these things? Like, I'll give you an example. There are 3 basic things for gerus, 2 for women. For everyone who wants to become a Jew, they must immerse in a mikveh. For men, prior to that, they have to have a circumcision. This is what they call the snip and dunk. And after, it's funny, after that, this is the tough part, they have to accept the commandments. Kabbalat HaMitzvot. So what does that mean to a Karaite? It's certainly not the same thing as a Rabbinite. So you would think, today for sure, you won't find, okay, I take it back. You will find rabbis who will marry Rabbinites to Karaites. But you'll also find rabbis who will marry alligators to fish. So it's not necessarily a good example. But you would think most of the rabbinic literature says that Karaites are totally off the map. They're chutz lamachane. They're outside the camp. But when you look at the Geniza, they're marrying each other. and they're creating rabbinic contracts and saying, okay, my rabbi will serve at this part, and your rabbi will serve at that part. An amazing degree of cooperation, business cooperation. They're forming partnerships. A survival mechanism for them. They're not that embattled a minority though, and it lasts for a long time. So it's a survival.
So when you combine it with Jewish history, when you have a lot of threats, then
You pull together.
and then spreading different ideologies.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Yeah, and you see it also in small communities in America too, where the arguments between Orthodox and conservative reform tend to be much sharper in big cities where we have enough Jews to fight amongst ourselves. But in small towns, you want to get along. So that's a good argument. Yes.
What language do they use to cover?
The Karaites, it depends on the region that they're living, but
Even if like even read or something like it,
I'm not sure what they use among themselves. By the time they are active, Aramaic is on a decline. But on the other hand, they're great lovers of the Hebrew language as well. So I'm not sure. That's an excellent question, but I don't know the answer. Okay, let me move on because I'm concerned about the time. So Kharism, though, after the 14th century, it really starts to go into a slow decline. There's a little bit of resurgence when printing is invented, because once again the reattachment to the word and the dissemination of the printed word is very significant. But it's a slow decline. There's also a widening separation between the Rabbinites and the Karaites that looks more familiar to us today. This is, by the way, I want to Mr. Rodriguez probably Neo-Karaite, or more like the International Institute of Crimean Karaites, founded in the USA, January 2001. I wonder what all these symbols mean. I don't really know. I just pulled it off the web. But at any rate, a couple of interesting little tidbits of information. The Russian Karaites, the ones that are living in the Russian Empire, particularly in the Crimea and in Lithuania, get an interesting kind of dispensation in the 19th century. Under Tsar Nicholas I, there was a lot of persecution of the Jews, and the Karaites successfully petitioned to be considered a separate religion from Judaism. But the Tsar would not, he still considered them Jews, but he did consider themselves a separate religion. So Jews of a different religion, Karaites. And the real key advantage to this was that they were exempt from many of the poll taxes that Jews were exposed to, as well as the horrific conscription regimen, so-called cantonist decrees, where the Karaite children were not taken away and sent to serve in the army for 36 odd years. So and actually, this is repeated once again, one of the more heroic moments, in my humble opinion, in the Holocaust in Eastern Europe. Heroic from the perspective of scholarship. Philip Friedman was a survivor of the community of Lvov, of Lviv in Ukrainian. It's in southern Poland. And he writes of a moment when the Nazis invaded, and they encountered these Karaites in Lvov, in southern Poland. And the Nazis themselves were apparently uncertain, what do we do with the Karaites? Who are they? Now, unlike the Russians, who consider them Jews, but of a different religion, the Karaites were arguing that no, we are a different people. We're not even Jewish, because for the Nazis, race was primary, and who cares what religion they are? If they were Jews, they were racist. So Professor Friedman writes in one of his books on the Holocaust about how the scholars of Lvov got together and formally let the Nazis know in a memorandum with lots of scholarly sources that the Karaites are definitely not Jews. And the reason they created this scholarship, so to speak, is specifically to save their lives, which in fact they did too. So, one of the more useful ways that professors can use their knowledge. So Hitler did not killed the Jews, the Karaites of the book. They were exempted. The Jews, including those who wrote those documents, were not exempted, but at least they were able to save these other human beings. Terrorism today, here's another one of those 8th century t-shirts here that says, Karaite. Egypt maintained a significant population right to the 20th century. After the founding of the State of Israel, they found themselves under significant persecution, and so they made their way to Israel as well, where there are possibly as many as 30,000 of them. These are Karaite estimates, and they're most likely way too large, maybe 5 times too large, but there are definitely a few Karaite communities scattered throughout Israel. They have difficulty integrating into Israeli society. Their calendar, for example, is different from the rabbinic calendar. There are certain holidays that they're totally missing, like Halloween, for example, and so like Hanukkah, for example, that they're totally missing. Their children are deprived, and they feel stigmatized. It's not surprising because the Rabbinites really are victors in the conflict between the two groups. But that's essentially where we have it today. An interesting kind of footnote to the development of Judaism and the persistence of the movement today. Thank you. That's a good question. I do not know if they go into the army. They do? Okay. I don't know. The answer is saying yes. Let me thank you all for your attention and your intelligence, and I hope you have an excellent week. Shelley, appreciate it. We took up a few minutes with the introduction, so I'm going to speak faster. Make sure that we cover all the material. I just want to say a couple of words of thanks myself. Straight to the material. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to Kahila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. If no one will listen to us, we feel useless. So it's so wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy and talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home, so at least I can come here. We edit this, we'll just remove that little thing about home. Okay. At any rate, special thanks tonight to several people. First of all, I want to thank Joe and Zohara Weiss, who I think were the strongest supporters of this class. They really set the tone for what should happen here, and I think you've noticed a few improvements. First of all, at the end of tonight's lecture, no one will have to turn the chairs around to happening tomorrow. And second of all, we have my lovely daughter Eliza, who's reading at the front with all materials and so on. And we have Mr. Rodriguez, one of the students at Tour College South, who is going to be videotaping it. And in case I didn't make it clear to you earlier, we're going to be putting these lectures entirely on the web as a service to the Jewish people. Available, just like they are here, and we think this would be something that will reach the Jewish people in a small way, but I think it's very useful. Also, I want to thank my friend Stephen Mills, aka Meatloaf, who has been a great supporter of the technical aspects of this project, and he's helped a lot of the search engine optimization that we've done. And one last thing, we do have a donation page that will help offset the cost. The shul has been very generous purchasing the camera and the projector and the screen and things like that, so we can make these lectures possible. We'd like to give that money back to the shul, so when you visit the website, which is very hard to remember, it's www.jewishhistorylectures.org, and if you click on .com, it will still work because I bought both domains. Then you'll be taken to a link where you can donate directly to the shul, and it will be earmarked for the cost of this class and for its expansion. I think that's great. We have 2 sponsors for this week's lecture. Lectures happen whether we get sponsorships or not, but obviously we'd like to get more of them. Mr. and Mrs. Matthew Sternbaum and Susan Leviton and an anonymous donor have underwritten the cost of this week's lecture. We figured out for this semester it would cost approximately $265 to pay for everything we bought per lecture. So we're asking for $200 to sponsor the lecture. Whatever you want to give, if you want to give, is wonderful. Very appreciated.
Okay, I think that's it for the general introductions. I think I've met almost all of you, but for those of you who don't know me, my background is I'm a historian. I received my PhD from the University of Toronto in 1995, and it coincided with my sort of discovery of Judaism together with my wife. And so I mixed my graduate career and my postgraduate career, bouncing around between the Hebrew University and Samea and the Oxford University and the Thai Society and Harvard and a few other really great schools, Cornell. And so I've had really a wonderful experience in some of the top universities of the world. And I've also had the experience of learning Torah full time. And both these things really come together in my teaching, I think, and I really try to strive for the high rigor of academia that I've experienced in the Ivy League, and at the same time, the Farmkeit and the brand of Torah that I received in Yeshiva. And I'm hoping I can communicate some of that to you tonight. The class is going to be essentially a survey of modern Jewish history, like a first-year undergraduate survey. It is to a little bit higher level because so many of the people in this audience are very well educated and are very well read. But it's still generic enough that if you have no idea what the topic of something is on, you should come away with some useful information. The approach is going to be biographical, just like last semester. Well, I will use people, sometimes famous, as today, sometimes not so famous, to illustrate the general trends of Jewish history and the forces that shape the Jewish world. Since I am primarily specialized in modern Eastern Europe, anytime I step, let's say, anywhere west of Poland and anytime before, let's say, 1648, I'd like you to please not ask any hard questions, because it's not my real area of expertise, but that's basically it. Okay, so are we ready for a quick joke? We're going to talk about Rabbi Yosef Karo. Okay, so Rabbi Yosef Karo, he's known as the Mechaber in the yeshiva world, the author, meaning he is the ultimate composer of a book for the generations. And that book, of course, is none other than the Shulchan Aruch, the set table, which is the code of Jewish law that has become universally accepted in the Jewish world as the sine qua non statement of Jewish normative behavior. In that context, I'd like to tell you a joke about somewhat antinomian behavior, and it's a joke that involves a fictional rabbi that has no relationship to this shul at all, of course. But the joke goes like this. This rabbi, for years and years, he's been devotedly serving his congregation. But all his life, he's been tortured by the question in his mind, what does pork really taste like? And he has, like, on Yom Kippur in particular, he has this terrible temptation. He just can't, he decides he has to exercise this terrible demon from himself, and he's going to follow the advice of the Gemara, dress in dark clothes, and go to a faraway neighborhood where he will, exercise his will and hopefully not have this demon torture him. He goes way out into, like, West End or someplace like that, and he finds a Chinese restaurant. He goes into the very back in the dark place. He's wearing, a baseball cap. I don't know if you've been walking around the beach lately, but at this time of year, there are all these people who come straight from Brooklyn with, the full black cops and things like that. But they're wearing a baseball cap. It's like you're in disguise. Nobody knows. Anyways, he goes to sit in the back, he's wearing a baseball cap, and he says to the waitress the story. He does say, the rabbi wears this. Want you to give me the best pork dish. It's okay, no problem, she walks away. He's sitting there, he's feeling so good about himself, and of course, in walks the presidium and the board members for a late dinner. Of course, not associated with this shul or anything in this neighborhood, but the presidium walk in and they see the rabbi in the back of the room. He's trying to hide under his head. And they walk up to him and they say, Rabbi, what are you doing here? And just as they're talking to him, the waitress comes with the best pork competition is meant, of course, you guessed it, it's a suckling pig. A huge pig. Can you, like, the camera over here when people are thinking, it's a big suckling pig. And everyone's speechless. And the rabbi finally says, can you believe this restaurant? You order a piece of fresh fruit, and look how they punched it up. The start of the joke was better than the end. But let's go straight to the story. His dates are 1488 to 1575. Rabbi Yosef Karo, sometimes spelled with a C. It's the same person, obviously. He was born in Spain, possibly in Portugal, and he certainly suffered the deleterious effects of the Spanish and the Portuguese expulsion, which we discussed last semester in great detail. He was most famous as a halakhist, but he has tremendous credentials as a Kabbalist as well. And I'm hoping towards the end of this lecture to try to describe how these two factors came together to create the unique personality that's found in the Shulchan Aruch itself. And as I mentioned, his claim to fame, his main claim to fame, is that he is the author of this code of Jewish law. His early years took him from Spain, fled from Spain into Portugal, where they were allowed to remain for several years, and then they were expelled once again. He went to Turkey, and he began a rather peripatetic existence where he went from place to place. His primary teacher was his father, and later his uncle. So it's really very much a family affair the way that he studied Torah. He was married 3 times, and he had 7 known children, 3 unfortunately predeceased him. Here's an interesting Israeli, this is a Yishuv era postage stamp. We have no idea of this picture, which is the iconic image of Machaber. It actually looks like him, but that's sort of the picture of the Rambam that you see over and over again. It's sort of like everyone's agreed that this too. He had quite close associations with many other rabbis of the period. And in fact, one of his daughters married the son of the famous Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria of Tzfat, and we'll speak about their association in greater detail. He also had some interesting influences from Shlomo Rothschild, who was a fascinating character. Perhaps we'll spend more time speaking about him in greater detail in a later class, perhaps 2 semesters from now. Shlomo Malko was also of Spanish origin. He was a converso who, like Uriel da Costa, that we spoke about a few weeks ago, decided to return to Judaism. But whereas Uriel da Costa was never completely comfortable with his conversion and could not find an intellectual space within the Sephardic communities of Amsterdam and elsewhere, Shlomo Malko kind of like flipped out. He went completely, flipped out is the term that they use for the young people. You know, when they go to seminary and they come back and they want to eat your food and things like that. So he really flipped out. He had messianic pretensions. He had difficulty associating with any Jewish community because they thought he was all just too radical. He circumcised himself when he was in his 20s because he couldn't find a Moel who would do it. That's really extreme behavior. He had various negative relations with the Jewish community because he insisted they should radicalize and they should take greater steps towards accelerating the pace of Messianic thought. And ultimately, he got into trouble with the state and he was burned at the stake in 1532. This is actually a tiny stylized signature. It gives you a sense of what must be going on in his head if that's how he puts his John Hancock in. Rabbi Caro, however, was really quite impressed with the purity of motivation and intention of Shlomo Malko. And among the many positive things that he said about him was that after seeing his death, he prayed that he himself would come to a similar end. Rabbi Caro wished to die a martyr's death like Shlomo Malko. He did not receive that privilege, and there's not much to say about that. Rabbi Caro's fame really extends from the period of time that he spent in Tzfat, where he moved when he was 48. He had already been working on his magnum opus, which I'm going to discuss in a moment, the Beit Yosef. So he carried with him a certain measure of fame when he came to this very unusual circle of rabbis that were involved in this particular northern Israel city. There were a few factors that brought together some highly unique rabbis, including the Arizal that I mentioned earlier, his student Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Ramak, and Yosef Karo, among others. And Yosef Teitzak, who was also the teacher of Shlomo Mocha, who was there at the time. There was, perhaps I should say, one of the most significant elements was the Abramson rule of history at work once again. Thank you so much. Sorry against it. Money. There was suddenly Jewish money in the region. The Rothschilds had specifically secured a parcel of land in northern Israel that would make it possible for Jews to settle there and to pursue their scholarship. Because in Torah, if there was no flour, there was no Torah. Suddenly in Tzfat, there was a small, tiny area where Jewish scholars were especially valued and could pursue their studies. And he came into this region with a significant amount of authority based on his previous works, and his authority would even greater. Yes. Yeah, got money back then earlier. And if I'm wrong, you'll never know until I put this on the web and I cut this whole discussion out. And I'm pretty sure it's the Rothschilds. Maybe Montefiore, it's too early. Yeah, I think it is Rothschild. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Okay, now let's talk about the Beit Yosef. This is the book that really, among Sfardim in particular, is more known for the Beit Yosef and the Yisrael Shulchan. And among those who learn Halacha deeply, gain a much deeper respect for the Beit Yosef than for the Shulchan Aruch, which is much more popular known. The Beit Yosef is essentially